Preface of Aircraft and Submarines. The story of the invention, development, and present-day uses of war's newest weapons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomcho. Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. Preface. Not since gunpowder was first employed in warfare has so revolutionary a contribution to the science of slaughtering men been made as by the perfection of aircraft and submarines. The former have had their first employment in this world-wide war of the nations. The latter, though in the experimental stage as far back as the American Revolution, have in this bitter contest been for the first time brought to so practical a stage of development as to exert a really appreciable influence on the outcome of the struggle. Comparatively few people appreciate how the thought of navigating the air's dizziest heights and the sea's gloomiest depths has obsessed the minds of inventors. From the earliest days of history, men have grappled with the problem, yet it is only within 200 years for aircraft and 100 for submarines that any really intelligent start has been made upon its solution. The men who really gave practical effect to the vague theories which others set up, in aircraft the Wrights, Santos-Dumont, and Count Zeppelin, in submarines Lake and Holland, are either still living or have died so recently that their memory is still fresh in the minds of all. In this book the author has sketched swiftly the slow stages by which in each of these fields of activity success has been attained. He has collated from the immense mass of records of the activities of both submarines and aircraft enough interesting data to show the degree of perfection and practicability to which both have been brought. And he has outlined, so far as possible from existing conditions, the possibilities of future usefulness in fields other than those of war of these new devices. The most serious difficulty encountered in dealing with the present state and future development of aircraft is the rapidity with which that development proceeds. Before a congressional committee last January, an official testified that grave delay in the manufacture of airplanes for the Army has been caused by the fact that types adopted a scant 3 months before had become obsolete because of experience on the European battlefields, and later inventions before the first machines could be completed. There may be exaggeration in the statement, but it is largely true. Neither the machines nor the tactics employed at the beginning of the war were in use in its 4th year. The course of this evolution, with its reasons, are described in this volume. Opportunities for the peaceful use of airplanes are beginning to suggest themselves daily. After the main body of this book was in type, the Postmaster General of the United States called for bids for an aerial mail service between New York and Washington, an act urged upon the government in this volume. That service contemplates a swift carriage of first-class mail at an enhanced price, the tentative schedule being 3 hours, and a postage fee of 25 cents an ounce. There can be no doubt of the success of the service, its value to the public, and its possibilities of revenue to the post office. Once its usefulness is established, it will be extended to routes of similar length, such as New York and Boston, New York and Buffalo, or New York and Pittsburgh. The mind suggests no limit to the extension of aerial service, both postal and passenger, in the years of industrial activity that shall follow the war. In the preparation of this book the author has made use of many records of personal experiences of those who have dared the air's high altitudes and the sea's stilly depths. For permission to use certain of these he wishes to express his thanks to the Century Company for extracts from My Airships by Santos-Dumont, to Doubleday, Page & Company, for extracts from Flying for France by James R. McConnell, to Charles Scribner's Sons for material drawn from With the French Flying Corps by Carol Dana Winslow, to Collier's Weekly for certain extracts from its interviews with Wilbur Wright, to McClure's Magazine for the account of Mr. Ray Stannard Baker's trip in a Lake submarine, to Hearst's International Library, and to the Scientific American for the use of several illustrations. W.J.A., New York, 1918. End of Preface. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 1 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. Introductory. It was at Mons in the third week of the Great War. The gray-green German hordes had overwhelmed the greater part of Belgium and were sweeping down into France, whose people and military establishment were all unprepared for attack from that quarter. For days the little British army of perhaps 100,000 men, that forlorn hope which the Germans scornfully called "contemptible," but which man for man probably numbered more veteran fighters than any similar unit on either side, had been stoutly holding back the enemy's right wing and fighting for the delay that alone could save Paris. At Mons they had halted, hoping that here was the spot to administer to von Kluck, beating upon their front, the final check. The hope was futile. Looking back upon the day with knowledge of what General French's army faced, a knowledge largely denied to him, it seems that the British escape from annihilation was miraculous. And indeed it was due to a modern miracle, the conquest of the air by man in the development of the airplane. General French was outnumbered and in danger of being flanked on his left flank. His right he thought safe, for it was in contact with the French line which extended eastward along the bank of the Somme to where the dark fortress of Namur frowned on the steeps formed by the junction of that river with the Meuse. At that point the French line bent to the south, following the course of the latter river. Namur was expected to hold out for weeks. Its defense lasted but 3 days. As a matter of fact, it did not delay the oncoming Germans a day, for they invested it and drove past in their fierce assault upon Joffre's lines. Enormously outnumbered, the French were broken and forced to retreat. They left General French's right flank in the air, exposed to envelopment by von Kluck, who was already reaching around the left flank. The German troops were ample in number to surround the British, cut them off from all support, and crush or capture them all. This, indeed, they were preparing to do, while General French, owing to some mischance never yet explained, was holding his ground utterly without knowledge that his allies had already retired, leaving his flank without protection. When that fatal information arrived belatedly at the British headquarters, it seemed like a death warrant. The right of the line had already been exposed for more than half a day. It was inexplicable that it had not already been attacked. It was unbelievable that the attack would not fall the next moment. But how would it be lulling the French into a false sense of security by leaving the exposed flank unmenaced while he gained their rear and cut off their retreat? Questions such as these demanded immediate answer. 10 years before the most dashing scouts would have clattered off to the front and would have required a day, perhaps more, to complete the necessary reconnaissance. But though of all nations, except of course the utterly negligent United States, Great Britain had least developed her aviation corps, there were attached to General French's headquarters enough airmen to meet this need. In a few minutes after the disquieting news arrived, the beat of the propellers rose above the din of the battlefield, and the airplanes appeared above the enemy's lines. An hour or two sufficed to gather the necessary facts. The flyers returned to headquarters, and immediately the retreat was begun. It was a beaten army that plodded back to the line of the Marne. Its retreat at times narrowly approached a rout, but the army was not crushed, annihilated. It remained a coherent, serviceable part of the Allied line in the successful action speedily fought along the Marne. But had it not been for the presence of the airmen, the British Expeditionary Force would have been wiped out then and there. The Battle of Mons gave the soldiers a legend which still persists, that of the ghostly English bowmen of the time of Edward the Black Prince, who came back from their graves to save that field for England and for France. Thousands of simple souls believe that legend today. But it is no whit more unbelievable than the story of an army saved by a handful of men flying thousands of feet above the field would have been had it been told of a battle in our Civil War. The world has believed in ghosts for centuries, and the archers of Mons are the legitimate successors of the great twin brethren at the battle of Lake Regillus. But Caesar, Napoleon, perhaps the elder von Moltke himself, would have scoffed at the idea that men could turn themselves into birds to spy out the enemy's disposition and save a sorely menaced army. When this war has passed into history, it will be recognized that its greatest contributions to military science have been the development and the use of aircraft and submarines. There have, of course, been other features in the method of waging war which have been novel either in themselves or in the gigantic scale upon which they have been employed. There is, for example, nothing new about trench warfare. The American who desires to satisfy himself about that need only to visit the military park at Vicksburg, or the country about Petersburg or Richmond, to recognize that even 50 years ago our soldiers understood the art of sheltering themselves from bullet and shrapnel in the bosom of Mother Earth. The trench warfare in Flanders, the Argonne, and around Verdun has been novel only in the degree to which it has been developed and perfected. Concrete-lined trenches, with spacious and well-furnished bomb-proofs, with phonographs, printing presses, and occasional dramatic performances for lightening the soldier's lot, present an impressive elaboration of the muddy ditches of Virginia and Mississippi. Yet, after all the boys of Grant and Lee had the essentials of trench warfare well in mind, half a century before Germany, France, and England came to grips on the long line from the North Sea to the Vosges. Asphyxiating gas, whether liberated from a shell or released along a trench front to roll slowly down before a wind upon its defenders, was a novelty of this war, but in some degree it was merely a development of the stink pot which the Chinese have employed for years. So, too, the tear bomb, or lachrymatory bomb, which painfully irritated the eyes of all in its neighborhood when it burst, filling them with tears and making the soldiers practically helpless in the presence of a swift attack. These two weapons of offense, and particularly the first, because of the frightful and long-continuing agony it inflicts upon its victims, fascinated the observer, and awakened the bitter protests of those who held that an issue at war might be determined by civilized nations without recourse to engines of death and anguish more barbaric than any known to the Red Indians or the most savage tribes of Asia. Neither of these devices, nor for that matter the cognate one of fire spurted like a liquid from a hose upon a shrinking enemy, can be shown to have had any appreciable effect upon the fortunes of any great battle. Each, as soon as employed by any one belligerent, was quickly seized by the adversary, and the respiratory mask followed fast upon the appearance of the chlorine gas. Whatever the outcome of the gigantic conflict may be, no one will claim that any of these devices had contributed greatly to the result. But the airplane revolutionized warfare on land. The submarine has made an almost equal revolution in naval warfare. Had the airplane been known in the days of our Civil War, some of its most picturesque figures would have never risen to eminence, or at least would have had to win their places in history by efforts of an entirely different sort. There is no place left in modern military tactics for the dashing cavalry scout of the type of Sheridan, Custer, Fitz Lee, or Forrest. The airplane, soaring high above the lines of the enemy, brings back to headquarters in a few hours information that in the old times took a detachment of cavalry days to gather. The screen of cavalry that in bygone campaigns commanders used to mask their movements no longer screens nor masks. A general moves with perfect knowledge that his enemy's aircraft will report to their headquarters his roads, his strength, and his probable destination as soon as his vanguard is off. During the Federal advance upon Richmond, Stonewall Jackson, most brilliant of the generals of that war, repeatedly slipped away from the Federal front, away from the spot where the Federal commanders confidently supposed him to be, and was found days later in the valley of the Shenandoah, threatening Washington or menacing the Union rear and its communications. The war was definitely prolonged by this Confederate dash and elusiveness, none of which would have been possible had the Union forces possessed an aviation corps. It is yet to be shown conclusively that as offensive engines aircraft have any great value. The tendency of the military authorities of every side to minimize the damage they have suffered makes any positive conclusion on this subject difficult and dangerous at this moment. The airplane by day or the Zeppelin by night appears swiftly and mysteriously, drops its bombs from a height of several thousand feet, and takes its certain flight through the boundless sky to safety. The aggressor cannot tell whether his bombs have found a fitting target. He reports flaming buildings left behind him, but whether they are munition factories, theaters, or primary schools filled with little children, he cannot tell. Nor does he know how quickly the flames were extinguished or the amount of damage done. The British boast of successful air raids upon Cuxhaven, Zeebrugge, Essen, and Friedrichshafen. For if we take German officials' reports, we must be convinced that the damage done was negligible in its relation to the progress of the war. In their turn, the Germans brag mightily of the deeds of their Zeppelins over London and smaller British towns, but the sum and substance of their accomplishment, according to the British reports, has been the slaughter and mutilation of a number of civilians, mostly women and children, and the bloody destruction of many humble working class homes. At this writing, December, 1917, it is not recorded that any battleship, munition factory, any headquarters, great government buildings, or fortress has been destroyed or seriously injured by the activities of aircraft of either type. This lack of precise information may be due to the censor rather than to any lack of great deeds on the part of airmen. We do know of successful attacks on submarines, though the military authorities are chary about giving out the facts. But as scouts, messengers, and guides for hidden batteries attacking unseen targets, aviators have compelled the rewriting of the rules of military strategy. About this time, however, it became apparent that the belligerents intended to develop the battle planes. Particularly was this true of the Allies. The great measure of success won by the German submarines and the apparent impossibility of coping adequately with those weapons of death once they had reached the open sea, led the British and the Americans to consider the possibility of destroying them in their bases and destroying the bases as well. But Kiel and Wilhelmshaven were too heavily defended to make an attack by sea seem at all practicable. The lesser ports of Zeebrugge and Ostend had been successfully raided from the air and made practically useless as submarine bases. Discussion therefore was strong of making like raids with heavier machines carrying heavier guns and dropping more destructive bombs upon the two chief lurking places of the submarines. While no conclusion had been reached as to the strategy at the time of the publication of this book, both nations were busy building larger aircraft probably for use in such an attack. The submarine has exerted upon the progress of the war an influence even more dominant than that of aircraft. It has been a positive force both offensive and defensive. It has been Germany's only potent weapon for bringing home to the British the privations and want which war entails upon a civilian population, and at the same time guarding the German people from the fullest result of the British blockade. It is no overstatement to declare that but for the German submarines the war would have ended in the victory of the Allies in 1916. We may hark back to our own Civil War for an illustration of the crushing power of a superior navy not qualified by any serviceable weapon in the hands of the weaker power. Historians have very generally failed to ascribe to the Federal blockade of Confederate ports its proportionate influence on the outcome of that war. The Confederates had no navy. Their few naval vessels were mere commerce destroyers, fleeing the ships of the United States Navy and preying upon unarmed merchantmen. With what was rapidly developed into the most powerful navy the world had ever seen, the United States government from the very beginning of the war locked the Confederate States in a wall of iron. None might pass going in or out, except by stealth and at the peril of property and life. Outside the harbor of every seaport in the control of the Confederates, the blockading men of war lurked awaiting the blockade runners. Their vigilance was often eluded, of course, yet nevertheless the number of cargoes that slipped through was painfully inadequate to meet the needs of the fenced-in states. Clothing, medicines, articles of necessary household use were denied to civilians. Cannon, rifles, saltpeter, and other munitions of war were withheld from the Confederate armies. While the ports of the North were bustling with foreign trade, grass grew on the cobblestone streets along the waterfronts of Charleston and Savannah. Slow starvation aided the constant pounding of the Northern armies in reducing the South to subjection. Had the Confederacy possessed but a few submarines of modern type, this situation could not have persisted. Then, as today, neutral nations were eager to trade with both belligerents. There were then more neutrals whose interest would have compelled the observance of the laws of blockade which in the present war are flagrantly violated by all belligerents with impunity. A submarine raid which would have sunk or driven away the blockading fleet at the entrance to a single harbor would have resulted in opening that harbor to the unrestricted uses of neutral ships until the blockade could be reestablished and formal notice given to all powers, a formality which in those days, prior to the existence of cables, would have entailed weeks, perhaps months, of delay. How serious such an interruption to the blockade was then considered was shown by the trepidation of the Union naval authorities over the first victories of the Merrimac prior to the providential arrival of the Monitor in Hampton Roads. It was then thought that the Confederate ram would go straight to Wilmington, Charleston, and Savannah, destroy or drive away the blockaders, and open the Confederacy to the trade of the world. Even then men dreamed of submarines, as indeed they have since the days of the American Revolution. Of the slow development of that engine of war to its present effectiveness we shall speak more fully in later chapters. Enough now to say that had the Confederacy possessed boats of the U-53 type, the story of our Civil War might have had a different ending. The device which the Allies have adopted to day of blockading a port or ports by posting their ships several hundred miles away would have found no toleration among neutrals, none too friendly to the United States, and vastly stronger in proportion to the power of this nation than all the neutrals to day are to the strength of the Allies. From the beginning of the Great War in Europe, the fleets of the Teutonic Alliance were locked up in port by the superior floating forces of the Entente. Such sporadic dashes into the arena of conflict as the one made by the German High Fleet, bringing on the Battle of Jutland, had but little bearing on the progress of the war. But the steady, persistent, malignant activity of the German submarines had everything to do with it. They mitigated the rigidity of the British blockade by keeping the blockaders far from the ports they sought to seal. They preyed on the British fleets by sinking dreadnoughts, battleships, and cruisers in nearly all of the belligerent seas. If the British Navy justified its costly power by keeping the German fleet practically imprisoned in its fortified harbors, the German submarines no less won credit and glory by keeping even that overwhelming naval force restricted in its movements, ever on guard, ever in a certain sense on the defensive. And meanwhile these underwater craft so preyed upon British food ships that in the days of the greatest submarine activity England was reduced to husbanding her stores of food with almost as great thrift and by precisely the same methods as did Germany suffering from the British blockade. Aircraft and submarines, twin terrors of the world's greatest war. The development, though by no means the final development, of dreams that men of many nations have dreamed throughout the centuries. They are two of the outstanding features of the war, two of its legacies to mankind. How much the legacy may be worth in peaceful times is yet to be determined. The airplane and the dirigible at any rate seem already to promise useful service to peaceful man. Already the flyer is almost as common a spectacle in certain sections of our country as the automobile was 15 years ago. The submarine, for economic reasons, promises less for the future in the way of peaceful service, notwithstanding the exploits of the Deutschland in the ocean carrying trade. But perhaps it too will find its place in industry when awakened man shall be willing to spend as much treasure, as much genius, as much intelligent effort, and as much heroic self-sacrifice in organizing for the social good as in the last 4 years he has expended in its destruction. End of Introductory. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The Earliest Flying Men. Part 1. The conquest of the air has been the dream of mankind for uncounted centuries. As far back as we have historic records, we find stories of the attempts of men to fly. The earliest Greek mythology is full of aeronautical legends, and the disaster which befell Icarus and his wings of wax, when exposed to the glare of the midsummer sun in Greece, is part of the schoolboy's task in Ovid. We find like traditions in the legendary lore of the Peruvians, the East Indians, the Babylonians, even the savage races of darkest Africa. In the Hebrew Scriptures, the chief badge of sanctity conferred on God's angels was wings and the ability to fly. If we come down to the mythology of more recent times, we find our pious ancestors in New England thoroughly convinced that the witches they flogged and hanged were perfectly able to navigate the air on a broomstick, thus antedating the Wrights' experiments with heavier-than-air machines by more than 250 years. It is an interesting fact, stimulating to philosophical reflection, that in the last decade more has been done toward the conquest of the air than in the 20 centuries preceding it, though during all that period men had been dreaming, planning, and experimenting upon contrivances for flight. Moreover, when success came, or such measure of success as has been won, it came by the application of an entirely novel principle hardly dreamed of before the 19th century. Some of the earlier efforts to master gravity and navigate the air are worthy of brief mention, if only to show how persistent were the efforts from the earliest historic ages to accomplish this end. Passing over the legends of the time of mythology, we find that many-sided genius, Leonardo da Vinci, early in the 16th century, not content with being a painter, architect, sculptor, engineer, and designer of forts, offering drawings and specifications of wings which fitted to men he thought would enable them to fly. The sketches are still preserved in a museum at Paris. He modeled his wings on those of a bat and worked them with ropes passing over pulleys, the aviator lying prone, face downward, and kicking with both arms and legs with the vigor of a frog. There is, unhappily, no record that the proposition ever advanced beyond the literary stage, certainly none that da Vinci himself thus risked his life. History records no one who kicked his way aloft with the da Vinci device, but the manuscript which the projector left shows that he recognized the modern aviator's maxim, "There's safety in altitude." He says, in somewhat confused diction, "The bird should with the aid of the wind raise itself to a great height, and this will be its safety, because although the revolutions mentioned may happen there is time for it to recover its equilibrium, provided its various parts are capable of strong resistance, so that they may safely withstand the fury and impetus of the descent." The fallacy that a man could, by the rapid flapping of wings of any sort, overcome the force of gravity persisted up to a very recent day, despite the complete mathematical demonstration by von Helmholtz in 1878 that man could not possibly by his own muscular exertions raise his own weight into the air and keep it suspended. Time after time the flapping wings were resorted to by ambitious aviators with results akin to those attained by Darius Green. One of the earliest was a French locksmith named Besnier, who had 4 collapsible planes on 2 rods balanced across his shoulders. These he vigorously moved up and down with his hands and feet, the planes opening like covers of a book as they came down, and closing as they came up. Besnier made no attempt to raise himself from the ground, but believed that once launched in the air from an elevation he could maintain himself and glide gradually to earth at a considerable distance. However, experimenting with the same method came to sorry disaster. Among these was an Italian friar whom King James IV of Scotland had made prior of Tongland. Equipped with a pair of large feather wings operated on the Besnier principle, he launched himself from the battlements of Stirling Castle in the presence of King James and his court. But gravity was too much for his apparatus, and turning over and over in mid-air, he finally landed ingloriously on a manure heap, at that period of nascent culture a very common feature of the pleasure grounds of a palace. He had a soul above his fate, however, for he ascribed his fall not to vulgar mechanical causes, but wholly to the fact that he had overlooked the proper dignity of flight by pluming his wings with the feathers of common barnyard fowl instead of with plumes plucked from the wings of eagles. In sharp competition with the aspiring souls who sought to fly with wings, the forerunners of the airplane devotees of today were those who tried to find some direct lifting device for a car which should contain the aviators. Some of their ideas were curiously logical and at the same time comic. There was, for example, a priest, Le Père Galien of Avignon. He observed that the rarefied air at the summit of the Alps was vastly lighter than that in the valleys below. What then was to hinder carrying up empty sacks of cotton or oiled silk to the mountain tops, opening them to the lighter air of the upper ranges, and sealing them hermetically when filled by it? When brought down into the valleys, they would have lifting power enough to carry tons up to the summits again. The good father's education in physics was not sufficiently advanced to warn him that the effort to drag the balloons down into the valley would exact precisely the force they would exert in lifting any load out of the valley, if indeed they possessed any lifting power whatsoever, which is exceedingly doubtful. Another project which sounded logical enough was based on the irrefutable truth that as air has some weight, to be exact 14.70 pounds for a column 1 inch square and the height of the earth's atmosphere, a vacuum must be lighter, as it contains nothing, not even air. Accordingly, in the 17th century, one Francisco Lana, another priest, proposed to build an airship supported by 4 globes of copper, very thin and light, from which all the air had been pumped. The globes were to be 20 feet in diameter and were estimated to have a lifting force of 2,650 pounds. The weight of the copper shells was put at 1,030 pounds, leaving a margin of possible weight for the car and its contents of 1,620 pounds. It seemed at first glance a perfectly reasonable and logical plan. Unhappily, one factor in the problem had been ignored. The atmospheric pressure on each of the globes would be about 1,800 tons. Something more than a thin copper shell would be needed to resist this crushing force, and an adequate increase in the strength of the shells would so enhance their weight as to destroy their lifting power. To tell at length the stories of attempt and failure of the earliest dabblers in aeronautics would be unprofitable and uninteresting. Not until the 18th century did the experimenters with lighter-than-air devices show any practical results. Not until the 20th century did the advocates of the heavier-than-air machines show the value of their fundamental idea. The former had to discover a gaseous substance actually lighter, and much lighter, than the surrounding atmosphere before they could make headway. The latter were compelled to abandon wholly the effort to imitate the flapping of a bird's wings, and study rather the method by which the bird adjusts the surface of its wings to the wind and soars without apparent effort, before they could show the world any promising results. Nearly every step forward in applied science is accomplished because of the observation by some thoughtful mind of some common phenomenon of nature, and the later application of those observations to some useful purpose. It seems a far cry from an ancient Greek philosopher reposing peacefully in his bath to a modern Zeppelin, but the connection is direct. Every schoolboy knows the story of the sudden dash of Archimedes, stark and dripping from his tub, with the triumphant cry of "Eureka! I have found it!" What he had found was the rule which governed the partial flotation of his body in water. Most of us observe it, but the philosophical mind alone inquired, why? Archimedes' answer was this rule which has become a fundamental of physics. A body plunged into a fluid is subjected by this fluid to a pressure from below to above equal to the weight of the fluid displaced by the body. A balloon is plunged in the air, a fluid. If it is filled with air there is no upward pressure from below, but if it is filled with a gas lighter than air there is a pressure upward equal to the difference between the weight of that gas and that of an equal quantity of air. Upon that fact rests the whole theory and practice of ballooning. The illustration of James Watt watching the steam rattle the cover of a teapot, and from it getting the rudimentary idea of the steam engine, is another case in point. Sometimes, however, the application of the hints of nature to the needs of man is rather ludicrously indirect. Charles Lamb gravely averred that because an early Chinaman discovered that the flesh of a pet pig, accidentally roasted in the destruction by fire of his owner's house, proved delicious to the palate, the Chinese for years made a practice of burning down their houses to get roast pig with crackling. Early experimenters in aviation observed that birds flapped their wings and flew. Accordingly, they believed that man to fly must have wings and flap them likewise. Not for hundreds of years did they observe that most birds flap their wings only to get headway or altitude, thereafter soaring to great heights and distances merely by adjusting the angle of their wings to the various currents of air they encountered. In a similar way, the earliest experimenters with balloons observed that smoke always ascended. "Let us fill a light envelope with smoke," said they, "and it will rise into the air bearing a burden with it," all of which was true enough, and some of the first balloonists cast upon their fires substances like sulphur and pitch in order to produce a thicker smoke, which they believed had greater lifting power than ordinary hot air. In the race for actual accomplishment the balloonists, the advocates of lighter-than-air machines, took the lead at first. It is customary and reasonable to discard as fanciful the various devices and theories put forward by the experimenters in the Middle Ages and fix the beginnings of practical aeronautical devices with the invention of hot air balloons by the Montgolfiers, of Paris, in 1783. The Montgolfier brothers, Joseph and Jacques, were paper makers of Paris. The family had long been famous for its development of the paper trade, and the many ingenious uses to which they put its staple. Just as the tanners of the fabled town in the Middle Ages thought there was nothing like leather with which to build its walls and gates, thereby giving a useful phrase to literature, so the Montgolfiers thought of everything in terms of paper. Sitting by their big open fireplace one night, so runs the story, they noticed the smoke rushing up the chimney. "Why not fill a big paper bag with smoke and make it lift objects into the air?" cried one. The experiment was tried next day with a small bag and proved a complete success. The neighboring housewife looked in and saw the bag bumping about the ceiling, but rapidly losing its buoyancy as the smoke escaped. "Why not fasten a pan below the mouth of the bag," said she, "and put your fire in that? Its weight will keep the bag upright, and when it rises will carry the smoke and the pan up with it." Acting upon the hint, the brothers fixed up a small bag which sailed up into the air beyond recapture. After various experiments, a bag of mixed paper and linen 35 feet in diameter was inflated and released. It soared to a height of 6,000 feet and drifted before the wind a mile or more before descending. The ascent took place in Auvergne, the home at the time of the Montgolfiers, and as every sort of publicity was given in advance, a huge assemblage including many officials of high estate gathered to witness it. A roaring fire was built in a pit over the mouth of which 8 men held a great sack, which rolled and beat about before the wind as it filled and took the form of a huge ball. The crowd was unbelieving, and the cynical inclined to scoff at the idea that mere smoke would carry so huge a construction up into the sky. But when the signal was given to cast off, the balloon rose with a swiftness and majesty that at first struck the crowd dumb, then moved it to cheers of amazement and admiration. It went up 6,000 feet, and the Montgolfiers were at once elevated to an almost equal height of fame. The crowd which watched the experiment was wild with enthusiasm. The Montgolfiers, elated with the first considerable victory over the force of gravity. They had demonstrated a principle and made their names immortal. What remained was to develop that principle and apply it to practical ends. That development, however, proceeded for something more than a century before anything like a practical airship was constructed. But for the moment the attack on the forces which had kept the air virgin territory to man was not allowed to lag. In Paris public subscriptions were opened to defray the cost of a new and greater balloon. By this time it was known that hydrogen gas, or inflammable air as it was then called, was lighter than air. But its manufacture was then expensive, and public aid was needed for the new experiment, which would call at the outset for 1,000 pounds of iron filings and 498 pounds of sulphuric acid wherewith to manufacture the gas. The first experiment had been made in the provinces. This one was set for Paris, and in an era when the French capital was intellectually more alert, more eager for novelty, more interested in the advancement of physical science and in new inventions than ever in its long history of hospitality to the new idea. They began to fill the bag August 23, 1783, in the Place des Victoires, but the populace so thronged that square that 2 days later it was moved half filled to Paris's most historic point, the Champ de Mars. The transfer was made at midnight through the narrow dark streets of medieval Paris. Eyewitnesses have left descriptions of the scene. Torchbearers lighted on its way the cortege, the central feature of which was the great bag, half filled with gas, flabby, shapeless, monstrous, mysterious, borne along by men clutching at its formless bulk. The state had recognized the importance of the new device, and cuirassiers in glittering breastplates on horseback and halberdiers in buff leather on foot guarded it in its transit through the sleeping city. But Paris was not all asleep. An escort of the sensation-loving rabble kept pace with the guards. The cries of the quarters rose above the tramp of the armed men. Observers have recorded that the passing cab drivers were so affected by wonder that they clambered down from their boxes and with doffed hats knelt in the highway while the procession passed. The Ascension, which occurred 2 days later, was another moving spectacle. In the center of the great square, which has seen so many historic pageants, rose the swaying, quivering balloon, now filled to its full capacity of 22,000 feet. Whether from the art instinct indigenous to the French, or some superstitious idea like that which impels the Chinese to paint eyes on their junks, the balloon was lavishly decorated in water colors, with views of rising suns, whirling planets, and other solar bodies amongst which it was expected to mingle. Ranks of soldiers kept the populace at a distance, while within the sacred precincts strolled the king and the ladies and cavaliers of his court, treading all unconsciously on the brink of that red terror soon to engulf the monarchy. The gas in the reeling bag was no more inflammable than the air of Paris in those days, just before the Revolution. With a salvo of cannon, the guy ropes were released and the balloon vanished in the clouds. Benjamin Franklin, at the moment representing in France the American colonies, then struggling for liberty, witnessed this ascension. "Of what use is a newborn child?" he remarked sententiously as the balloon vanished. 'Twas a saying worthy of a cautious philosopher. Had Franklin been in Paris in 1914, he would have found the child grown to lusty manhood, a strong factor in the city's defense. It is worth noting, by the way, that so alert was the American mind at that period that when the news of the Montgolfier's achievement reached Philadelphia, it found David Rittenhouse and other members of the Philosophical Society already experimenting with balloons. A curious sequel attended the descent of the Montgolfier craft, which took place in a field 15 miles from Paris. Long before the days of newspapers, the peasants had never heard of balloons, and this mysterious object dropping from high heaven into their peaceful carrot patch affrighted them. Some fled, others approached timidly, armed with the normal bucolic weapons, scythes and pitchforks. Attacked with these, the fainting monster, which many took for a dragon, responded with loud hisses and emitted a gas of unfamiliar but most pestiferous odor. It suggested brimstone, which to the devout in turn implied the presence of Satan. With guns, flails, and all obtainable weapons, they fell upon the emissary of the Evil One, beat him to the ground, crushed out of him the vile-smelling breath of his nostrils, and finally hitched horses to him and dragged him about the fields until torn to tatters and shreds. When the public-spirited Monsieur Charles, who had contributed largely to the cost of this experiment, came in a day or two to seek his balloon, he found nothing but some shreds of cloth, and some lively legends of the prowess of the peasants in demolishing the devil's own dragon. The government, far-sightedly recognizing that there would be more balloons and useful ones, thereupon issued this proclamation for the discouragement of such bucolic valor. A discovery has been made which the government deems it wise to make known so that alarm may not be occasioned to the people. On calculating the different weights of inflammable and common air, it has been found that a balloon filled with inflammable air will rise toward heaven until it is in equilibrium with the surrounding air, which may not happen till it has attained to a great height. Anyone who should see such a globe, resembling the moon in an eclipse, should be aware that far from being an alarming phenomenon, it is only a machine made of taffetas, or light canvas covered with paper, that cannot possibly cause any harm, and which will some day prove serviceable to the wants of society. Came now the next great step in the progress of aeronautics. It had been demonstrated that balloons could lift themselves. They had even been made to lift dumb animals and restore them to earth unhurt. But if the conquest of the air was to amount to anything, men must go aloft in these new machines. Lives must be risked to demonstrate a theory or to justify a calculation. Aeronautics is no science for laboratory or library prosecution. Its battles must be fought in the sky, and its devotees must be willing to offer their lives to the cause. In that respect, the science of aviation has been different from almost any subject of inquiry that has ever engaged the restless intellect of man, unless perhaps submarine navigation or the invention of explosives. It cannot be prosecuted except with a perfect willingness to risk life. No doubt this is one of the reasons why practical results seemed so long in the coming. Nor have men been niggardly in this enforced sacrifice. Though no records of assured accuracy are available, the names of 48 aeronauts who gave up their lives in the century following the Montgolfier's invention are recorded. That record ended in 1890. How many have since perished, particularly in the battlefields of Europe where aircraft are as commonplace as cannon, it is too early yet to estimate. End of The Earliest Flying Men, Part 1. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The Earliest Flying Men, Part 2. After the success of the ascension from the Champs de Mars, the demand at once arose for an ascension by a human being. It was a case of calling for volunteers. The experiments already made showed clearly enough that the balloon would rise high in air. Who would risk his life soaring 1,000 feet or more above the earth in a flimsy bag, filled with hot air or inflammable gas, without means of directing its course or bringing it with certainty and safety back to a landing place? It was a hard question, and it is interesting to note that it was answered not by a soldier or sailor, not by an adventurer or devil-may-care spirit, but by a grave and learned professor of physical science, Pilatre de Rosières. Presently he was joined in his enterprise by a young man of the fashionable world and sporting tastes, the Marquis de Rande. Aristocratic Paris took up aviation in the last days of the 18th century, precisely as the American leisure class is taking it up in the first days of the 19th. The balloon for this adventure was bigger than its predecessors, and for the first time a departure was taken from the spherical variety, the gas bag being 74 feet high and 48 feet in diameter. Like the first Montgolfier balloons, it was to be inflated with hot air, and the car was well packed with bundles of fuel with which the two aeronauts were to fill the iron brazier when its fires went down. The instinct for art and decoration, so strong in the French mind, had been given full play by the constructors of this balloon, and it was painted with something of the gorgeousness of a circus poster. A tremendous crowd packed the park near Paris, whence the ascent was made. Always the spectacle of human lives in danger has been a morbid attraction for curiosity seekers, and we have seen in our own days throngs attracted to aviation congresses quite as much in the expectation of witnessing some fatal disaster as to observe the progress made in man's latest conquest over nature. But in this instance the occasion justified the widest interest. It was an historic moment, more epoch-making than those who gathered in that field in the environs of Paris could have possibly imagined. For in the clumsy, gaudy bag, rolling and tossing above a smoky fire, lay the fundamentals of those great airships that, perfected by the persistence of Count Zeppelin, have crossed angry seas, breasted fierce winds, defied alike the blackest nights and the thickest fogs to rain their messages of death on the capital of a foe. Contemporary accounts of this first ascension are but few, and those that have survived have come down to us in but fragmentary form. It was thought needful for two to make the ascent, for the car or basket which held the fire hung below the open mouth of the bag, and the weight of a man on one side would disturb the perfect equilibrium which it was believed would be essential to a successful flight. The Marquis d'Orlande, in a published account of the brief flight, which sounds rather as if the two explorers of an unknown element were not free from nervousness, writes: "Our departure was at 54 minutes past 1, and occasioned little stir among the spectators. Thinking they might be frightened and stand in need of encouragement, I waved my arm." This solicitude for the fears of the spectators, standing safely on solid earth while the first aeronauts sailed skywards, is characteristically Gallic. The Marquis continues: "Monsieur de Rozier cried, 'You are doing nothing and we are not rising.' I stirred the fire and then began to scan the river, but Pilatre again cried, 'See the river, we are dropping into it.' We again urged the fire, but still clung to the river bed. Presently I heard a noise in the upper part of the balloon which gave a shock as though it had burst. I called to my companion, 'Are you dancing?' The balloon by this time had many holes burnt in it, and using my sponge I cried that we must descend. My companion, however, explained that we were over Paris and must now cross it, therefore raising the fire once more we turned south till we passed Luxembourg, when, extinguishing the flames, the balloon came down spent and empty." If poor Pilatre played the part of a rather nervous man in this narrative, he had the nerve still to go on with his aeronautical experiments to the point of death. In 1785 he essayed the crossing of the English Channel in a balloon of his own design, in which he sought to combine the principles of the gas and hot air balloons. It appears to have been something like an effort to combine nitroglycerin with an electric spark. At any rate, the dense crowds that thronged the coast near Boulogne to see the start of the Charles Montgolfier, as the balloon was named after the originators of the rival systems, saw it, after half an hour's drift out to sea, suddenly explode in a burst of flame. De Rozier and a friend who accompanied him were killed. A monument still recalls their fate, which, however, is more picturesquely recorded in the signs of sundry inns and cafés of the neighborhood, which offers refreshment in the name of Les Aviators Perdus. Thereafter experimenters with balloons multiplied amazingly. The world thought the solution of the problem of flight had been found in the gas bag. Within 2 months a balloon capable of lifting 18 tons and carrying 7 passengers ascended 3,000 feet at Lyons, and, though sustaining a huge rent in the envelope because of the expansion of the gas at that height, returned to earth in safety. The fever ran from France to England, and in 1784, only a year after the first Montgolfier experiments, Lunardi, an Italian aeronaut, made an ascension from London which was viewed by King George III and his ministers, among them William Pitt. But the early enthusiasm for ballooning quickly died down to mere curiosity. It became apparent to all that merely to rise into the air, there to be the helpless plaything of the wind, was but a useless and futile accomplishment. Pleasure seekers and mountebanks used balloons for their own purposes, but serious experimenters at once saw that if the invention of the balloon was to be of the slightest practical value, some method must be devised for controlling and directing its flight. To this end some of the brightest intellects of the world directed their efforts, but it is hardly overstating the case to say that more than a century passed without any considerable progress toward the development of a dirigible balloon. But even at the earliest time it was evident enough that the Quaker philosopher from the American colonies, not yet the United States, whose shrewd and inquiring disposition made him intellectually one of the foremost figures of his day, foresaw clearly the great possibilities of this new invention. In letters to Sir Joseph Banks, then president of the Royal Society of London, Franklin gave a lively account of the first 3 ascensions, together with some comments, at once suggestive and humorous, which are worth quoting. "Some think," he wrote of the balloon, "progressive motion on the earth may be advanced by it, and that a running footman, or a horse slung and suspended under such a globe, so as to have no more of weight pressing the earth with their feet than perhaps 8 or 10 pounds, might with a fair wind run in a straight line across countries as fast as that wind, and over hedges, ditches, and even waters. It has been even fancied that in time people will keep such globes anchored in the air, to which by pulleys they may draw up game to be preserved in the cool and water to be frozen when ice is wanted. and that to get money it will be contrived by running them up in an elbow chair a mile high for a guinea, etc., etc. With his New England lineage, Franklin could hardly have failed of this comparison. A few months since the idea of witches riding through the air upon a broomstick and that of philosophers upon a bag of smoke would have appeared equally impossible and ridiculous. Today, when aircraft are the eyes of the armies in the greatest war of history, and when it appears that, with the return of peace, the conquest of the air for the ordinary uses of man will be swiftly completed, Franklin's good-humored plea for the fullest experimentation is worth recalling. And the touch of piety with which he concludes his argument is a delightful example of the whimsical fashion in which he often undertook to bolster up a mundane theory with a reference to things supernatural. I am sorry this experiment is totally neglected in England, where mechanic genius is so strong. I wish I could see the same emulation between the two nations as I see between the two parties here. Your philosophy seems to be too bashful. In this country we are not so much afraid of being laughed at. If we do a foolish thing, we are the first to laugh at it ourselves, and are almost as much pleased with a bon mot or a chanson that ridicules well the disappointment of a project as we might have been with its success. It does not seem to me a good reason to decline prosecuting a new experiment which apparently increases the power of man over matter till we can see to what use that power may be applied. When we have learnt to manage it, we may hope some time or other to find uses for it, as men have done for magnetism and electricity, of which the first experiments were mere matters of amusement. This experience is by no means a trifling one, and may be attended with important consequences that no one can foresee. We should not suffer pride to prevent our progress in science. Beings of a rank and nature far superior to ours have not disdained to amuse themselves with making and launching balloons, otherwise we should never have enjoyed the light of those glorious objects that rule our day and night, nor have had the pleasure of riding around the sun ourselves upon the balloon we now inhabit. B. Franklin. The earliest experimenters thought that oars might be employed to propel and direct a balloon. The immediate failure of all endeavors of this sort led them, still pursuing the analogy between a balloon and a ship at sea, to try to navigate the air with sails. This again proved futile. It is impossible for a balloon or airship to tack or maneuver in a way by sail power. It is in fact a monster sail itself, needing some other power than the wind to make headway or steerage way against the wind. The sail device was tested only to be abandoned. Only when a trail rope dragging along the ground or sea is employed does the sail offer sufficient resistance to the wind to sway the balloon's course this way or that, and a trailer is impracticable when navigating great heights. For these reasons the development of the balloon lagged until Count Zeppelin and Monsieur Santos-Dumont consecrated their fortunes, their inventive minds, and their amazing courage to the task of perfecting a dirigible. In a book necessarily packed with information concerning the rapid development of aircraft which began in the last decade of the 19th century and was enormously stimulated during the War of all the World, the long series of early experiments with balloons must be passed over hastily. Though interesting, historically these experiments were futile. Beyond having discovered what could not be done with a balloon, the practitioners of that form of aeronautics were little further along in 1898 when Count Zeppelin came along with the first plan for a rigid dirigible than they were when Blanchard, in 1786, seizing a favorable gale, drifted across the English Channel to the French shore, together with Dr. Jeffries, an American. It was just 124 years later that Blériot, a Frenchman, made the crossing in an airplane independently of favoring winds. It had taken a century and a quarter to attain this independence. In a vague way the earliest balloonists recognized that power, independent of wind, was necessary to give balloons steerage way and direction. Steam was in its infancy during the early days of ballooning, but the efforts to devise some sort of an engine light enough to be carried into the air were untiring. Within a year after the experiments of the Montgolfier brothers, the suggestion was made that the explosion of small quantities of gun cotton and the expulsion of the resulting gases might be utilized in some fashion to operate propelling machinery. Though the suggestion was not developed to any useful point, it was of interest as forecasting the fundamental idea of the gas engines of to day which have made aviation possible, that is, the creation of power by a series of explosions within the motor. In the effort to make balloons dirigible one of the first steps was to change the form from the spherical or pear-shaped bag to a cylindrical or cigar shape. This device was adopted by the brothers Robert in France as early as 1784. Their balloon further had a double skin or envelope, its purpose being partly to save the gas which percolated through the inner skin, partly to maintain the rigidity of the structure. As gas escapes from an ordinary balloon, it becomes flabby and can be driven through the air only with extreme difficulty. In the balloon of the Robert brothers, air could from time to time be pumped into the space between the two skins, keeping the outer envelope always fully distended and rigid. In later years this idea has been modified by incorporating in the envelope one large or a number of smaller balloons or ballonets, into which air may be pumped as needed. The shape too has become approximate that of a fish rather than a bird, in the case of balloons at least. The head of a cod and the tail of a mackerel was the way Marie Monge, the French aeronaut, described it. Though most apparent in dirigible balloons, this will be seen to be the favorite design for airplanes if the wings be stripped off, and the body and tail alone considered. Complete, these machines are not unlike a flying fish. In England, Sir George Cayley, as early as 1810, studied and wrote largely on the subject of dirigibles, but, though the English call him the father of British aeronautics, his work seems to have been rather theoretical than practical. He did indeed demonstrate mathematically that no lifting power existed that would support the cumbrous steam engine of that date, and tried to solve this dilemma by devising a gas engine and an explosive engine. With one of the latter, driven by a series of explosions of gunpowder, each in a separate cell set off by a detonator, he equipped a flying machine which attained a sufficient height to frighten Cayley's coachman, whom he had persuaded to act as pilot. The rather unwilling aviator, fearing a loftier flight, jumped out and broke his leg, though by virtue of this martyrdom his name should surely have descended to fame with that of Cayley. It has been lost, together with all records of any later performances of the machine, which unquestionably embodied some of the basic principles of our modern aircraft, though it antedated the first of these by nearly a century. We may pass over hastily some of the later experiments with dirigibles that failed. In 1834 the Count de Lennox built an airship 130 feet long to be driven by oars worked by manpower. When the crowd that gathered to watch the ascent found that the machine was too heavy to ascend even without the men, they expressed their lively contempt for the inventor by tearing his clothes to tatters and smashing his luckless airship. In 1852 another Frenchman, Henry Giffard, built a cigar-shaped balloon 150 feet long by 40 feet in diameter, driven by steam. The engine weighed 300 pounds and generated about 3 horsepower, about 1/200th as much power as a gas engine of equal weight would produce. Even with this slender power, however, Giffard attained a speed, independent of the wind, of from 5 to 7 miles an hour, enough at least for steerage way. This was really the first practical demonstration of the possibilities of the mechanical propulsion of balloons. Several adaptations of the Giffard idea followed, and in 1883 Renard and Krebs, in a fusiform ship driven by an electric motor, attained a speed of 15 miles an hour. By this time inventive genius in all countries, save the United States, which lagged in interest in dirigibles, was stimulated. Germany and France became the great protagonists in the struggle for precedence, and in the struggle two figures stand out with commanding prominence: the Count von Zeppelin and Santos-Dumont, a young Brazilian resident in Paris, who, without official countenance, consecrated his fortune to, and risked his life in, the service of aviation. End of The Earliest Flying Men, Part 2. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The Services of Santos-Dumont, Part 1. In his book, My Airships, the distinguished aviator A. Santos-Dumont tells this story of the ambition of his youth and its realization in later days. I cannot say at what age I made my first kites, but I remember how my comrades used to tease me at our game of pigeon flies. All the children gather round a table, and the leader calls out, "Pigeon flies, hen flies, crow flies, bee flies," and so on, and at each call we were supposed to raise our fingers. Sometimes, however, he would call out dog flies, fox flies, or some other like impossibility to catch us. If anyone raised a finger, then he was made to pay a forfeit. Now my playmates never failed to wink and smile mockingly at me when one of them called man flies, for at the word I would always raise my finger very high, as a sign of absolute conviction, and I refused with energy to pay the forfeit. The more they laughed at me, the happier I was, hoping that some day the laugh would be on my side. Among the thousands of letters which I received after winning the Deutsch prize, a prize offered in 1901 for sailing around the Eiffel Tower, there was one that gave me peculiar pleasure. I quote from it as a matter of curiosity. "Do you remember, my dear Alberto, when we played together pigeon flies? It came back to me suddenly when the news of your success reached Rio. Man flies, old fellow. You were right to raise your finger, and you have just proved it by flying round the Eiffel Tower." They play the old game now more than ever at home, but the name has been changed, and the rules modified since October 19, 1901. They call it now man flies, and he who does not raise his finger at the word pays the forfeit. The story of Santos-Dumont affords a curious instance of a boy being obsessed by an idea which as a man he carried to its successful fruition. It offers also evidence of the service that may accrue to society from the devotion of a dilettante to what people may call a fad, but what is in fact the germ of a great idea needing only an enthusiast with enthusiasm, brains, and money for its development. Because the efforts of Santos-Dumont always smacked of the amateur, he has been denied his real place in the history of aeronautics, which is that of a fearless innovator and a devoted worker in the cause. Born on one of those great coffee plantations of Brazil, where all is done by machinery that possibly can be, Santos-Dumont early developed a passion for mechanics. In childhood he made toy airplanes. He confesses that his favorite author was Jules Verne, and that literary idol of boyhood, who, while writing books as wildly imaginative as any dime tale of Redskins or nickel novel of the doings of Nick Carter, had none the less the spirit of prophecy that led him to forecast the submarine, the automobile, and the navigation of the air. At 15, Santos-Dumont saw his first balloon and marked the day with red. "I too desire to go ballooning," he writes. "In the long sun-bathed Brazilian afternoons, when the hum of insects, punctuated by the far-off cry of some bird, lulled me, I would lie in the shade of the veranda and gaze into the fair sky of Brazil, where the birds fly so high and soar with such ease on their great outstretched wings, where the clouds mount so gaily in the pure light of day, and you have only to raise your eyes to fall in love with space and freedom." So, musing on the exploration of the aerial ocean, I too devised airships and flying machines in my imagination. From dreaming, the boy's ambitions rapidly developed into actions. Good South Americans, whatever the practice of their northern neighbors, do not wait to die before going to Paris. At the age of 18, the youth found himself in the capital of the world. To his amazement, he found that the science of aeronautics, such as it was, had stopped with Giffard's work in 1852. No dirigible was to be heard of in all Paris. The antiquated gas ball was the only way to approach the upper air. When the boy tried to arrange for an ascension, the balloonist he consulted put so unconscionable a price on one ascent that he bought an automobile instead, one of the first made, for this was in 1891, and with it returned to Brazil. It was not until 6 years later that, his ambition newly fired by reading of André's plans for reaching the Pole in a balloon, Santos-Dumont took up anew his ambition to become an aviator. His own account of his first ascent does not bear precisely the hall mark of the enthusiast too wrapped in ecstasy to think of common things. "I had brought up," he notes gravely, "a substantial lunch of hard-boiled eggs, cold roast beef and chicken, cheese, ice cream, fruits and cakes, champagne, coffee, and chartreuse." The balloon with its intrepid voyagers nevertheless returned to earth in safety. A picturesque figure, an habitué of the clubs, and an eager sportsman, Santos-Dumont at once won the liking of the French people, and attracted attention wherever people gave thought to aviation. Liberal in expenditure of money, and utterly fearless in exposing his life, he pushed his experiments for the development of a true dirigible tirelessly. Perhaps his major fault was that he learned but slowly from the experiences of others. He clung to the spherical balloon long after the impossibility of controlling it in the air was accepted as unavoidable by aeronauts. But in 1898, having become infatuated with the performances of a little 66-pound tricycle motor, he determined to build a cigar-shaped airship to fit it, and with that determination won success. Amateur he may have been, was indeed throughout the greater part of his career as an airman. Nevertheless, Santos-Dumont has to his credit two very notable achievements. He was the first constructor and pilot of a dirigible balloon that made a round trip, that is to say, returned to its starting place after rounding a stake at some distance, in this instance the Eiffel Tower, 3½ miles from St. Cloud, whence Santos-Dumont started, and whither he returned within half an hour, the time prescribed. This was not, indeed, the first occasion on which a round trip, necessitating operation against the wind on at least one course, had been made. In 1884, Captain Renard had accomplished this feat for the first time with the fish-shaped balloon La France, driven by an electric motor of 9 horsepower. But though thus antedated in his exploit, Santos-Dumont did in fact accomplish more for the advancement and development of dirigible balloons. To begin with, he was able to use a new and efficient form of motor destined to become popular, and capable, as the automobile manufacturers later showed, of almost illimitable development in the direction of power and lightness. Except for the gasoline engine, developed by the makers of motor cars, aviation today would be where it was a quarter of a century ago. Moreover, by his personal qualities, no less than by his successful demonstration of the possibilities inherent in the dirigible, Santos-Dumont persuaded the French government to take up aeronautics again, after abandoning the subject as a mere fad of a number of visionaries. Turning from balloons to airplanes, the Brazilian was the first aviator to make a flight with a heavier-than-air machine before a body of judges. This triumph was mainly technical. The Wrights had made an equally notable flight almost a year before, but not under conditions that made it a matter of scientific record. But, setting aside for the time the work done by Santos-Dumont with machines heavier than air, let us consider his triumphs with balloons at the opening of his career. He had come to France about 40 years after Henry Giffard had demonstrated the practicability of navigating a balloon 144 feet long and 34 feet in diameter with a 3 horsepower steam engine. But no material success attended this demonstration, important as it was, and the inventor turned his attention to captive balloons, operating one at the Paris Exposition of 1878 that took up 40 passengers at a time. There followed Captain Renard, to whose achievement we have already referred. He had laid down as the fundamentals of a dirigible balloon these specifications: a cigar or fish-like shape, an internal sac or balloonette into which air might be pumped to replace any lost gas and maintain the shape of the balloon, a keel or other longitudinal brace to maintain the longitudinal stability of the balloon and from which the car containing the motor might be hung, a propeller driven by a motor, the size and power of both to be as great as permitted by the lifting power of the balloon, a rudder capable of controlling the course of the ship. Santos-Dumont adopted all of these specifications, but added to them certain improvements which gave his airships, he built 5 of them before taking his first prize, notable superiority over that of Renard. To begin with, he had the inestimable advantage of having the gasoline motor. He further lightened his craft by having the envelope made of Japanese silk, in flat defiance of all the builders of balloons who assured him that the substance was too light and its use would be suicidal. "All right," said the innovator to his favorite constructor, who refused to build him a balloon of that material. "I'll build it myself." In the face of this threat the builder capitulated. The balloon was built, and the silk proved to be the best fabric available at that time for the purpose. A keel made of strips of pine, banded together with aluminum wire, formed the backbone of the Santos-Dumont craft, and from it depended the car about 1/4 of the length of the balloon and hung squarely amidships. The idea of this keel occurred to the inventor while pleasuring at Nice. Later it saved his life. One novel and exceedingly simple device bore witness to the ingenuity of the inventor. He had noticed in his days of free ballooning that to rise the aeronaut had to throw out sand ballast. To descend he had to open the valves and let out gas. As his supply of both gas and sand was limited, it was clear that the time of his flight was necessarily curtailed every time he ascended or descended. Santos-Dumont thought to husband his supplies of lifting force and of ballast, and make the motor raise and lower the ship. It was obvious that the craft would go whichever way the bow might be pointed, whether up or down. But how to shift the bow? The solution seems so simple that one wonders it ever perplexed aviators. From the peak of the bow and stern of his craft, Santos-Dumont hung long ropes caught in the center by lighter ropes by which they could be dragged into the car. In the car was carried a heavy bag of sand, which, so long as it was there, held the ship in a horizontal plane. Was it needful to depress the bow? Then the bow rope was hauled in, the bag attached and swung out to a position where it would pull the forward tip of the delicately adjusted gas bag toward the earth. If only a gentle inclination was desired, the bag was not allowed to hang directly under the bow, but was held at a point somewhere between the car and the bow so that the pull would be diagonal and the great cylinder would be diverted but little from the horizontal. If it were desired to ascend, a like manipulation of the ballast on the stern rope would depress the stern and point the bow upwards. For slight changes in direction it was not necessary even to attach the sand bag. Merely drawing the rope into the car and thus changing the line of its pull was sufficient. The Deutsch prize which stimulated Santos-Dumont to his greatest achievements with dirigibles was a purse of $20,000 offered by Mr. Henry Deutsch, a wealthy patron of the art of aviation. Not himself an aviator, M. Deutsch greatly aided the progress of the air's conquest. Convinced that the true solution of the problem lay in development of the gasoline engine, he expended large sums in developing and perfecting it. When he believed it was sufficiently developed to solve the problem of directing the flight of balloons, he offered his prize for the circuit of the Eiffel Tower. The conditions of the contest were not easy. The competitor had to sail from the Aero Club at St. Cloud, pass twice over the Seine, which at that point makes an abrupt bend, sail over the Bois de Boulogne, circle the tower, and return to the stopping place within half an hour. The distance was about 7 miles, and it is noteworthy that in his own comment on the test Santos-Dumont complains that that required an average speed of 15 miles an hour, of which he could not be sure with his balloon. Today dirigibles make 60 miles an hour, and airplanes not infrequently reach 130 miles. Moreover, there could be no picking of a day on which atmospheric conditions were especially good. Mr. Deutsch has stipulated that the test must be made in the presence of a scientific commission whose members must be notified 24 hours in advance. None could tell 24 hours ahead what the air might be like, and as for utilizing the aviator's most favorable hour, the calm of the dawn, M. Santos-Dumont remarked, "The duelist may call out his friends at that sacred hour, but not the airship captain." The craft with which the Brazilian first strove to win the Deutsch prize he called Santos-Dumont No. 5. It was a cylinder, sharp at both ends, 109 feet long, and driven by a 12 horsepower motor. The new feature was the use of piano wire for the support of the car, thus greatly reducing the resistance of the air, which in the case of the old cord suspensions was almost as great as that of the balloon itself. Another novel feature was water ballast tanks forward and aft on the balloon itself and holding together 12 gallons. By pulling steel wires in the car, the aviator could open the stop cocks. The layman scarcely appreciates the very slight shift in ballast which will affect the stability of a dirigible. The shifting of a rope a few feet from its normal position, the dropping of 2 handfuls of sand, or release of a cup of water will do it. A humorous writer describing a lunch with Santos-Dumont in the air says, "Nothing must be thrown overboard, be it a bottle, an empty box, or a chicken bone, without the pilot's permission." After unofficial tests of his "No. 5," in one of which he circled the tower without difficulty, Santos-Dumont summoned the Scientific Commission for a test. In 10 minutes he had turned the tower and started back against a fierce head wind, which made him 10 minutes late in reaching the timekeepers. Just as he did so his engine failed, and after drifting for a time his ship perched on top of a chestnut tree on the estate of M. Edmond Rothschild. Philosophical as ever, the aeronaut clung to his craft, dispatched an excellent lunch which the Princess Isabel Comtesse d'Eu, daughter of Dom Pedro, the deposed Emperor of Brazil, sent to his eyrie in the branches, and finally extricated himself and his balloon, neither much the worse for the accident. He had failed, but his determination to win was only whetted. The second trial for the Deutsch prize, like the first, ended in failure, but that failure was so much more dramatic even than the success which attended the third effort that it is worth telling, and can best be told in M. Santos-Dumont's own words. The quotation is from his memoir, My Airships. And now I come to a terrible day, 8th of August, 1901. At 6:30 A.M., in presence of the Scientific Commission of the Aero Club, I started again for the Eiffel Tower. I turned the tower at the end of 9 minutes and took my way back to St. Cloud, but my balloon was losing hydrogen through one of its 2 automatic gas valves whose spring had been accidentally weakened. I had perceived the beginning of this loss of gas even before reaching the Eiffel Tower, and ordinarily, in such an event, I should have come at once to earth to examine the lesion. But here I was, competing for a prize of great honor, and my speed had been good. Therefore I risked going on. The balloon now shrunk visibly. By the time I had got back to the fortifications of Paris, near La Muette, it caused the suspension wires to sag so much that those nearest to the screw propeller caught in it as it revolved. I saw the propeller cutting and tearing at the wires. I stopped the motor instantly. Then, as a consequence, the airship was at once driven back toward the tower by the wind, which was strong. At the same time I was falling. The balloon had lost much gas. I might have thrown out ballast and greatly diminished the fall, but then the wind would have time to blow me back on the Eiffel Tower. I therefore preferred to let the airship go down as it was going. It may have seemed a terrific fall to those who watched it from the ground, but to me the worst detail was the airship's lack of equilibrium. The half-empty balloon, fluttering its empty end as an elephant waves his trunk, caused the airship's stern to point upward at an alarming angle. What I most feared, therefore, was that the unequal strain on the suspension wires would break them one by one, and so precipitate me to the ground. Why was the balloon fluttering an empty end causing all this extra danger? How was it that the rotary ventilator was not fulfilling its purpose in feeding the interior air balloon and in this manner swelling out the gas balloon around it? The answer must be looked for in the nature of the accident. The rotary ventilator stopped working when the motor itself stopped, and I had been obliged to stop the motor to prevent the propeller from tearing the suspension wires near it when the balloon first began to sag from loss of gas. It is true that the ventilator which was working at that moment had not proved sufficient to prevent the first sagging. It may have been that the interior balloon refused to fill out properly. The day after the accident, when my balloon constructor's man came to me for the plans of a No. 6 balloon envelope, I gathered from something he said that the interior balloon of No. 5, not having been given time for its varnish to dry before being adjusted, might have stuck together or stuck to the sides or bottom of the outer balloon. Such are the rewards of haste. I was falling. At the same time the wind was carrying me toward the Eiffel Tower. It had already carried me so far that I was expecting to land on the Seine embankment beyond the Trocadero. My basket and the whole of the keel had already passed the Trocadero hotels, and had my balloon been a spherical one it would have cleared the building. But now, at the last critical moment, the end of the long balloon that was still full of gas came slapping down on the roof just before clearing it. It exploded with a great noise, struck after being blown up. This was the terrific explosion described in the newspaper of the day. I had made a mistake in my estimate of the wind's force by a few yards. Instead of being carried on to fall on the Seine embankment, I now found myself hanging in my wicker basket high up in the courtyard of the Trocadero hotels, supported by my airship's keel, that stood braced at an angle of about 45 degrees between the courtyard wall above and the roof of a lower construction farther down. The keel, in spite of my weight, that of the motor and machinery, and the shock it had received in falling, resisted wonderfully. The thin pine scantlings and piano wires of Nice, the town where the idea of a keel first suggested itself, had saved my life. After what seemed tedious waiting, I saw a rope being lowered to me from the roof above. I held to it and was hauled up, when I perceived my rescuers to be the brave firemen of Paris. From their station at Passy they had been watching the flight of the airship. They had seen my fall and immediately hastened to the spot. Then, having rescued me, they proceeded to rescue the airship. The operation was painful. The remains of the balloon envelope and the suspension wires hung lamentably, and it was impossible to disengage them except in strips and fragments. End of the Services of Santos-Dumont, Part 1. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The Services of Santos-Dumont, Part 2. The later balloon, No. 6, with which Santos-Dumont won the Deutsch prize, may fairly be taken as his conception of the finished type of dirigible for one man. In fact, his aspirations never soared as high as those of Count Zeppelin, and the largest airship he ever planned, called the Omnibus, carried only 4 men. It is probable that the diversion of his interest from dirigibles to airplanes had most to do with his failure to carry his development further than he did. No. 6 was 108 feet long and 20 feet in diameter, with an 18-horsepower gasoline engine which could drive it at about 19 miles an hour. Naturally, the aeronaut's first thought in his new construction was of the valves. The memory of the anxious minutes spent perched on the window sill of the Trocadero Hotel or dangling like a spider at the end of the fireman's rope were still fresh. The balloonette which had failed him in No. 5 was perfected in its successor. Notwithstanding the care with which she was constructed, the prize winner turned out to be a rather unlucky ship. On her trial voyage she ran into a tree and was damaged, and even on the day of her greatest conquest she behaved badly. The test was made on October 1, 1901. The aeronaut had rounded the tower finely and was making for home when the motor began to miss and threatened to stop altogether. While Santos-Dumont was tinkering with the engine, leaving the steering wheel to itself, the balloon drifted over the Bois de Boulogne. As usual, the cool air from the wood caused the hydrogen in the balloon to contract, and the craft dropped until it appeared the voyage would end in the tree tops. Hastily shifting his weights, the aeronaut forced the prow of the ship upwards to a sharp angle with the earth. Just at this moment the reluctant engine started up again with such vigor that for a moment the ship threatened to assume a perpendicular position, pointing straight up in the sky. A cry went up from the spectators below, who feared a dire catastrophe was about to end a voyage which promised success. But with incomparable sang-froid the young Brazilian manipulated the weights, restored the ship to the horizontal again without stopping the engines, and reached the finishing stake in time to win the prize. Soon after it was awarded him, the Brazilian government presented him with another substantial prize, together with a gold medal bearing the words "Por céus nunca de antes navegados," through heavens hitherto unsailed. In a sense, the reference to the heavens is a trifle over rhetorical. Santos-Dumont differed from all aviators, or pilots of airplanes, and most navigators of dirigibles in always advocating the strategy of staying near the ground. In his flights he barely topped the roofs of the houses, and in his writings he repeatedly refers to the sense of safety that came to him when he knew he was close to the tree tops of a forest. This may have been due to the fact that in his very first flight in a dirigible he narrowly escaped a fatal accident due to flying too high. As he descended, the gas which had expanded now contracted, the balloon began to collapse in the middle, cords subjected to unusual stress began to snap, the air pump which should have pumped the ballonet full of air to keep the balloon rigid failed to work. Seeing that he was about to fall into a field in which his drag rope was already trailing, the imperiled airman had a happy thought. Some boys were there flying kites. He shouted to them to seize his rope and run against the wind. The balloon responded to the new force like a kite. The rapidity of its fall was checked, and its pilot landed with only a serious shaking. But thereafter Santos-Dumont preached the maxim, rare among airmen, "Keep near the ground. That way lies safety." Most aviators, however, prefer the heights of the atmosphere, as a sailor prefers the wide and open sea to a course near land. After winning the Deutsch prize, Santos-Dumont continued for a time to amuse himself with dirigibles. I say amuse purposely, for never did serious aeronaut get so much fun out of a rather perilous pastime as he. In his "No. 9" he built the smallest dirigible ever known. The balloon had just power enough to raise her pilot and 66 pounds more, beside a 3-horsepower motor. But she attained a speed of 12 miles an hour, was readily handled, and it was her owner's dearest delight to use her for a taxicab, calling for lunch at the cafés in the Bois, and paying visits to friends upon whom he looked in, literally, at their second-story windows. He ran her in and out of her hangar as one would a motor car from its garage. One day he sailed down the Avenue des Champs-Élysées at the level of the second and third-story windows of the palaces that lined that stately street. Coming to his own house, he descended, made fast, and went in to déjeuner, leaving his aerial cab without. In the city streets he steered mainly by aid of a guide rope trailing behind him. With this he turned sharp corners, went around the Arc de Triomphe, and said, "I might have guide roped under it had I thought myself worthy." On occasion he picked up children in the streets and gave them a ride. Though before losing his interest in dirigibles, Santos-Dumont carried the number of his construction up to 10. He cannot be said to have devised any new and useful improvements after his "No. 6." The largest of his ships was "No. 10," which had a capacity of 80,000 cubic feet, about 10 times the size of the little runabout with which he played pranks in Paris streets. In this balloon he placed partitions to prevent the gas shifting to one part of the envelope, and to guard against losing it all in the event of a tear. The same principle was fundamental in Count Zeppelin's airships. In 1904 he brought a dirigible to the United States, expecting to compete for a prize at the St. Louis Exposition. But while suffering exasperating delay from the red tape which enveloped the Exposition authorities, he discovered one morning that his craft had been mutilated almost beyond repair in its storage place. In high dudgeon he left at once for Paris. The explanation of the malicious act has never been made clear, though many Americans had an uneasy feeling that the gallant and sportsmanlike Brazilian had been badly treated in our land. On his return to Paris he at once began experimenting with heavier-than-air machines. Of his work with them we shall give some account later. Despite its great personal popularity, the airship built by Santos-Dumont never appealed to the French military authorities. Probably this was largely due to the fact that he never built one of a sufficient size to meet military tests. The amateur in him was unconquerable. While von Zeppelin's first ship was big enough to take the air in actual war, the Frenchman went on building craft for 1 or 2 men. good models for others to seize and build upon, but nothing which a war office could actually adopt. But he served his country well by stimulating the creation of great companies who built largely upon the foundations he had laid. First and greatest of these was the company formed by the Lebaudy brothers, wealthy sugar manufacturers. Their model was semi-rigid, that is, provided with an inflexible keel or floor to the gas bag, which was cigar-shaped. The most successful of the earlier ships was 190 feet long, with a car suspended by cables 10 feet below the balloon and carrying the twin motors, together with passengers and supplies. Although it made many voyages without accident, it finally encountered what seems to be the chief peril of dirigible balloons, being torn from its moorings at Chalons and dashed against trees to the complete demolition of its envelope. Repaired in 11 weeks, she was taken over by the French Department of War and was in active service at the beginning of the war. Her two successors on the company's building ways were less fortunate. La Patrie, after many successful trips and manoeuvres with the troops, was insecurely moored at Verdun, the famous fortress, where she was to have been permanently stationed. Came up a heavy gale. Her anchors began to drag. The bugle sounded, and the soldiers by hundreds rushed from the fort to aid. Hurled along by the wind, she dragged the soldiers after her. Fearing disaster to the men, the commandant reluctantly ordered them to let go. The ship leaped into the black upper air and disappeared. All across France, across that very country where in 1916 the trenches cut their ugly zigzags from the Channel to the Vosges, she drifted unseen. By morning she was flying over England and Wales. Ireland caught a glimpse of her, and days thereafter sailors coming into port told of a curious yellow mass, seemingly flabby and disintegrating like the carcass of a whale, floating far out at sea. Her partnership, La République, had a like tragic end. She too made many successful trips, and proved her stability and worth. But one day, while manoeuvring near Paris, one of her propellers broke and tore a great rent in her envelope. As a Titanic, her hull ripped open by an iceberg sunk with more than 1,000 of her people, so this airship, wounded in a more unstable element, fell to the ground, killing all on board. Two airships were built in France for England in 1909. One, the Clement Bayard II, was of the rigid type and built for the government. The other, a Lebaudy, was non-rigid and paid for by popular subscriptions raised by England by the Morning Post. Both were safely delivered near London, having made their voyages of approximately 242 miles each at a speed exceeding 40 miles an hour. These were the first airships acquired for British use. In the United States, the only serious effort to develop the dirigible prior to the war and to apply it to some definite purpose was made not by the government but by an individual. Mr. Walter Wellman, a distinguished journalist, fired by the effort of Andrée to reach the North Pole in a drifting balloon, undertook a similar expedition with a dirigible in 1907. A balloon was built 184 feet in length and 52 feet in diameter, and was driven by a 70 to 80 horsepower motor. A curious feature of this craft was the guide rope, or as Wellman called it, the equilibrator, which was made of steel, jointed and hollow. At the lower end were 4 steel cylinders carrying wheels, and so arranged that they would float on water or trundle along over the roughest ice. The idea was that the equilibrator would serve like a guide rope, trailing on the water or ice when the balloon hung low, and increasing the power of its drag if the balloon, rising higher, lifted a greater part of its length into the air. Wellman had every possible appliance to contribute to the safety of the airship, and many believe that had fortune favored him, the glory of the discovery of the Pole would have been his. Unhappily, he encountered only ill luck. One reason he spent at Danes Island near Spitzenberg, whence Andrée had set sail, waiting vainly for favorable weather conditions. The following summer, just as he was about to start, a fierce storm destroyed his balloon shed and injured the balloon. Before necessary repairs could be accomplished, Admiral Peary discovered the Pole, and the purpose of the expedition was at an end. Wellman, however, had become deeply interested in aeronautics, and, balked in one ambition, set out to accomplish another. With the same balloon, somewhat remodeled, he tried to cross the Atlantic, setting sail from Atlantic City, New Jersey, October 16, 1911. But the device on which the aeronaut most prided himself proved his undoing. The equilibrator, relied upon both for storage room and as a regulator of the altitude of the ship, proved a fatal attachment. In even moderate weather it bumped over the waves and racked the structure of the balloon with its savage tugging until the machinery broke down and the adventurers were at the mercy of the elements. Luckily for them, after they had been adrift for 72 hours and travelled several hundred miles, they were rescued by the British steamer Trent. Not long after, Wellman's chief engineer, Vanneman, sought to cross the Atlantic in a similar craft, but from some unexplained cause she blew up in mid air and all aboard were lost. Neither Great Britain nor the United States has reason to be proud of the attitude of its government towards the inventors who were struggling to subdue the air to the uses of man. Nor has either reason to boast much of its action in utterly ignoring, up to the very day war broke, that aid to military service of which Lord Kitchener said, "One aviator is worth a corps of cavalry." It will be noted that to get its first effective dirigible, Great Britain had to rely upon popular subscriptions drummed up by a newspaper. That was in 1909. Today, in 1917, the United States has only one dirigible of a type to be considered effective in the light of modern standards, though our entrance upon the war has caused the beginning of a considerable fleet. In aviation, no less than in aerostatics, the record of the United States is negligible. Our country did indeed produce the Wright brothers, pioneers and true conquerors of the air with airplanes. But even they were forced to go to France for support and indeed for respectful attention. So far as the development of dirigible balloons is concerned, there is no more need to devote space to what was done in England and the United States than there was for the famous chapter on snakes in Iceland. End of The Services of Santos-Dumont, Part 2. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The Count von Zeppelin, Part 1. The year that witnessed the first triumphs of Santos-Dumont saw also the beginning of the success of his great German rival, the Count von Zeppelin. These two daring spirits, struggling to attain the same end, were alike in their enthusiasm, their pertinacity, and their devotion to the same cause. Both were animated by the highest patriotism. Santos-Dumont offered his fleet to France to be used against any nation except those of the two Americas. He said, "It is in France that I have met with all my encouragement. In France and with French material I have made all my experiments. I accepted the two Americas because I am an American." Count Zeppelin, for his part, when bowed down in apparent defeat and crushed beneath the burden of virtual bankruptcy, steadily refused to deal with agents of other nations than Germany, which at that time was turning upon him the cold shoulder. He declared that his genius had been exerted for his own country alone, and that his invention should be kept a secret from all but German authorities. A secret it would be today, except that accident and the fortunes of war revealed the intricacies of the Zeppelin construction to both France and England. Santos-Dumont had the fire, enthusiasm, and resiliency of youth. Zeppelin, upon whom age had begun to press when first he took up aeronautics, had the dogged pertinacity of the Teuton. Both were rich at the outset, but Zeppelin's capital melted away under the demands of his experimental workshops, while the ancestral coffee lands of the Brazilian never failed him. Of the two, Zeppelin had the more obstinacy, for he held to his plan of a rigid dirigible balloon even in face of its virtual failure in the supreme test of war. Santos-Dumont was the more alert intellectually, for he was still in the flood tide of successful demonstration with his balloons when he saw and grasped the promise of the airplane and shifted his activities to that new field in which he won new laurels. Zeppelin won perhaps the wider measure of immediate fame, but whether enduring or not is yet to be determined. His airships impressive, even majestic as they are, have failed to prove their worth in war, and are yet to be fully tested in peace. That they remain a unique type, one which no other individual nor any other nation has sought to copy, cannot be attributed wholly to the jealousy of possible rivals. If the monster ship, of rigid frame, were indeed the ideal form of dirigible, it would be imitated on every hand. The inventions of the Wrights have been seized upon, adapted, improved, perhaps by half a hundred airplane designers of every nation. But nobody has been imitating the Zeppelin. That, however, is a mere passing reflection. If the Zeppelin has not done all in war that the sanguine German people expected of it, nevertheless it is not yet to be pronounced an entire failure. And even though a failure in war, the chief service for which its stout-hearted inventor designed it, there is still hope that it may ultimately prove better adapted to many ends of peace than the airplanes which for the time seem to have outdone it. Stout-hearted indeed, the old Luftgraf, Air Scout, as the Germans call him, was. His was a Bismarckian nature, reminiscent of the Iron Chancellor alike physically and mentally. In appearance he recalls irresistibly the heroic figure of Bismarck, jack-booted and cuirassed at the Congress of Vienna, painted by von Werner. Heir to an old land-owning family, ennobled and entitled to bear the title Landgraf, Count von Zeppelin was a type of the German aristocrat. But for his titled and aristocratic rank he could never have won his long fight for recognition by the bureaucrats who controlled the German army. In youth he was anti-Prussian in sentiment, and indeed some of his most interesting army experiences were in service with the Army of South Germany against Prussia and her allied states. But all that was forgotten in the national unity that followed the defeat of France in 1872. Before that, however, the young Count, he was born in 1838, had served with gallantry, if not distinction, in the Union Army in our Civil War, had made a balloon ascension on the fighting line, had swum in the Niagara River below the falls, being rescued with difficulty, and together with 2 Russian officers and some Indian guides, had almost starved in trying to discover the source of the Mississippi River, a spot which can now lie visited without undergoing more serious hardships than the upper berth in a Pullman car. It was at the siege of Paris that Zeppelin's mind first became engaged with the problem of aerial navigation. From his post in the besieging trenches he saw the almost daily ascent of balloons in which mail was sent out, and persons who could pay the price sought to escape from the beleaguered city. As a colonel of cavalry he had been employed mainly in scouting duty throughout the war. He was impressed now with the conviction that those globes, rising silently into the air, above the enemy's cannon shot, and drifting away to safety, would be the ideal scouts could they but return with their intelligence. Was there no way of guiding these ships in the air, as a ship in the ocean is guided? The young soldier was hardly home from the war when he began to study the problem. He studied it, indeed, so much to the exclusion of other military matters that in 1890 the General Staff abruptly dismissed him from his command. They saw no reason why a major general of cavalry should be mooning around with balloons and kites like a schoolboy. The dismissal hurt him, but deterred him in no way from the purpose of his life. Indeed, the fruit of his many years' study of aeronautic conditions was ready for the gathering at this very moment. On the surface of the picturesque Lake Constance, on the border line between Germany and Switzerland, floated a huge shed, open to the water and more than 500 feet long. In it, nearing completion, floated the first Zeppelin airship. In the long patient study which the Count had given to his problem, he had reached the fixed conclusion that the basis of a practical dirigible balloon must be a rigid frame over which the envelope should be stretched. His experiments were made at the same time as those of Santos-Dumont, and he could not be ignorant of the measure of success which the younger man was attaining with the non-rigid balloon. But it was a fact that all the serious accidents which befell Santos-Dumont, and most of the threatened accidents which he narrowly escaped, were fundamentally caused by the lack of rigidity in his balloon. The immediate cause may have been a leaky valve permitting the gas to escape, or a faulty air pump which made prompt filling of the balloonette impossible. But the effect of these flaws was to deprive the balloon of its rigidity, cause it to buckle, throwing the cordage out of gear, shifting stresses and strains and resulting in ultimate breakdown. Whether he observed the vicissitudes of his rival or not, Count Zeppelin determined that the advantages of a rigid frame counted for more than the disadvantage of its weight. Moreover, that disadvantage could be compensated for by increasing the size, and therefore the lifting power of the balloon. In determining upon a rigid frame, the Count was not a pioneer even in his own country. While his experiments were still under way, a rival, David Schwartz, who had begun, without completing, an airship in St. Petersburg, secured in some way aid from the German government, which was at the moment coldly repulsing Zeppelin. He planned and built an aluminum airship, but died before its completion. His widow continued the work amidst constant opposition from the builders. The end was one of the many tragedies of invention. Nobody but the widow ever believed the ship would rise from its moorings. It was in charge of a man who had never made an ascent. To his amazement, and to the amazement of the spectators, the engine was hardly started when the ship mounted and made headway against a stiff breeze. On the ground the spectators shouted in wonder. The widow, overwhelmed by this reward for her faith in her husband's genius, burst into tears of joy. But the amateur pilot was no match for the situation. Affrighted to find himself in mid-air, too dazed to know what to do, he pulled the wrong levers and the machine crashed to earth. The pilot escaped, but the airship which had taken 4 years to build was irretrievably wrecked. The widow's hopes were blasted, and the way was left free for the Count von Zeppelin. Freed, though unwillingly, from the routine duties of his military rank, Zeppelin thereafter devoted himself wholly to his airships. He was 53 years old, adding one more to the long list of men who found their real life's work after middle age. With him was associated his brother Eberhard, the two forming a partnership in aeronautical work as inseparable as that of Wilbur and Orville Wright. Like Wilbur Wright, Eberhard von Zeppelin did not live to witness the fullest fruition of the work, though he did see the soundness of its principles thoroughly established and in practical application. There is a picturesque story that when Eberhard lay on his deathbed, his brother, instead of watching by his side, took the then completed airship from its hangar and drove it over and around the house that the last sounds to reach the ears of his faithful ally might be the roar of the propellers in the air. The grand paean of victory. Though Count von Zeppelin had begun his experiments in 1873, it was not until 1890 that he actually began the construction of his first airship. The intervening years had been spent in constructing and testing models, in abstrusive calculations of the resistance of the air, the lifting power of hydrogen, the comparative rigidity and weight of different woods and various metals, the power and weight of the different makes of motors. In these studies he spent both his time and his money lavishly, with the result that when he had built a model on the lines of which he was willing to risk the construction of an airship of operative size, his private fortune was gone. It is the common lot of inventors. For a time the Count suffered all the mortification and ignominy which the beggar, even in a most worthy cause, must always experience. Hat in hand, he approached every possible patron with his story of certain success, if only supplied with funds with which to complete his ship. A stock company, with a capital of $225,000, of which he contributed one half, soon found its resources exhausted and retired from the speculation. Appeals to the Emperor met with only cold indifference. An American millionaire newspaper owner, resident in Europe, sent contemptuous word by his secretary that he had no time to bother with crazy inventors. That was indeed the attitude of the business classes at the moment when the inventors of dirigibles were on the very point of conquering the obstacles in the way of making the navigation of air a practical art. A governmental commission in Berlin rejected with contempt the plans which Zeppelin presented in his appeal for support. Members of that commission were forced to an about-face later and became some of the inventor's sturdiest champions. But in his darkest hour the government had failed him, and the one friendly hand stretched out in aid was that of the German Engineer Society, which, somewhat doubtfully, advanced some funds to keep the work in operation. With this the construction of the first Zeppelin craft was begun. Though there had been built up to the opening of the war 25 Zeps, nobody knows how many since, the fundamental type was not materially altered in the later ones, and a description of the first will stand for all. In connection with this description may be noted the criticisms of experts, some of which proved only too well founded. The first Zeppelin was polygonal, 450 feet long, 78 broad, and 66 feet high. This colossal bulk, equivalent to that of a 7,500-ton ship necessary to supply lifting power for the metallic frame, naturally made her unwieldy to handle, unsafe to leave at rest, outside of a sheltering shed, and a particularly attractive target for artillery in time of war. Actual action indeed proved that to be safe from the shells of anti-aircraft guns, the Zeppelins were forced to fly so high that their own bombs could not be dropped with any degree of accuracy upon a desired target. The balloon's frame is made of aluminum, the lightest of metals, but not the least costly. A curious disadvantage of this construction was made apparent in the accident which destroyed Zeppelin IV. That was the first of the airships to be equipped with a full wireless outfit, which was used freely on its flight. It appeared that the aluminum frame absorbed much of the electricity generated for the purpose of the wireless. The effect of this was twofold. It limited the radius of operation of the wireless to 150 miles or less, and it made the metal frame a perilous storehouse of electricity. When Zeppelin IV met with a disaster by a storm which dragged it from its moorings, the stored electricity in her frame was suddenly released by contact with the trees and set fire to the envelope, utterly destroying the ship. The balloon frame was divided into 17 compartments, each of which held a ballonnet filled with hydrogen gas. The purpose of this was similar to the practice of dividing a ship's hulls into compartments. If one or more of the ballonnets, for any reason, were injured, the remainder would keep the ship afloat. The space between the ballonnets and the outer skin was pumped full of air to keep the latter taut and rigid. Moreover, it helped to prevent the radiation of heat to the gas bags from the outer envelope, whose huge expanse, presented to the sun, absorbed an immense amount of heat rays. 2 cars were suspended from the frame of the Zeppelin, forward and aft, and a corridor connected them. A sliding weight was employed to raise or depress the bow. In each car of the first Zeppelin was a 16-horsepower gasoline motor, each working 2 screws with 4-foot blades, revolving 1,000 times a minute. The engines were reversible, thus making it possible to work the propellers against each other and aid materially in steering the ship. Rudders at bow and stern completed the navigating equipment. In the first Zeppelins, the corridor connecting the 2 cars was wholly outside the frame and envelope of the car. Later, the perilous experiment was tried of putting it within the envelope. This resulted in one of the most shocking of the many Zeppelin disasters. In the case of the ship L-2, built in 1912, the corridor became filled with gas that had oozed out of the ballonnets. At one end or the other of the corridor this gas, then mixed with air, came in contact with fire, perhaps the exhaust of the engines. A violent explosion followed while the ship was some 900 feet aloft, and the mass of twisted and broken metal, with the flaming envelope, fell to the ground carrying 28 men, including members of the Admiralty Board, to a horrible death. But to return to the first Zeppelin, her trial was set for July 2, 1900, and though the immediate vicinity of the floating hangar was barred to the public by the military authorities, the shores and surface of the lake were black with people eager to witness the test. Boats pulled out of the wide portal of the huge cigar-shaped structure, floating on small rafts, its polished surface of pegamoid glittering in the sun. As large as a fair-sized ocean steamship, it looked, on that little lake dotted with pleasure craft, like a leviathan. Men were busy in the cars fore and aft. The mooring ropes were cast off as the vessel gained an offing, and ballast being thrown out, she began to rise slowly. The propellers began to whir, and the great craft swung around, breasting the breeze, and moved slowly up the lake. The crowd cheered. Count von Zeppelin, tense with excitement, alert for every sign of weakness, watched his monster creation with mingled pride and apprehension. 2 points were set at rest in the first 2 minutes. The lifting power was great enough to carry the heaviest load ever imposed upon a balloon, and the motive power was sufficient to propel her against an ordinary breeze. But she was hardly in mid air when defects became apparent. The apparatus for controlling the balancing weight got out of order. The steering lines became entangled, so that the ship was first obliged to stop, then, by reversing the engines, to proceed backwards. This was, however, a favorable evidence of her handiness under untoward circumstances. After she had been in the air nearly an hour, and had covered 4 or 5 miles, a landing was ordered, and she dropped to the surface of the lake with perfect ease. Before reaching her shed, however, she collided with a pile, an accident in no way attributable to her design, and seriously bent her frame. The story told thus badly does not sound like a record of glorious success. Nevertheless, not Count Zeppelin alone, but all Germany was wild with jubilation. Zeppelin I had demonstrated a principle. All that remained was to develop and apply this principle, and Germany would have a fleet of aerial dreadnoughts that would force any hostile nation to subjection. There was little or no discussion of the application of the principle to the ends of peace. It was an engine of war alone that the airship appealed to the popular fancy. But at the time that fancy proved fickle. With a few repairs the airship was brought out for another test. In the air it did all that was asked for it, but it came to earth, or rather to the surface of the lake, with a shock that put it out of commission. When Count Zeppelin's company estimated the cost of further repairs, it gave a sigh and abandoned the wreck. Thereupon the pertinacious inventor laid aside his tools, got into his old uniform, and went out again on the dreary task of begging for further funds. It was 2 years before he could take up again the work of construction. He lectured, wrote magazine articles, begged, cajoled, and pleaded for money. At last he made an impression upon the Emperor, who, indeed, with a keen eye for all that makes for military advantage, should have given heed to his efforts long before. Merely a letter of approval from the all-powerful Kaiser was needed to turn the scale, and in 1902 this was forthcoming. The factories of the Empire agreed to furnish materials at cost price, and sufficient money was soon forthcoming to build a second ship. This ship took more than 2 years to build, was tested in January 1906, made a creditable flight, and was dashed to pieces by a gale the same night. End of The Count von Zeppelin, Part 1. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The Count von Zeppelin, Part 2. The wearisome work of begging began again, but this time the Kaiser's aid was even more effectively given, and in 9 months Zeppelin III was in the air. More powerful than its predecessors, it met with a greater measure of success. On one of its trials a propeller blade flew off and penetrated the envelope, but the ship returned to earth in safety. In October 1906 the Minister of War reported that the airship was extremely stable, responded readily to her helm, had carried 11 persons 67 miles in 2 hours and 17 minutes, and had made its landing in ease and safety. Accepted by the government, No. 3 passed into military service, and Zeppelin, now the idol of the German people, began the construction of No. 4. That ship was larger than her predecessors, and carried a third cabin for passengers suspended amidships. Marked increase in the size of the steering and stabling planes characterized the appearance of the ship when compared with earlier types. She was at the outset a lucky ship. She cruised through Alpine passes into Switzerland, and made a circular voyage carrying 11 passengers and flying from Friedrichshafen to Mayence and back via Basel, Strasbourg, Mannheim, and Stuttgart. The voyage occupied 21 hours, a world's record. The performance of the ship on both voyages was perfection. Even in the tortuous Alpine passes, which she was forced to navigate on her trip to Lucerne, she moved with the steadiness and certainty of a great ship at sea. The rarefaction of the air at high altitudes, the extreme and sudden variations in temperature, the gusts of wind that poured from the ice-bound peaks down through the narrow canyons affected her not at all. When to this experience was added the triumphant tour of the 6 German cities, Count von Zeppelin might well have thought his triumph was complete. But once again the cup of victory was dashed from his lips. After his landing a violent wind beat upon the ship. An army of men strove to hold her fast, while an effort was made to reduce her bulk by deflation. That effort, which would have been entirely successful in the case of a non-rigid balloon, was obviously futile in that of a Zeppelin. Not the gas in the ballonets, but the great rigid frame covered with waterproofed cloth constituted the huge bulk that made her the plaything of the winds. In a trice she was snatched from the hands of her crew and hurled against the trees in a neighboring grove. There was a sudden and utterly unexpected explosion, and the whole fabric was in flames. The precise cause of the explosion will always be in doubt, but, as already pointed out, many scientists believe that the great volume of electricity accumulated in the metallic frame was suddenly released in a mighty spark which set fire to the stores of gasoline on board. With the disaster the iron nerve of the inventor was for the first time broken. It followed so fast upon what appeared to be a complete triumph that the shock was peculiarly hard to bear. It is said that he broke down and wept, and that but for the loving courage and earnest entreaties of his wife and daughter he would then have abandoned the hope and ambition of his life. But after all, it was but that darkest hour which comes just before the dawn. The demolition of No. 4 had been no accident which reflected at all upon the plan or construction of the craft, unless the great bulk of the ship be considered a fundamental defect. What it did demonstrate was that the Zeppelin, like the 1,000-foot ocean liner, must have adequate harbor and docking facilities wherever it is to land. The one cannot safely drop down in any convenient meadow, any more than the other can put into any little fishing port. Germany has learned this lesson well enough, and since the opening of the Great War her territory is plentifully provided with Zeppelin shelters at all strategic points. Fortunately for the Count, the German people judged his latest reverse more justly than he did. They saw the completeness of the triumph which had preceded the disaster, and recognized that the latter was one easily guarded against in future. Enthusiasm ran high all over the land. Begging was no longer necessary. The Emperor, who had heretofore expressed rather guarded approval of the enterprise, now flung himself into it with that enthusiasm for which he is notable. He bestowed upon the Count the Order of the Black Eagle, embraced him in public 3 times, and called aloud that all might hear, "Long life to His Excellency Count Zeppelin, the conqueror of the air." He never wearied of assuring his hearers that the Count was the greatest German of the century. With such august patronage the Count became the rage. Next to the Kaiser's, the face best known to the people of Germany through pictures and statues was that of the inventor of the Zeppelin. The pleasing practice of showing affection for a public man by driving nails into his wooden effigy had not then been invented by the poetic Teutons, else von Zeppelin would have outdone von Hindenburg in weight of metal. The story that Zeppelin had refused repeated offers from other governments was widely publicized and evoked patriotic enthusiasm. With it went shrewd hints that in these powerful aircraft lay the way to overcome the hated English navy, and even to carry war to the very soil of England. It was then 8 years before the greatest war of history was to break out, but even at that date hatred of England was being sedulously cultivated among the German people by those in authority. As a result of this national attitude, Count Zeppelin's enterprise was speedily put on a sound financial footing. Though No. 4 had been destroyed by an accident, it had been the purpose of the government to buy her, and $125,000 of the purchase price was now put at the disposal of the Count von Zeppelin. A popular Zeppelin fund of $1,500,000 was raised and expended in building great works. Thenceforward there was no lack of money for furthering what had truly become a great national interest. But the progress of the construction of Zeppelins for the next few years was curiously compounded of success and failure. Fate seemed to have decreed to every Zeppelin triumph a disaster. each mischance was attributed to exceptional conditions which never could happen again, but either they did occur or some new but equally effective accident did. Outside of Germany, where the public mind had become set in an almost idolatrous confidence in Zeppelin, the great airships were becoming a jest and a byword notwithstanding their unquestioned accomplishments. Indeed, when the record was made up just before the declaration of war in 1914, it was found that of 25 Zeppelins thus far constructed, only 12 were available. 13 had been destroyed by accident, 2 of them modern naval airships, only completed in 1913. The record was not one to inspire confidence. In 1909, during a voyage in which he made 900 miles in 38 hours, the rumor was spread that von Zeppelin would continue it to Berlin. Some joker sent a forged telegram to the Kaiser to that effect, signed Zeppelin. It was expected to be the first appearance of one of the great ships at the capital, and the Emperor hastened to prepare a suitable welcome. A great crowd assembled at the Tempelhof parade ground. The Berlin Airship Battalion was under orders to assist in the landing. The Kaiser himself was ready to hasten to the spot, should the ship be sighted, but she never appeared. If von Zeppelin knew of the exploit which rumor had assigned to him, which is doubtful, he could not have carried it out. His ship collided with a tree, an accident singularly frequent in the Zeppelin records, so disabling it that it could only limp home under half power. A rather curt telegram from his imperial master is said to have been Count von Zeppelin's first intimation that he had broken an engagement. However, he kept it 2 months later, flying to Berlin, a distance of 475 miles. He was greeted with mad enthusiasm, and among the crowd to welcome him was Orville Wright, the American aviator. It is a curious coincidence that on the day the writer pens these words, the New York newspapers contain accounts of Mr. Wright's proffer of his services and aeronautical facilities to the President in case an existing diplomatic break with Germany should reach the point of actual war. Mr. Wright accompanied his proffer by an appeal for a tremendous aviation force. "But," said he, "I strongly advise against spending any money whatsoever on dirigible balloons of any sort." Thereafter the progress of Count von Zeppelin was without interruption for any lack of financial strength. His great works at Friedrichshafen expanded until they were capable of putting out a complete ship in 8 weeks. He was building, of course, primarily for war, and never concealed the fact that the enemy he expected to be the target of his bomb throwers was England. What the airships accomplished in this direction, how greatly they were developed, and the strength and weakness of the German air fleet will be dwelt upon in another chapter. But, though building primarily for military purposes, Zeppelin did not wholly neglect the possibilities of his ship for non-military service. He built one which made more than 30 trips between Munich and Berlin, carrying passengers who paid a heavy fee for the privilege of enjoying this novel form of travel. The car was fitted up like our most up-to-date Pullmans, with comfortable seats, bright lights, and a kitchen from which excellent meals were served to the passengers. The service was not continued long enough to determine whether it could ever be made commercially profitable, but as an aid to firing the Teutonic Heart and an assistance in selling stock it was well worth while. The spectacle of one of these great cars, 600 or more feet long, floating grandly on even keel and with a steady course above one of the compact little towns of South Germany, was one to thrill the pulses. But the ill luck which pursued Count von Zeppelin, even in what seemed to be his moments of assured success, was remorseless. In 1912 he produced the monster L1, 525 feet long, 50 feet in diameter, of 776,900 cubic feet capacity, and equipped with 3 sets of motors, giving it a speed of 52 miles an hour. This ship was designed for naval use, and after several successful cross-country voyages she was ordered to Heligoland to participate in naval manoeuvres with the fleet there stationed. One day, caught by a sudden gust of wind, such as are common enough on the North Sea, she proved utterly helpless. Why, no man could tell, her commander being drowned, but in the face of the gale she lost all control, was buffeted by the elements at their will, and dropped into the sea where she was a total loss. 15 of her 22 officers and men were drowned. The accident was the more inexplicable because the craft had been flying steadily overland for nearly 12 months and had covered more miles than any ship of Zeppelin construction. It was reported that her captain had said she was overloaded and that he feared that she would be helpless in a gale. But after the disaster his mouth was stopped by the waters of the North Sea. This calamity was not permitted long to stand alone. Indeed, one of the most curious facts about the Zeppelin record is the regular periodical recurrence of fatal accidents at almost equal intervals, and apparently wholly unaffected by the growing perfection of the airships. While L-1 was making her successful cross-country flights, L-2 was reaching completion at Friedrichshafen. She was shorter but bulkier than her immediate predecessor and carried engines giving her 900 horsepower, or 400 more than L-1. On its first official trip the ship exploded 1,000 feet in air, killing 28 officers and men aboard, including all the officials who were conducting the trials. The calamity, as exclaimed on an earlier page, was due to the accumulation of gas in the communicating passage between the three cars. This new disaster left the faith and loyalty of the German people unshaken, but it did decidedly estrange the scientific world from Count von Zeppelin and all his works. It was pointed out, with truth, that the accident paralleled precisely one which had demolished the Severopax airship 10 years earlier, and which had caused French inventors to establish a hard and fast rule against incorporating in an airship's design any enclosed space in which waste gas might gather. This rule and its reason were known to Count von Zeppelin, and by ignoring both he lent new color to the charge, already current in scientific circles, that he was loath to profit by the experiences of other inventors. Whether this feeling spread to the German government it is impossible to say, nor is it easy to estimate how much official confidence was shaken by it. The government, even before the war, was singularly reticent about the Zeppelins, their numbers and plans. It is certain that orders were not withheld from the Count. Great numbers of his machines were built, especially after the war was entered upon, but he was not permitted longer to have a monopoly of government aid for manufacturers of dirigibles. Other types sprung up, notably the Schutte Lanz, the Gross, and the Parseval, but being first in the field the Zeppelin came to give its name to all the dirigibles of German make, and many of the famous, or infamous, exploits credited to it during the war may in fact have been performed by one of its rivals. It would be futile to attempt to enumerate all these rivals here. Among them are the semi-rigid Parseval and Gross types which found great favor among the military authorities during the war. The latter is merely an adaptation of the highly successful French ship, the Lebaudy, but the Parseval is the result of a slow evolution from an ordinary balloon. It is wholly German in conception and development, and it is reported that the Kaiser, secretly disgusted that the Zeppelins, to the advancement of which he had given such powerful aid, should have recorded so many disasters, quietly transferred his interest to the new and simpler model. Despite the hope of a more efficient craft, however, both the Gross and the Parseval failed in their first official trials, though later they made good. The latter ship was absolutely without any wooden or metallic structure to give her rigidity. 2 air ballonnets were contained in the envelope at bow and stern, and the ascent and descent of the ship was regulated by the quantity of air pumped into these. A most curious device was the utilization of heavy cloth for the propeller blades. Limp and flaccid when at rest, heavy weights in the hem of the cloth caused these blades to stand out stiff and rigid as the result of the centrifugal force created by their rapid revolution. One great military advantage of the Parseval was that she could be quickly deflated in the presence of danger at her moorings, and wholly knocked down and packed in small compass for shipment by rail in case of need. To neither of these models did there ever come such a succession of disasters as befell the earlier Zeppelins. It is fair to say, however, that prior to the war not many of them had been built, and that both their builders and navigators had opportunity to learn from Count von Zeppelin's errors. Among the chief German rivals to the Zeppelin is the Schutte Lanz of the rigid type, Broader, but not so long as the Zeppelin, framed of wood bound with wire, and planned to carry a load of 5 or 6 tons, or as many as 30 passengers. No. 1 of this type met its fate as did so many Zeppelins by encountering a storm while improperly moored. Called to earth to replenish its supply of gas, it was moored to an anchor sunk 6 feet in the ground, and as an additional precaution 300 soldiers were called from a neighboring barracks to handle it. It seems to have been one of the advantages of Germany as a place in which to maneuver dirigibles that even in time of peace there were always several hundred soldiers available wherever a ship might land. But this force was inadequate. A violent gust tore the ship from their hands. One poor fellow instinctively clung to his rope until 1,000 feet in the air, when he let go. The ship itself hovered over the town for an hour or more, then descended and was dashed to pieces against trees and stone walls. The danger which was always attached to the landing of airships has led some to suggest that they should never be brought to earth, but moored in mid air as large ships anchor in midstream. It is suggested that tall towers be built to the top of which the ship be attached by a cable so arranged that she will always float to the leeward of the tower. The passengers would be landed by gangplanks and taken up and down the towers in elevators. Kipling suggests this expedient in his prophetic sketch with the Night Mail. The airship would only return to earth, as a ship goes into dry dock, when in need of repairs. A curious mishap that threatened for a time to wreck the peace of the world occurred in April, 1913, when a German Zeppelin was forced out of its course and over French territory. The right of alien machines to pass over their territory is jealously guarded by European nations, and during the progress of the Great War the Dutch repeatedly protested against the violation of their atmosphere by German aviators. At the time of this mischance, however, France and Germany were at peace, or as nearly so as racial and historic antipathies would permit. Accordingly, when officers of a brigade of French cavalry engaged in manoeuvring near the great fortress of Luneville saw a shadow moving across the field, and looking up saw a huge Zeppelin betwixt themselves and the sun, they were astonished and alarmed. Signs and faint shouts from the aeronauts appeared to indicate that their errand was at least friendly, if not involuntary. The soldiers stopped their drill, the townspeople trooped out to the Champ de Mars, where the phenomenon was exhibited, and began excitedly discussing this suspicious invasion. Word was speedily sent to military headquarters, asking whether to welcome or to repel the foe. Meantime the great ship was drifting perilously near the housetops, and the uniformed officers in the cars began making signals to the soldiers below. Ropes were thrown out, seized by willing hands, and made fast. The crew of Germans descended to find themselves prisoners. The international law was clear enough. The ship was a military engine of the German army. Its officers, all in uniform, had deliberately steered her into the very heart of a French fortress. Though the countries were at peace, the act was technically one of war, an armed invasion by the enemy. Diplomacy, of course, settled the issue peacefully, but not before the French had made careful drawings of all the essential features of the Zeppelin, and taken copies of its log. As Germany had theretofore kept a rigid secrecy about all the details of Zeppelin construction and operation, this angered the military authorities beyond measure. The unlucky officers who had shared in the accident were savagely told that they should have blown the ship up in mid air and perished with it, rather than to have weakly submitted it to French inspection. They suffered court-martial, but escaped with severe reprimands. The story of the dirigibles of France and Germany is practically the whole story of the development to a reasonable degree of perfection of the lighter-than-air machine. Other nations experimented somewhat, but in the main lagged behind these pioneers. Out of Spain indeed came a most efficient craft, the Astra Torres, of which the British government had the best example prior to the war, while both France and Russia placed large orders with the builders. How many finally went into service, and what may have been their record, are facts veiled in the secrecy of wartime. Belgium and Italy both produced dirigibles of distinctive character. The United States is alone at the present moment in having contributed nothing to the improvement of the dirigible balloon. End of The Count von Zeppelin, Part 2. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The Development of the Airplane, Part 1. The story of the development of the heavier-than-air machine, which were called aeroplanes at first, but have been given the simpler name of airplanes, is far shorter than that of the balloons. It is really a record of achievement made since 1903, when the plane, built by Professor Langley of the Smithsonian Institution, came to utter disaster on the Potomac. In 1917, at the time of writing this book, there are probably 30 distinct types of airplanes being manufactured for commercial and military use, and not less than 50,000 are being used daily over the battlefields of Europe. No invention, save possibly the telephone and the automobile, ever attained so prodigious a development in so brief a time. Wise observers hold that the demand for these machines is yet in its infancy, and that when the end of the war shall lead manufacturers and designers to turn their attention to the commercial value of the airplane, the flying craft will be as common in the air as the automobiles, at least on our country roads. The idea of flying like a bird with wings, the idea basically underlying the airplane theory, is old enough, almost as old as the first conception of the balloon, before hydrogen gas was discovered. In an earlier chapter some account is given of early experiments with wings. No progress was made along this line until the hallucination that man could make any headway whatsoever against gravity by flapping artificial wings was definitely abandoned. There was more promise in the experiments made by Sir George Cayley, and he was followed in the first half of the 19th century by half a dozen British experimenters who were convinced that a series of planes, presenting a fixed angle to the breeze and driven against it by a sufficiently powerful motor, would develop a considerable lifting power. This was demonstrated by Henson in 1842, Stringfellow in 1847, Wenham, who arranged his planes like slats in a Venetian blind, and first applied the modern term aeroplane to his invention, and Sir Hiram Maxim, who built in 1890 the most complicated and impressive-looking plane the world has yet seen. But though each of these inventors proved the theorem that a heavier-than-air machine could be made to fly, all failed to get practical results because no motor had then been invented which combined the necessary lightness with the generation of the required power. In America, we like to think of the brothers Wright as being the true inventors of the airplane. And indeed they did first bring it to the point of usefulness, and alone among the many pioneers lived to see the adoption of their device by many nations for serious practical use. But it would be unjust to claim for them entire priority in the field of the glider and the heavier-than-air machine. Professor Langley preceded them with an airplane which, dismissed with ridicule as a failure in his day, was long after his death equipped with a lighter motor and flown by Glenn Curtiss, who declared that the scientist had solved the problem, had only the explosive engine been perfected in his time. Despite, however, the early period of the successful experiments of the Wrights and Professor Langley, it would be unjust for America to arrogate to herself entire priority in airplane invention. Any story of that achievement which leaves out Lilienthal, the German, and Pilcher, the Englishman, is a record in which the truth is subordinated to national pride. Otto Lilienthal and his brother Gustav, the two, like the Wrights, were always associated in their aviation work, had been studying long the problem of flight when, in 1889, they jointly published their book, Bird's Flight as a Basis of the Flying Art. Their investigations were wholly into the problem of flight without a motor. At the outset they even harked back to the long-abandoned theory that man could raise himself by mere muscular effort, and Otto spent many hours suspended at the end of a rope flapping frantically a pair of wings before he abandoned this effort as futile. Convinced that the soaring or gliding of the birds was the feat to emulate, he made himself a pair of fixed, bat-like wings formed of a light fabric stretched over a willow frame. A tail, composed of one vertical and one horizontal plane, extended to the rear, and in the middle the aviator hung by his armpits, in an erect position. With this device he made some experimental glides, leaping from slight eminences. With his body, which swung at will from its cushioned supports, he could balance and even steer the fabric which supported him, and accomplished long glides against the wind. Not infrequently, running into the teeth of the breeze down a gentle slope, he would find himself gently wafted into the air and would make flights of as much as 300 yards, steering to either side or rising and falling at will. He was even able to make a circuitous flight and return to his starting place, a feat that was not accomplished with a motor-driven airplane until years later. Lilienthal achieved it with no mechanical aid except the wings. He became passionately devoted to the art, made more than 2,000 flights, and at the time of his death had just completed a motor-driven airplane, which he was never able to test. His earlier gliding wings he developed into a form of biplane, with which he made several successful flights, but met his death in 1896 by the collapse of this machine, of the bad condition of which he had been warned. Lilienthal was more of a factor in the conquest of the air than his actual accomplishments would imply. His persistent experiments, his voluminous writings, and above all, his friendly and intelligent interest in the work of other and younger men won him a host of disciples in other lands who took up the work that dropped from his lifeless hands. In England, Percy S. Pilcher emulated the Lilienthal glides and was at work on a motor-propelled machine when he was killed by the breakage of a seemingly unimportant part of his machine. He was on the edge of the greater success, not to that moment attained by anyone, of building a true airplane propelled by motor. Many historians think that to Lilienthal and Pilcher is justly due the title, "the first flying men." But Le Bris, a French sailor, utterly without scientific or technical equipment, as far back as 1854, had accomplished a wonderful feat in that line. While on a cruise he had watched an albatross that followed his ship day after day, apparently without rest, and equally without fatigue. His imagination was fired by the spectacle, and probably having never heard of the punishment that befell the Ancient Mariner, he shot the albatross. "I took the wing," he wrote later, "and exposed it to the breeze, and lo, in spite of me, it drew forward into the wind. Notwithstanding my resistance, it tended to rise. Thus I had discovered the secret of the bird. I comprehend the whole mystery of flight." A trifle too sanguine was Sailor Le Bris, but he had just the qualities of imagination and confidence essential to one who sets forth to conquer the air. Had he possessed the accurate mind, the patience, and the pertinacity of the Wrights, he might have beaten them by half a century. As it was, he accomplished a remarkable feat, though it ended in somewhat laughable failure. He built an artificial bird, on the general plan of his albatross. The wings were not to flap, but their angles to the wind were controlled by a system of levers controlled by Le Bris, who stood up in the basket in the center. To rise, he required something like the flying start which the airplanes of today get on their bicycle wheels before leaving the ground. As Le Bris had no motor, this method of propulsion was denied him, so he loaded the apparatus in a cart and fastened it to the rail by a rope knotted in a slip knot which a jerk from him would release. As they started, men walked beside the cart holding the wings, which extended for 25 feet on either side. As the horses speeded up, these assistants released their hold. Feeling the cart try to rise under his feet, Le Bris cast off the rope, tilted the front end of the machine, and to his joy began to rise steadily into the air. The spectators below cheered madly, but a note of alarm mingled with their cheers, and the untried aviator noticed a strange and inexplicable jerking of his machine. Peering down, he discovered, to his amaze, a man kicking and crying aloud in deadly fear. It was evident that the rope he had detached from the cart had caught up the driver, who had thus become, to his intense dismay, a partner in the inventor's triumph. Indeed, it is most possible that he contributed to that triumph, for the ease and steadiness with which the machine rose to a height estimated at 300 feet suggests that he may have furnished needed ballast, acted in fact as a tail to the kite. Humanity naturally impelled Le Bris to descend at once, which he did skilfully without injuring his involuntary passenger and only slightly breaking one of the wings. Had Le Bris won this success 20 years later, his fame and fortune would have been secure. But in 1854 the time was not ripe for aeronautics. Le Bris was poor. The public responded but grudgingly to his appeals for aid. His next experiment was less successful, perhaps for lack of the carter, and he ultimately disappeared from aviation to become an excellent soldier of France. Perhaps had they not met with early and violent deaths, the Lilienthals and Pilcher might have carried their experiments in the art of gliding into the broader domain of power flight. This, however, was left to the two Americans, Orville and Wilbur Wright, who have done more to advance the art of navigating the air than all the other experimenters whose names we have used. The story of the Wright brothers is one of boyhood interest gradually developed into the passion of a lifetime. It parallels to some degree the story of Santos-Dumont, who, insisting as a child that man flies, finally made it a fact. The interest of the Wrights was first stimulated when, in 1878, their father brought home a small toy called a helicopter, which when tossed in the air rose up instead of falling. Every child had them at that time, but curiously this one was like the seed which fell upon fertile soil. The boys went mad, as boys will, on the subject of flying, but unlike most boys they nurtured and cultivated the passion, and it stayed with them to manhood. From helicopters they passed to kites, and from kites to gliders. By calling, they were makers and repairers of bicycles, but their spare time was for years devoted to solving the problem of flight. In time it became their sole occupation, and by it they won a fortune and world-wide fame. Their story forms a remarkable testimony to the part of imagination, pertinacity, and courage in winning success. After years of tests with models, and with kites controlled from the ground, the brothers had worked out a type of glider which they believed, in a wind of from 18 to 20 miles an hour, would lift and carry a man. But they had to find a testing ground. The fields near their home in Ohio were too level, and their firm, unyielding surface was not attractive as a cushion on which to light in the event of disaster. Moreover, the people round about were getting inquisitive about these grown men fooling around with kites and flying toys. To the last, the Wrights were noted for their dislike of publicity, and it is entirely probable that the sneering criticisms of their level-headed and practical neighbors had a good deal to do with rooting them in this distaste. Low, steep hills down the sides of which they could run and at the proper moment throw themselves upon their glider, a sandy soil which would at least lessen the shock of a tumble, and a vicinage in which winds of 18 miles an hour or more is a normal atmospheric state, were the conditions they sought. These were found at a little hamlet called Kitty Hawk, on the coast of North Carolina. There, for uncounted centuries, the tossing Atlantic had been throwing up its snowy sand upon the shore, and the steady wind had caught it up, piled it in windrows, rolled it up into towering hills, or carried it over into the dunes which extended far inland. It was a lonely spot, and there secure from observation, the Wrights pitched their camp. For them it was a midsummer's holiday. Not at first did they decide to make aviation not a sport but a profession. To their camp came visitors interested in the same study, among them Chanute, a well-known experimenter, and some of his associates. They had thought to give hours at a time to actual flight. When they closed their first season, they found that all their time spent in actual flight footed up less than an hour. Lilienthal, despite all he accomplished, estimated that he, up to a short time before his death, spent only about 5 hours actually in the air. In that early day of experimentation, a glide covering 100 feet and consuming 8 or 10 seconds was counted a triumph. But the season was by no means wasted. Indeed, such was the estimate that the Wrights put upon it that they folded their tents, determined that when they returned the year following it would be as professionals, not amateurs. They were confident of their ability to build machines that would fly, though up to that time they had never mounted a motor on their aircraft. In the clear hot air of a North Carolina midsummer the Wrights used to lie on their backs studying through glasses the methods of flight of the great buzzards, filthy scavenger birds which nonetheless, soaring high aloft against a blue sky, are pictures of dignity and grace. Bald eagles, ospreys, hawks, and buzzards give us daily exhibitions of their powers, wrote Wilbur Wright. The buzzards were the most numerous, and were the most persistent soarers. They apparently never flapped except when it was absolutely necessary, while the eagles and hawks usually soared only when they were at leisure. Two methods of soaring were employed. When the weather was cold and damp, and the wind strong, the buzzards would be seen soaring back and forth along the hills or at the edge of a clump of trees. They were evidently taking advantage of the current of air flowing upward over these obstructions. On such days they were often utterly unable to soar, except in these special places. But on warm, clear days, when the wind was light, they would be seen high in the air soaring in great circles. Usually, however, it seemed to be necessary to reach a height of several hundred feet by flapping before this style of soaring became possible. Frequently a great number of them would begin circling in one spot, rising together, higher and higher, till finally they would disperse, each gliding off in whatever direction it wished to go. At such times other buzzards, only a short distance away, found it necessary to flap frequently in order to maintain themselves. But when they reached a point beneath the circling flock they began to rise on motionless wings. This seemed to indicate that rising columns of air do not exist everywhere, but that the birds must find them. They evidently watch each other, and when one finds a rising current, the others quickly make their way to it. One day, when scarce a breath of wind was stirring on the ground, we noticed two bald eagles sailing in circling sweeps at a height of probably 500 feet. After a time our attention was attracted to the flashing of some object considerably lower down. Examination with a field glass proved it to be a feather which one of the birds had evidently cast. As it seemed apparent that it would come to earth only a short distance away, some of our party started to get it. But in a little while it was noted that the feather was no longer falling, but on the contrary was rising rapidly. It finally went out of sight upward. It apparently was drawn into the same current in which the eagles were soaring and was carried up like the birds. It was by such painstaking methods as these, coupled with the mathematical reduction of the fruits of such observations to terms of angles and supporting planes, that the Wrights gradually perfected their machine. The first airplane to which they fitted a motor and which actually flew has been widely exhibited in the United States, and is to find final repose in some public museum. Study it as you will, you can find little resemblance in those rectangular rigid planes to the wings of a bird, but it was built according to deductions drawn from natural flight. The method of progress in these preliminary experiments was, by repeated tests, to determine what form of airplane and of what proportions would best support a man. It was evident that for free and continuous flight it must be able to carry not only the pilot, but an engine and a store of fuel as well. Having, as they thought, determined these conditions, the Wrights essayed their first flight at their home near Dayton, Ohio. It was a cold December day in 1903. The first flight, with motor and all, lasted 12 seconds. The fourth 59 seconds. The handful of people who came out to witness the marvel went home jeering. In the spring of the next year a new flight was announced near Dayton. The newspapers had been asked to send reporters. A crowd of perhaps 50 persons had gathered. Again fate was hostile. The engine worked badly and the airplane refused to rise. The crowd dispersed and the newspaper men, returning the next day, met only with another disappointment. These repeated failures in public exhibitions resulted in creating general indifference to the real progress that the Wrights were making in solving the flight problem. While the gliding experiments at Kitty Hawk were furnishing the data for the plans on which the tens of thousands of airplanes used in the European war were afterwards built, no American newspaper was sufficiently interested to send representatives to the spot. The people of the United States were supremely indifferent. Perhaps this was due to the fact that superficially regarded the machine the Wrights were trying to perfect gave promise of usefulness only in war or in sport. We are not either a warlike or a sporting people. Ready enough to adopt a new device which seems adapted for utilitarian purposes, as is shown by the rapid multiplication of automobiles, we leave sport to our professional ball players and our military equipment to luck. End of The Development of the Airplane, Part 1. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The Development of the Airplane, Part 2. So after continued experimental flights in the open fields near Dayton had convinced them that the practical weaknesses in their machine had been eliminated, the Wrights packed up their flyer and went to France. Before so doing, they tried to get encouragement from the United States government, but failed. Neither the government nor any rich American was willing to share the cost of further experiments. All that had been done was at their own cost, both in time and money. In France, whither they went in 1908, they had no coldness to complain of. It was then the golden day of aviation in the land which always afforded to the Knights of the Air their warmest welcome and their most liberal support. 2 years had elapsed since Santos-Dumont, turning from dirigibles to planes, had made a flight of 238 yards. This the Wrights had at the time excelled at home, but without attracting attention. France, on the contrary, went mad with enthusiasm and claimed for the Brazilian the honor of first demonstrating the possibility of flight in a heavier-than-air machine. England, like the United States, was cold, clinging to the balloon long after all other nations had abandoned it. But France welcomed the Wrights with enthusiasm. They found rivals aplenty in their field of effort. Santos-Dumont, Blériot, Farman, Latham were all flying with airplanes, but with models radically different from that of the American brothers. Nevertheless, the latter made an instant success. From the moment they found that they had hit upon the secret of raising, supporting, and propelling an airplane, the Wrights made of their profession a matter of cold business. In many ways this was the best contribution they could possibly have made to the science of aviation, though their keen eye to the main chance did bring down on them a certain amount of ridicule. Europe laughed long at the sang-froid with which Wilbur Wright, having won the Michelin prize of £800, gave no heed to the applause which the assembled throng gave him as the money was transferred to him with a neat presentation speech. Without a word he divided the notes into 2 packets, handed one to his brother, Orville, and thrust the other into his own pocket. For the glory which attended his achievement he cared nothing. It was all in the day's work. Later in the course of trials of a machine for the United States government at Fort Myer, just across the Potomac from Washington, the Wrights seriously offended a certain sort of public sentiment in a way which undoubtedly set back the encouragement of aviation by the United States government very seriously. In 1909 they had received a contract from the government for a machine for the use of the signal service. The price was fixed at $25,000, but a bonus of $2,500 was to be paid for every mile above 40 miles an hour made by the machine on its trial trip. That bonus looked big to the Wrights, but it cost the cause of aviation many times its face value in the congressional disfavor it caused. Aviation was then in its infancy in the United States. Every man in Congress wanted to see the flights, but Fort Myer, whose parade was to be the testing ground, was fully 14 miles from the capital, and reached only most inconveniently from Washington by trolley or most expensively by carriage or automobile. Day after day, members of the House and Senate made the long journey across the Potomac. Time and again they journeyed back without even a sight of the flyer in the hangar. One after another little flaws discovered in the machine led the aviators to postpone their flight. Investigating statesmen who thought that their position justified them in seeking special privileges were brusquely turned away by the military guard. The dusk of many a summer's night saw thousands of disappointed sightseers tramping the long road back to Washington. The climax came when, on a clear but breezy day, Wilbur Wright announced that the machine was in perfect condition and could meet its tests readily, but that in order to win a bigger bonus he would postpone the flight for a day with less wind. All over Washington the threat was heard that night that Congress would vote no more money for aviation, and whether or not the incident was the cause, the sequence was that the American Congress was, until the menace of war with Germany in 1916, the most niggardly of all legislative bodies in its treatment of the flying corps. When the Wrights did finally fly, they made a triumphant flight before 12,000 spectators. The test involved crossing the Potomac, going down its north side to Alexandria, and then back to Fort Myer. Ringing cheers and the crashing strains of the military band greeted the return of the Aviator, but oblivious to the enthusiasm, Wilbur Wright stood beside his machine with pencil and pad computing his bonus. It figured up to $5,000, and the reporters chronicled that the Wrights knew well the difference between solid coin and the bubble of reputation. But this seemingly cold indifference to fame and single-minded concentration on the business of flying on the part of the Wrights was in fact of the utmost value to aviation as an art and a science. They were pioneers, and successful ones. Their example was heeded by others in the business. In every way they sought to discourage that wild reaching after public favor and notoriety that led aviators to attempt reckless feats, and often sacrificed their lives in a foolish effort to astonish an audience. No one ever heard of either of the Wright brothers looping the loop, doing a demon glide, or in any other fashion reducing the profession of aviation to the level of a circus. In a time when brave and skillful aviators, with a mistaken idea of the ethics of their calling, were appealing to sensation lovers by the practice of daredevil feats, the Wrights with admirable common sense and dignity stood sturdily against any such degradation of the aviator's art. In this position they were joined by Glenn Curtiss, and the influence of the three was beginning to be shown in the reduced number of lives sacrificed in these follies when the Great War broke upon the world and gave to aviation its greatest opportunity. The world will hope nevertheless that after that war shall end the effort to adapt the airplane to the ends of peace will be no less earnest and persistent than have been the methods by which it has been made a most serviceable auxiliary of war. In July, 1915, Collier's Weekly published an interview with Orville Wright in which that man, ordinarily of few words, set up some interesting theories upon the future of airplanes. "The greatest use of the airplane to date," said Mr. Wright, "has been as a tremendously big factor of modern warfare. But the greatest use of the airplane eventually will be to prevent war. Some day there will be neither war nor rumors of war, and the reason may be flying machines. It sounds paradoxical. We are building airplanes to use in time of war, and will continue to build them for war. We think of war and we think of airplanes. Later on, perhaps, we shall think of airplanes in connection with the wisdom of keeping out of war. The airplane will prevent war by making it too expensive, too slow, too difficult, too long drawn out, in brief, by making the cost prohibitive." "Did you ever stop to think," inquires Wright, "that there is a very definite reason why the present war in Europe has dragged along for a year, with neither side gaining much advantage over the other? The reason, as I figure it out, is airplanes. In consequence of the scouting work done by the flying machines, each side knows exactly what the opposing forces are doing. There is little chance for one army to take another by surprise. Napoleon won his wars by massing his troops at unexpected places. The airplane has made that impossible. It has equalized information. Each side has such complete knowledge of the other's movements that both sides are obliged to crawl into trenches and fight by means of slow, tedious routine, rather than by quick, spectacular dashes. My impression is that before the present war started, the Army experts expected it to be a matter of a few weeks, or at the most a few months. Today it looks as if it might run into years before one side can dictate terms. Now, a nation that may be willing to undertake a war lasting a few months may well hesitate about engaging in one that will occupy years. The daily cost of a great war is of course stupendous. When this cost runs on for years, the total is likely to be so great that the side which wins nevertheless loses. War will become prohibitively expensive. The scouting work in flying machines will be the predominating factor, as it seems to me, in bringing this about. I like to think so, anyhow. What, in your opinion, has the present war demonstrated regarding the relative advantages of airplanes and Zeppelin airships? The inventor was asked. The airplane seems to have been of the more practical use, replied Wright. In the first place, dirigible airships of the Zeppelin type are so expensive to build, costing somewhere around $500,000 each, that it is distinctly disadvantageous to the nation operating them to have one destroyed. But what is more important is the fact that the Zeppelin is so large that it furnishes an excellent target, unless it sails considerably higher than is comparatively safe for an airplane. And when the Zeppelin is at a safe height, it is too far above the ground for your scout to make accurate observations. Similarly, when the Zeppelin is used for dropping bombs, it must be too high for the bomb thrower to show much accuracy. You think that the use of flying machines for scouting purposes will be of considerably more importance than their use as a means of attack? Was another question. That has been decidedly true so far, replied Wright. About all that has been accomplished by either side from bomb dropping has been to kill a few non-combatants, and that will have no bearing on the result of the war. English newspapers have long talked of the danger of Zeppelin attacks or airplane attacks, but it was all for a purpose, because they did not believe the country was sufficiently prepared for war and sought to arouse the people and the War Department to action by means of the airship bogey. Later history showed Mr. Wright sadly in error on this point. Aside from the use of the machines for war purposes, the war will give a great boost to aviation generally. It has led more men to learn to fly, and with a higher degree of skill than ever before. It has awakened people to aviation possibilities. Just like the automobile, it will become more and more foolproof, easier to handle, and safer. There is no reason why it should not take the place of special trains where there is urgent need of great speed. The airplane has never really come into its own as a sporting proposition. Of late years the tendency has been to develop a high rate of speed rather than to build machines that may be operated safely at a comparatively low speed. You see, a machine adapted to make from 70 to 100 miles an hour cannot run at all except at a pretty rapid clip. And this means difficulty in getting down. One must have a good, smooth piece of ground to land on, and plenty of it. When we get an airplane that will fly along at 20 miles an hour, one can land almost any place, on a roof if necessary, and then people will begin to take an interest in owning an airplane for the enjoyment of flying. Is it true that you and your brother had a compact not to fly together? Yes. We felt that until the records of our work could be made complete, it was a wise precaution not to take a chance on both of us getting killed at the same time. We never flew together but once. From 1900 to 1908 the total time in the air for both Wilbur and myself, all put together, was only about 4 hours. Mr. Wright's statement of the brevity of the time spent in actual flying in order to learn the art will astonish many people. Few novices would be so rash as to undertake to steer an automobile alone after only 4 hours' practice, and despite the fact that the aviator always has plenty of space to himself, the airplane can hardly yet be regarded as simple a machine to handle as the automobile. Nevertheless, the ease with which the method of its actual manipulation is acquired is surprising. More work is done in the classroom and on the ground to make the fighting pilot than in the air. As we have traced the development of both dirigible and airplane from the first nascent germ of their creation to the point at which they were sufficiently developed to play a large part in the greatest of all wars, let us now consider how hosts of young men, boys in truth, were trained to fly like eagles and to give battle in mid air to foes no less well trained and desperate than they. End of The Development of the Airplane, Part 2. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The Training of the Aviator, Part 1. The Great War, opening in Europe in 1914, and before its end involving practically the whole world, including our own nation, has had more to do with the rapid development of aircraft, both dirigible balloons and airplanes, than any other agency up to the present time. It tested widely and discarded all but the most efficient. It established the relative value of the dirigible and the airplane, so relegating the former to the rear that it is said that the death of Count Zeppelin, March 8, 1917, was in a measure due to his chagrin and disappointment. It stimulated at once the inventiveness of the constructors and the skill and daring of the pilots. When it opened there were a few thousand machines and trained pilots in all the armies of Europe. Before the war had been in progress 3 years, there were more flying men over the battlefields of the 3 continents, Europe, Asia, and Africa, than there were at that time soldiers of all classes enlisted in the regular army of the United States. Before that war, the 3 arms of the armed service had been infantry, artillery, and cavalry. The experience of war added a new arm, the Aviation Corps, and there is today some doubt whether in importance it should not be ranked above the cavalry. When war was declared, none of the belligerent nations had its aerial fleet properly organized, nor was the aviation department in any of them equal in preparedness to the rest of the army. The 2 great antagonists did not differ greatly in the strength of their flying forces. Germany possessed about 1,000 airplanes, exclusive of about 450 in private hands, of all which it is estimated about 700 were ready for immediate service. 14 Zeppelins were in commission, and other large dirigibles of different types brought the number of the craft of this sort available up to 40. France was stronger in airplanes but weaker in dirigibles. Of the former she had about 1,500, of the latter not more than 25. The land was swept for planes in the hands of private owners, and as the French people had from the first taken a lively interest in aviation, more than 500 were thus obtained. The French furthermore at the very outset imperiled their immediate strength in the air for the sake of the future by adopting 4 or 5 machines as army types and throwing out all of the other makes. More than 550 machines were thus discarded and their services lost during the first weeks of the war. The reason for this action was the determination of the French to equip their aviation corps with standardized machines of a few types only. Thus interchangeable parts could always be kept in readiness in case of an emergency, and the aviation corps was obligated to familiarize itself with the workings of only a few machines. The objection to the system is the fact that it practically stopped all development of any machines in France except the favored few. Moreover, it threw out of the service at a stroke, or remanded for future instruction, not less than 400 pilots who had been trained on the rejected machines. The order was received with great public dissatisfaction, and for a time threatened serious trouble in the Chamber of Deputies, where criticisms of the direction of the flying service even menaced the continuance of the ministry in power. At the outset of the war, Great Britain lagged far behind the other chief belligerents in the extent of her preparations for war in the air. As has been pointed out, the people of that nation had never taken the general interest in aviation which was manifested in France, and there was no persistent Count von Zeppelin to stir government and citizens into action. The situation was rather anomalous. Protected from invasion by its ring of surrounding waters, England had long concentrated its defensive efforts upon its navy. But while the danger of invasion by the air was second only to that by sea, the British contemplated with indifference the feverish building of Zeppelins by Germany, and the multiplication of aircraft of every sort in all the nations of the continent. The manufacture of aircraft was left to private builders, and not until the war was well under way did the government undertake its systematic supervision. The Royal Aerial Factory, then established, became the chief manufacturer of machines for army and navy use, and acted also as the agent for the inspection and testing of machines built by private firms. Control of the Royal Flying Corps is vested in the Admiralty, the government holding that strategy of airships was distinctly naval. In the use of seaplanes the British were early far in the lead of other nations, as we shall see in a later chapter, and in the prompt and efficient employment of such aircraft as she possessed at the opening of the war she far outclassed Germany, which in point of numbers was her superior. At that moment Great Britain possessed about 500 machines, of which 200 were seaplanes and 15 dirigibles. Despite this puny force, however, British aviators flew across the Channel in such numbers to the headquarters in France that when the Expeditionary Army arrived on the scene it found ready to its hand a scouting force vastly superior to anything the Germans could put in the air. It is no exaggeration to say that the Royal Flying Corps saved Sir John French's army in his long and gallant fight against the overwhelming numbers of the foe. Russia before the war had hidden her aeronautic activities behind the dreary curtain of miles of steppe and marsh that shut her off from the watchfulness of Western Europe. Professional aviators, indeed, had gone thither to make exhibition flights for enormous purses and had brought back word of huge airplanes in course of construction and an eager public interest in the subject of flying. But the secrecy which all the governments so soon to be plunged into war sought to throw about their production of aircraft was especially easy for Russia in her isolation. When the storm burst her air fleet was not less than 800 airplanes and at least 25 dirigibles. A competent authority estimates that at the outbreak of the war the various powers possessed a total of 4,980 aircraft of all sorts. This sounds like a colossal fleet, but by 1917 it was probably multiplied more than tenfold. Of the increase of aircraft we can judge only by guesswork. The belligerents keep their output an inviolable secret. It was known that many factories with a capacity of from 30 to 50 planes a week were working in the chief belligerent lands, that the United States was shipping aircraft in parts to avoid violation of neutrality laws before their entrance upon the war, and that American capital operated factories in Canada whence the completed craft could be shipped regardless of such laws. How great was the loss to be offset against this new construction is a subject on which no authoritative figures are available. It was estimated early in the war that the life of an airplane in active service seldom exceeded 3 weeks. In passing, it may be mentioned that by some misapprehension on the part of the public, this estimate of the duration of a machine was thought to cover also the average life of the aviators in service. Happily, this was far from true. The mortality among the machines was not altogether due to wounds sustained in combat, but largely to general wear and tear, rough usage, and constant service. The slightest sign of weakness in a machine led to its instant condemnation and destruction, for if it should develop in mid air into a serious fault it might cost the life of the aviator and even a serious disaster to the army which he was serving. As the war went on the period of service of a machine became even briefer, for with the growing demand for faster and more quickly controllable machines everything was sacrificed to lightness and speed. The factor of safety, which early in the war was 6 to 8, was reduced to 3½ and instances were known in all services of machines simply collapsing and going to pieces under their own weight without wound or shock. About the extent to which the belligerent governments developed their air forces after the outbreak of war, there was during the continuance of that conflict great reticence maintained by all of them. At the outset there was little employment of the flyers except on scouting reconnaissance work, or in directing artillery fire. The raids of Zeppelins upon England, of seaplanes on Kiel and Cuxhaven, of airplanes on Friedrichshafen, Essen, and Venice came later. It has been noted by military authorities that while Germany was provided at first with the largest aviation force of all the belligerents, she either underestimated its value at the outset or did not know how to employ it, for she blundered into and through Belgium using her traditional Uhlans for scouts, to the virtual exclusion of airmen. The effectiveness of the Belgian fight for delay is ascribed largely to the intelligent and effective use its strategists made of the few aircraft they possessed. Wellington was wont to say that the thing he yearned for most in battle was to see the other side of that hill. Napoleon wrote, "Nothing is more contradictory, nothing more bewildering, than the multitude of reports of spies or of officers sent out to reconnoitre. Some locate army corps where they have seen only detachments. Others see only detachments where they ought to have seen army corps." So the two great protagonists of the opening years of the 19th century deplored their military blindness. In the opening years of the 20th it was healed. All that Wellington strove to see, all that the cavalry failed to find for Napoleon, is to day brought to headquarters by airmen, neatly set forth in maps, supported by photographs of the enemy's positions taken from the sky. Before describing the exploits of the airmen in actual campaign, let us consider some account of how they were trained for their arduous and novel duties. To the non-professional, an amazing thing about the employment of aircraft in war has been the rapidity with which pilots are trained. The average layman would think that to learn the art of maneuvering an airplane with such swiftness as to evade the attacks of an enemy, and to detect precisely the proper moment and method of attacking him in turn, would require long and arduous practice in the air. But as we have seen in earlier chapters, inventors like the Wrights, Blériot, and Farman learned to fly with but a few hours spent in the air, with flights lasting less than 10 minutes each. So, too, the Army aviators spent but little time aloft, though their course of instruction covered in all a period of about 4 months. Some account of the method of instruction, as reported by several out of the 100 or more American boys who went to fly for France, may be interesting. As a rule, the aviators were from 20 to 25 years of age. Below 20, boys are too rash; above 25, they are too prudent, said a sententious French aviator. A slight knowledge of motors, such as would be obtained from familiarity with automobiles, was a marked advantage at the start. For the first task of the novice was to make himself familiar with every type of airplane engine. The army pilot in all the armies was the aristocrat of the service. Mechanics kept his motor in shape, and helpers housed, cleaned, and brought forth his machine for action. But while all but the actual piloting and fighting was spared him, there was always the possibility of his making an untimely landing back of the enemy's lines with an engine that would not work. To prepare for such an emergency he was taught all the intricacies of motor construction, so that he might speedily correct any minor fault. In our army, and indeed in all others, applicants for appointment to the aviation corps were subjected to scientific tests of their nerves, and their mental and physical alertness. How they would react to the sudden explosion of a shell near their ears, how long it took the candidate to respond to a sudden call for action, how swiftly he reacted to a sensation of touch, were all tested and measured by delicate electric apparatus. A standard was fixed, failing to attain which the applicant was rejected. The practical effect might be to determine how long after suddenly discovering a masked machine gun a given candidate would take before taking the action necessary to avoid its fire, or how quickly would he pull the lever necessary to guard against a sudden gust of wind. To the layman it would appear that problems of this sort could only be solved in the presence of the actual attack. But science, which enables artillerists to destroy a little village beyond the hills which they never see, was able to devise instruments to answer these questions in the quiet of the laboratory. One of the best known flying schools of the French army was at Pau, where on broad level plains were, in 1917, 4 separate camps for aviators, each with its group of hangars for the machines, its repair shops, and with a tall wireless tower upstanding in the midst for the daily war news from Paris. On these plains the Wright brothers had made some of their earliest French flights. A little red barn which they had made their workshop was still standing there when war suddenly turned the spot into a flying school, often with as many as 5,000 pupils in attendance. Today, that little red barn, writes Carol Dana Winslow, one of the Americans who went to fly for France, stands as a monument to American stupidity, for when we allowed the Wrights to go abroad to perfect their ideas, instead of aiding them to carry on their work at home, we lost a golden opportunity. Now the United States, which gave to the world the first practical airplane, is the least advanced in this all important science. Arrival at the school, the tyro studies the fundamentals of flying in the classroom and on the field for 2 months before he is allowed to go up, to receive, as they express it, his baptême de l'air. He picks motors to pieces and puts them together. He learns the principles of airplane construction, and can discourse on such topics as the angle of attack of the cellule, the incidence of the wings, and the carrying power of the tail plane. More than any other science, aviation has a vocabulary of its own, and a peculiarly cosmopolitan one drawn from all tongues. But with the French predominating, America gave the airplane to France, but France has given the science its terminology. The maps of the battlefields of this war are the marvels of military science. Made from the air, they show every road and watercourse, each ditch and gully, every patch of woodland, every farmhouse, church, or stone wall. Much of the early work of the aviator is in learning to make such maps, both by sketches and by the employment of the camera. It is no easy task. From an airplane 1,000 feet up, the earth seems to be all a dead level. Slight hills, gentle elevations, offer no contrast to the general plain. A road is not easy to tell from a trench. All these things the aviator must first learn to see with accuracy and then to depict on his map with precision. He must learn furthermore to read the maps of his fellows, a task presupposing some knowledge of how they had been made. He must learn to fly by a map, to recognize objects by the technical signs upon it, to estimate his drift before the wind, because of which the machine moves sidewise, en crabe, or like a crab, as the French phrase it. End of The Training of the Aviator, Part 1. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The Training of the Aviator, Part 2. His first flight the novice makes in a machine especially fitted for instruction. The levers are fitted with double handles, so that both learner and tutor may hold them at once. If the greenhorn pushes when he should pull, the veteran's grip is hard on the handle to correct the error before it can cost 2 lives. For in the air there is little time to experiment. Either set of controls will steer the machine. The pupil grasps his levers and puts his feet on the pedals. At first the instructor will do the steering, the pupil following with hands and feet, as the motions made by the instructor are communicated to him by the moving levers. For a time the two work together. Then, as the instructor senses that the student himself is doing the right thing, he gradually lessens his own activity until after a few days' practice the student finds that he is flying with a passenger and directing the machine himself. In France, at any rate, they teach in brief lessons. Each flight for instruction is limited to about 5 minutes. At first the student operates in a penguin, a machine which will run swiftly along the ground but cannot rise. It is no easy trick at first to control the penguin and keep its course direct. Then he will try the jumps in a machine that leaps into the air and descends automatically after a 20 to 40 yards flight. As Darius Green expressed it so long ago, the trouble about flying comes when you want to alight. That holds as true today with the most perfect airplanes, as in boyhood days when one jumped from the barn in perfect confidence that the family umbrella would serve as a parachute. To alight with an airplane, the pilot, supposing his descent to be voluntary and not compelled by accident or otherwise, surveys the country about him for a level field, big and clear enough for the machine to run off its momentum in a run of perhaps 200 yards on its wheels. Then he gets up a good rate of speed, points the nose of the plane down at a sharp angle to the ground, cuts off the engine, and glides. The angle of the fall must be great enough for the force of gravity to keep up the speed. There is a minimum speed at which an airplane will remain subject to control. Loss of speed, perte de vitesse, as the French call it, is the aviator's most common peril in landing. If it occurs after his engine is cut off and he has not the time to start it again, the machine tilts and slides down sideways. If it occurs higher up, a vrille is the probable result. In this the plane plunges toward the ground, spinning round and round, with the corner of one wing as a pivot. In either case a serious accident is almost inevitable. In fact, the land is almost as dangerous to the navigator of the air as it is to him of the sea. To make good landings is an art only perfected by constant practice. To shut off the engine at precisely the right moment, to choose an angle of descent that will secure the greatest speed, and at the same moment bring you to your landing place, to change at the most favorable time from this angle to one that will bring you to the ground at the most gentle of obtuse angles, and to let your machine, weighing perhaps a ton, drop as lightly as a bird and run along the earth for several hundred feet before coming to a full stop, are all features of making a landing which the aviator has to master. In full air there are but few perils to encounter. All airmen unite in declaring that even to the novice in an airplane there is none of that sense of dizziness or vertigo which so many people experience in looking down from high places. The flyer has no sense of motion. A speed of 40 miles an hour and of 100 miles are the same to him. As he looks down the earth seems to be slipping away from him and moving by, tailwards, like an old-fashioned panorama being unwound. Everything about the control of an airplane has to be learned mechanically. Once learned, the aviator applies his knowledge intuitively. He "senses" the position and progress of the craft by the feel of the controls, as the man at the yacht's tiller tells mysteriously how she is responding to the breeze by the "feel." Even before the plane responds to some sudden gust of wind, or drops into a hole in the air, the trained aviator will foresee precisely what is about to happen. He reads it in some little thrill of his lever, a quiver in the frame, as the trained boxer reads in his antagonist's eyes the sort of blow that is coming. This instinctive control of his machine is absolutely essential for the fighting pilot, who must keep his eyes on the movements of his enemy, watch out for possible aircraft guns below, and all the time be striving to get an advantageous position whence he can turn his machine gun loose. A row of gauges, dials, a compass, and a map on the frame of the car in which he sits will engage his attention in any moments of leisure. It is needless to remark that the successful pilot must have a quick eye and steady nerves. Nerves and rapidity of thought save the aviator in many a ticklish position. It is perhaps a tribute to the growing perfection of the airplanes that in certain moments of peril the machine is best left wholly to itself. Its stability is such that if freed from control it will often right itself and glide safely to earth. This not infrequently occurs in the moment of the dreaded perte de vitesse, to which reference has been made. In his book With the French Flying Corps, Mr. Carroll Dana Winslow, a daring American aviator, tells of two such experiences, the one under his observation, the other happening to himself. The modern airplane is naturally so stable, he says, that if not interfered with it will always attempt to right itself before the dreaded vrille occurs, and fall en fuite morte, like a leaf dropping in an autumn breeze, is what this means, and no other words explain the meaning better. A curious instance of this happened one day as I was watching the flights and waiting for my turn. I was particularly interested in a machine that had just risen from the grande piste. It was acting very peculiarly. Suddenly its motor was heard to stop. Instead of diving it commenced to wobble, indicating a perte de vitesse. It slipped off on the wing and then dove. I watched it intently, expecting it to turn into the dreaded spiral. Instead it began to climb. Then it went off on the wing, righted itself, again slipped off the wing, volplaned, and went off once more. This extraordinary performance was repeated several times, while each time the machine approached nearer and nearer to the ground. I thought that the pilot would surely be killed. Luck was with him, however, for his slip ceased just as he made contact with the ground and he settled in a neighboring field. It was a very bumpy landing, but the airplane was undamaged. The officers rushed to the spot to find out what was the matter. They found the pilot unconscious, but otherwise unhurt. Later, in the hospital, he explained that the altitude had affected his heart and that he had fainted. As he felt himself going, he remembered his instructions and relinquished the controls, at the same time stopping his motor. His presence of mind and his luck had saved his life. His luck, I say, for had the machine not righted itself at the moment of touching the ground, it would have been inevitably wrecked. The spectacle, though terrifying, proved valuable as an education to young Winslow, who a few days later was ordered to a test of ascension of 2,000 feet. This is his story: "I had a narrow escape. I had received orders to make a flight during a snowstorm. I rose to the prescribed height and then prepared to make my descent. A whirling squall caught me in the act of making a spiral. I felt the tail of my machine go down and the nose point up. I had a classical perte de vitesse. I looked out and saw that I was less than 800 feet above the ground and approaching it at an alarming rate of speed. I had already shut off the motor for the spiral, and turning it on, I knew would not help me in the least. Suddenly I remembered the pilot who fainted. I let go of everything, and with a sickening feeling I looked down at the uprushing ground. At that instant I felt the machine give a lurch and right itself. I grabbed the controls, turned on the motor, and resumed my line of flight only 200 feet in the air. I had had a very close call, not as close as the man who fainted, but sufficiently so for me." We have said that the process of training a flyer is remarkably expeditious. So far as the fundamentals of his profession are concerned, it is. But his education, in fact, never ends. In the mere matter of reconnaissance, for example, experience is everything. One might imagine that 10,000 men marching on a road would look alike in numbers whatever the nationality. Not so. To the untrained eye 5,000 or 6,000 French troops will look as numerous as 10,000 British or Germans. Why? Because the French march in much more extended order. Into their democratic military methods the precision and mechanical exactitude of German drill do not enter. With the same number of troops they will extend farther along the road by at least a third than would a detachment of either of the other armies. And again, great skill has been developed in the course of the war in the art of concealing positions and particularly in disguising cannon. The art has given a new word to the world: camouflage. Correspondents have repeatedly told of their amazement in suddenly coming across a battery of 75's or a great siege gun so cunningly hidden in the edge of a thicket they would be almost upon it before detecting it. From an airplane 2,500 feet or more in the air, it requires sharp eyes to penetrate artillery disguises. A French poilu in a little book of reminiscences tells with glee how a German observation aviator deceived his batteries. A considerable body of French troops being halted in an open field, out of sight of the enemy batteries, found the glare of the sun oppressive, and having some time to wait, threw down their equipment and betook themselves to the cool shadows of a neighboring wood. Along came an enemy aviator. From his lofty height the haversacks, blanket rolls, and other pieces of dark equipment lying upon the grass looked like a body of troops resting. After sailing over and around the field twice, as though to make assurance doubly sure, he sailed swiftly away. In a very few minutes shells from a concealed battery began dropping into that field at the rate of several a minute. Every foot of it was torn up, and the French soldiers, from their retreat in the woods, saw their equipment being blown to pieces in every direction. The spectacle was harrowing, but the reflection that the aviator undoubtedly thought that he had turned his guns on a field full of men was cheering to them in their safety. An art which the fighting aviator must master early in his career is that of high diving. Many of us have seen a hawk, soaring high in air, suddenly fold its pinions and drop like a plummet full on the back of some luckless pigeon flapping along ungainly scores of feet below. Or a fish hawk drop like a meteor from the sky, with a resounding splash upon the bosom of some placid stream, and rise again carrying a flapping fish to his eyrie in the distant pines. The hunting methods of the hawk are the fighting methods of the airman, but his dives exceed in height and daring anything known to the feathered warriors of the air. Boelke, most famous of all the German airmen, or for that matter of all aerial fighters of his day, who in 1917 held the record for the number of enemy flyers brought down, was famed for his savage dives. He would fly at a great height, 15,000 or more feet, thus assuring himself that there was no enemy above him. When he sighted his prey, he would make an absolutely vertical nose dive, dropping at the rate of 150 miles an hour or more, and spattering shots from his machine gun as he fell. 600 shots a minute and the sight of this charging demon were enough to test the nerve of any threatened aviator. In some fashion, Boelke was enabled to give a slight spiral form to his dive, so that his victim was enveloped in a ring of bullets that blocked his retreat whichever way he might turn for safety. Personality in fighting counted much for success. Boelke's method, its audacity and fierceness, placed him first in the list of airmen with killing records. Captain Immelman, also a German, who rolled up a score of 30 enemies put out of action before he himself was slain, followed entirely different tactics. His battle maneuver savored much of the circus, including as it did complete loop-the-loop. For instead of approaching his adversary from the side, or, as would be said in the sea navy, on the beam, he followed squarely behind him. His study was to get the nose of his machine almost on the tail of the aircraft he was pursuing. This gave him, to begin with, what used to be called in the Navy a raking position, for his shots would rake the whole body of the enemy airplane from tail to nose, with a fair chance of hitting either the fuel tank, the engine, or the pilot. Failing to secure the position he most coveted, this daring German would surrender it with apparent unconcern to the enemy, who usually fell into the trap. For just as the foeman's machine came up to the tail of Immelman's craft, the latter would suddenly turn his nose straight to earth, drop like a stone, execute a backward loop, and come up behind his surprised adversary, who thus found the tables suddenly turned. These two German aviators long held the record for execution done in single combat. Boelke was killed before the air duel vanished, to be replaced by the battle of scores of planes high in air. Immelman survived longer, but with the incoming of the pitched battle his personal prowess counted for less and his fame waned. In July, 1917, arrangements were complete in the United States for the immediate training in the fundamentals of aviation of 10,000 young Americans. The expectation was that long before the end of the year facilities would be provided for the training of many more. Both France and Great Britain sent over squads of their best aviators, some of them so incapacitated from wounds as to be disqualified for further fighting, but still vigorous enough for the work of an instructor. The aerial service took hold upon the imagination and the patriotism of young America as did no other. The flock of volunteers was far beyond the capacity of the government to care for, and many drifted over into private aviation schools, which were established in great numbers. The need for the young students was admittedly great. More and more the impression had grown in both Great Britain and France that the airplane was to be the final arbiter in the war. It was hailed at once as the most dangerous enemy of the submarine and the most efficient ally of troops in the field. No number seemed too great for the needs of the Entente Allies, and their eagerness to increase their flying force was strengthened by the knowledge of the fact that Germany was building feverishly in order that its fleet in the air might not be eclipsed. Perhaps the best description of an idealized aviator was given by Lieutenant Lufbery of the Lafayette Escadrille, who came to the United States to assist in training the new corps of American flying men. Lufbery himself was a most successful air fighter, an ace several times over. Though French by lineage, he was an American citizen and had been a soldier in the United States Army. In October of 1917 his record was 13 Boches brought down within the Allied lines. In the Allied air service one gets no credit for the defeated enemy plane if it falls within the enemy lines. While young Americans were being drilled into shape for service in the flying corps, Lufbery gave this outline of the type of men the service would demand: "It will take the cream of the American youth between the ages of 18 and 26 to man America's thousands of airplanes, and the double cream of youth to qualify as chasers in the Republic's new aerial army. Intensive and scientific training must be given this cream of youth upon which America's welfare in the war must rest. Experience has shown that for best results the fighting aviator should be not over 26 years old or under 18. The youth under 18 has shown itself to be bold, but he lacks judgment. Men over 26 are too cautious. The best air fighters, especially a man handling a chaser, must be of perfect physique. He must have the coolest nerve and be of a temperament that longs for a fight. He must have a sense of absolute duty and fearlessness, the keenest sense of action, and the perfect sight to gain the absolute "feel" of his machine. He must be entirely familiar with aerial acrobatics. The latter frequently means life or death. Fighting 22,000 feet in the air produces a heavy strain on the heart. It is vital, therefore, that this organ show not the slightest evidence of weakness. Such weakness would decrease the aviator's fighting efficiency. The American boys who come over to France for this work will be subject to rapid and frequent variations in altitude. It is a common occurrence to dive vertically from 6,000 to 10,000 feet with the motor pulling hard. Sharpness of vision is imperative. Otherwise the enemy may escape, or the aviator himself will be surprised or mistake a friendly machine for a hostile craft. The differences are often merely insignificant colors and details. America's aviators must be men who will be absolute masters of themselves under fire, thinking out their attacks as their fight progresses. Experience has shown that the chaser men should weigh under 180 pounds. Americans from the ranks of sports, youth who have played baseball, polo, football, or have shot and participated in other sports will make the best fighting aviators. End of The Training of the Aviator, Part 2. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. Some Methods of the War in the Air. Part 1. The fighting tactics of the airmen with the various armies were developed as the war ran its course. As happens so often in the utilization of a new device, either of war or peace, the manner of its use was by no means what was expected at the outset. For the first year of the war the activities of the airmen fell far short of realizing Tennyson's conception of "the nation's airy navies grappling in the central blue." The grappling was only incidental. The flyers seemed destined to be scouts and range finders rather than fighters. Such pitched combats as there were took rather the form of duels, conducted with something of the formality of the days of chivalry. The aviator intent upon a fight would take his machine over the enemy's line and in various ways convey a challenge to a rival, often a hostile aviator of fame for his daring and skill in combat. If the duel was to the death, it would be watched usually from the ground by the comrades of the two duelists. And if the one who fell left his body in the enemy's lines, the victor would gather up his identification disc and other personal belongings and drop them the next day in the camp of the dead man's comrades with a note of polite regret. It was all very daring and chivalric, but it was not war according to 20th century standards and was not long continued. When at first the aviators of one side flew over the enemy's territory, diligently mapping out his trenches, observing the movements of his troops, or indicating, by dropping bunches of tinsel for the sun to shine upon, or breaking smoke bombs, the position of his hidden battery, the foe thus menaced sought to drive them away with anti-aircraft guns. These proved to be ineffective, and it may be said here that throughout the war the swift airplanes proved themselves more than a match for the best anti-aircraft artillery that had been devised. They could complete their reconnaissances or give their signals at a height out of range of these guns, or at least so great that the chances of their being hit were but slight. It was amazing the manner in which an airplane could navigate a stretch of air full of bursting shrapnel and yet escape serious injury. The mere puncture, even the repeated puncture of the wings, did no damage. Only lucky shots that might pierce the fuel tank, hit the engine, touch an aileron or an important stay or strut, could affect the machine, while in due course of time a light armor on the bottom of the fuselage or body of the machine in which the pilot sat protected the operator to some degree. Other considerations, however, finally led to the rejection of armor. Accordingly, it soon became the custom of the commanders who saw their works being spied out by an enemy soaring above to send up one or more aircraft to challenge the invader and drive him away. This led to the second step in the development in aerial strategy. It was perfectly evident that a man could not observe critically a position and draw maps of it, or seek out the hiding place of masked batteries and indicate them to his own artillerists, and at the same time protect himself from assaults. Accordingly, the flying corps of every army gradually became differentiated into observation machines and fighting machines, or avions de réglage, avions de bombardement, and avions de chasse, as the French call them. In their order, these titles were applied to heavy, slow-moving machines used for taking photographs and directing artillery fire, more heavily armed machines of greater weight used in raids and bombing attacks, and the swift fighting machines quick to rise high and swift to maneuver, which would protect the former from the enemy, or drive away the enemy's observation machines, as the case might be. In the form which the belligerents finally adopted as most advantageous, the fighting airplanes were mainly biplanes equipped with powerful motors seldom of less than 140 horsepower, and carrying often but one man, who was not merely the pilot, but the operator of the machine gun with which each was equipped. Still, planes carrying two men, and even three of whom one was the pilot, the other two the operators of the machine guns, were widely adopted. They had indeed their disadvantages. They were slower to rise and clumsier in the turns. The added weight of the two gunmen cut down the amount of fuel that could be carried and limited the radius of action. But one curious disadvantage which would not at first suggest itself to the lay mind was the fact that the roar of the propeller was so great that no possible communication could pass between the pilot and the gunner. Their cooperation must be entirely instinctive, or there could be no unity of action, and in practice it was found that there was little indeed. The smaller machine, carrying but one man, was quicker in the getaway and could rise higher in less time, a most vital consideration, for in the tactics of aerial warfare it is as desirable to get above your enemy as in the days of the old line of battleships it was advantageous to secure a position off the stern of your enemy so that you might rake him fore and aft. The machines ultimately found to best meet the needs of aerial fighting were for the Germans always the Fokker, and the Taube, so called from its resemblance to a flying dove, though it was far from being the dove of peace. The wings are shaped like those of a bird and the tail adds to the resemblance. The Allies, after testing the Taube design, contemptuously rejected it, and indeed the Germans themselves substituted the Fokker for it in the war's later days. The English used the Vickers Scout, built of aluminum and steel and until late in the war usually designed to carry two aviators. This machine, unlike most of the others, has a propeller at the stern called a pusher, in contradistinction to the tractor, acting as the screw of a ship and avoiding the interference with the rifle fire which the pulling or tractor propeller mounted before the pilot to a certain degree presents. The Vickers machine is lightly armoured. The English also used what was known as the DH-5, a machine carrying a motor of very high horsepower, while the Sopwith and Bristol biplane were popular as fighting craft. The French pinned their faith mainly to the Farman, the Caudron, the Voisin, and the Morane-Saulnier machines. The Blériot and the Nieuport, which were for some reason ruled out at the beginning of the war, were afterwards readopted and employed in great numbers. It would be gratifying to an American author to be able to describe, or at least to mention, the favorite machine of the American aviators who flocked to France immediately upon the declaration of war, but the mortifying fact is that having no airplanes of our own, our gallant volunteer soldiers of the air had to be equipped throughout by the French with machines of their favorite types. After we entered the war we adopted a plane of American design to which was given the name Liberty plane. It may be worth while to revert for a moment to the distinction drawn in a preceding paragraph between the pusher propeller and the tractor which revolved in front of the aviator and of his machine gun. It would seem almost incredible that two heavy blades of hardwood revolving at a speed not less than 1,200 times a minute, a speed so rapid that their passage in front of the eyes of the aviator interfered in no way with his vision, should not have blocked a stream of bullets falling from a gun at the rate of more than 600 a minute. Nevertheless, it was claimed during the earlier days of the war that these bullets were not appreciably diverted by the whirling propellers, nor were the latter apparently injured by the missiles. The latter assertion, however, must have been to some extent disproved, because it came about that the propellers of the later machines were rimmed with a thin coating of steel lest the blades be cut by the bullets. But the amazing ability of modern science to cope with what seemed to be an insoluble problem was demonstrated by the invention of a device light and compact enough to be carried in an airplane, which applied to the machine gun and timed in accordance with the revolutions of the propeller so synchronized the shots with those revolutions that the stream of lead passed between the whirling blades, never once striking. The machine was entirely automatic, requiring no attention on the part of the operator after the gun was once started on its discharge. This device was originally used by the Germans, who applied it to their Fokker machines. It was claimed for it that by doing away with the wastage caused by the diversion of the course of bullets which struck the revolving propellers, it actually saved for effective use about 30% of the ammunition employed. As the amount of ammunition which can be carried by an airplane is rigidly limited, this gave to the appliance a positive value. Reference has been made to the extraordinary immunity of flying airplanes to the attacks of anti-aircraft guns. The number of wounds they could sustain without being brought to earth was amazing. Graham White tells of a comparison made in one of the airdromes of the wounds sustained by the machines after a day's hard scouting and fighting. One was found to have been hit no less than 37 times. Curiously enough, the man who navigated it escaped unscathed. Wounds in the wings are harmless, but the puncture of the fuel tank almost certainly means an explosion and the death of the aviator in the flame thousands of feet in the air. During an air battle before Arras, a British aviator encountered this fate. When his tank was struck and the fuselage, or body of the machine, burst into flames, he knew that he was lost. By no possibility could he reach the ground before he should be burned to death. A neighboring aviator flying not far from him told the story afterwards. "Jack was not in the thick of this fight," said he. "He was rather on the outskirts, striving to get in, which I suddenly saw his whole machine enveloped in a sheet of flame. Instantly he turned towards the nearest German and made at him with the obvious intention of running him down and carrying him to earth in the same cloud of fire. The man thus threatened twisted and turned in a vain effort to escape the red terror bearing down upon him. But suffering acutely as he must have been, Jack followed his every move until the two machines crashed, and whirling over and over each other like two birds in an aerial combat, fell to earth and to destruction. They landed inside the German lines, so we heard no more about them, but we could see the smoke from the burning debris for some time." As the range of anti-aircraft guns increased, the flyers were driven higher and higher into the air to escape their missiles. At one time 4,500 feet was looked upon as a reasonably safe height, but when the war had been under way about 2 years, the weapons designed to combat aircraft were so improved that they could send their shots effectively 10,000 feet into the air. If the aircraft had been forced to operate at that height, their usefulness would have been largely destroyed, for it is obvious that for observation purposes the atmospheric haze at such a height would obscure the view and make accurate mapping of the enemy's position impossible. For offensive purposes, too, the airplanes at so great an elevation would be heavily handicapped, if not indeed rendered impotent. As we shall see later, dropping a bomb from a swiftly moving airplane upon a target is no easy task. It never falls direct, but partakes of the motion of the plane. It is estimated that for every 1,000 feet of elevation a bomb will advance 400 feet in the direction that the aircraft is moving, provided its speed is not in excess of 60 miles an hour. As a result, marksmanship at a height of more than 5,000 feet is practically impossible. In the main, this situation is met, as all situations in war in which efficiency can only be attained at the expense of great personal danger are met, namely, by braving the danger. When the aviators have an attack in contemplation they fly low and snap their fingers at the puff balls of death, as the shrapnel from their appearance when bursting may well be called. Naturally, efforts were made early in the war to lessen the danger by armouring the body of the machine sufficiently to protect the aviator and his engine, for if the aviator escaped a shot which found the engine, his plight would be almost as bad as if the missile had struck him. The main difficulty with armouring the machines grew out of the added weight. The more efficient the armour, the less fuel could be carried and the less ammunition. If too heavily loaded, the speed of the machine would be reduced and its ability to climb rapidly, upon which the safety of the aviator usually depends, either in reconnaissance or fighting, would be seriously impeded. The first essays in protective armour took the form of the installation of a thin sheet of steel along the bottom of the body of the craft. This turned aside missiles from below, provided the plane were not so near the ground as to receive them at the moment of their highest velocity. But it was only an unsatisfactory makeshift. At the higher altitudes it was necessary, and in conflict with other airplanes it proved worthless, because in a battle in the air the shots of the enemy are more likely to come from above, or at least from levels in the same plane. The armoured airplane was quickly found to have less chance of mounting above its enemy, because of the weight it carried, and before long the principle of protecting an airplane as a battleship is protected was abandoned, except in the case of the heavier machines intended to operate as scouts or guides to artillery, holding their flights near the earth and protected from attack from above by their attendant fleet of swift fighting machines. Of these, the Vickers machine used mainly by the British is a common type. It is built throughout of steel and aluminum, and the entire fuselage is clothed with steel plating, which assures protection to the two occupants from either upward or lateral fire. The sides of the body are carried up so that only the heads of the aviators are visible. But to accomplish this measure of protection for the pilot and the gunner who operates the machine gun from a seat forward of the pilot, the weight of the craft is so greatly increased that it is but little esteemed for any save the most sluggish manoeuvre. Indeed, just as aircraft, as a factor in war, have come to be more like the cavalry in the army, or the destroyers and scout cruisers in the navy, so the tendency has been to discard everything in their design that might by any possibility interfere with their speed and their ability to turn and twist and change direction and elevation with the utmost celerity under the most difficult of conditions. It is possible that should this war run into the indefinite future we may see aircraft built on ponderous lines and heavily armoured, and performing in the air some of the functions that the British tanks have discharged on the battlefield. But at the end of 3 years of war, and at the moment when aerial hostilities seem to be engaging more fully than even before the inventive genius of the nations, and the dash and skill of the fighting flyers, the tendency is all toward the light and swift machine. The attitude of the fighting airman is somewhat reminiscent of that of America's greatest sea fighter, Admiral Farragut. Always opposed to ironclads, the hero of Mobile Bay used to say that when he went to sea he did not want to go in an iron coffin, and that when a shell has made its way through one side of his ship he didn't want any obstacle presented to impede its passing out of the other side. The all-important and even vital necessity for speed also detracted much from the value of aircraft in offensive operations. It was found early that you could not mount on a flying machine guns of sufficient caliber to be of material use in attacking fortified positions. If it was necessary for the planes to proceed any material distance before reaching their objective, the weight of the necessary fuel would preclude the carriage of heavy artillery. In the case of seaplanes, which might be carried on the deck of a battleship to a point reasonably contiguous to the object to be attacked, this difficulty was not so serious. This was demonstrated to some extent by the British raids on the German naval bases of Cuxhaven and Wilhelmshaven. But even in these instances it was bombs dropped by aviators, not gunfire, that injured the enemy's works. But for the airplane proper this added weight was so positive a handicap as to practically destroy its usefulness as an assailant of fortified positions. The heavier weapons of offense, which could be carried by the airplane even of the highest development, were the bombs. These once landed might cause the greatest destruction, but the difficulty of depositing them directly upon a desired target was not to be overcome. The dirigible balloon enjoyed a great advantage over the airplane in this respect, for it was able to hover over the spot which it desired to hit and to discharge its bombs in a direct perpendicular line with enough initial velocity from a spring gun to overcome largely any tendency to deviate from the perpendicular. But an airplane cannot stop. When it stops it must descend. If it is moving at the moderate speed of 60 miles an hour when it drops its missile, the bomb itself will move forward at the rate of 60 miles an hour until gravity has overcome the initial forward force. Years before the war broke out, tests were held in Germany and France of the ability of aviators to drop a missile upon a target marked out upon the ground. One such test in France required the dropping of bombs from a height of 2,400 feet upon a target 170 feet long by 40 broad, or about the dimensions of a small and rather stubby ship. The results were uniformly disappointing. The most creditable record was made by an American aviator, Lieutenant Scott, formerly of the United States Army. His first 3 shots missed altogether, but thereafter he landed 8 within the limits. In Germany, the same year the test was to drop bombs upon 2 targets, one resembling a captive Zeppelin, the other a military camp 330 feet square. The altitude limit was set at 660 feet. This, though a comparatively easy test, was virtually a failure. Only 2 competitors succeeded in dropping a bomb into the square at all, while the balloon was hit but once. The character and size of the bombs employed by aircraft naturally differed very widely, particularly as to size, between those carried by dirigibles and those used by airplanes. The Zeppelin shell varied in weight between 200 and 250 pounds. It was about 47 inches long by 8½ inches in diameter. Its charge varied according to the use to which it was to be put. If it was hoped that it would drop in a crowded spot and inflict the greatest amount of damage to human life and limb, it would carry a bursting charge, shrapnel, and bits of iron, all of which on the impact of the missile upon the earth would be hurled in every direction to a radius exceeding 40 yards. If damage to buildings, on the other hand, was desired, some high explosive such as picric acid would be used, which would totally wreck any moderate-sized building upon which the shell might fall. In many instances, particularly in raids upon cities such as London, incendiary shells were used, charged with some form of liquid fire, which rapidly spread the conflagration, and which itself was practically inextinguishable. End of Some Methods of the War in the Air, Part 1. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. Some Methods of the War in the Air, Part 2. Shells or bombs of these varying types were dropped from airplanes as well as from the larger and steadier Zeppelins. The difference was entirely in the size. It was said that a Zeppelin might drop a bomb of a ton's weight, but so far as attainable records are concerned, it is impossible to cite any instance of this being done. The effect on the great gas bag of the sudden release of a load so great would certainly cause a sudden upward flight which might be so quick and so powerful as to affect the very structure of the ship. So far as known, 250 pounds was the topmost limit of Zeppelin bombs, while most of them were of much smaller dimensions. The airplane bombs were seldom more than 60 pounds in weight, although in the larger British machines a record of 95 pounds has been attained. The most common form of bomb used in the heavier-than-air machines was pear-shaped, with a whirling tail to keep the missile upright as it falls. Steel balls within, a little larger than ordinary shrapnel, are held in place by a device which releases them during the fall. On striking the ground they fall on the explosive charge within, and the shell bursts, scattering the 200 or 300 steel bullets which it carries over a wide radius. Bombs of this character weigh in the neighborhood of 6 pounds, and an ordinary airplane can carry a very considerable number. Their exploding device is very delicate, so that it will operate upon impact with water, very soft earth, or even the covering of an airship. Other bombs commonly used in airplanes were shaped like darts, winged like an arrow, so that they would fall perpendicularly and explode by a pusher at the point which was driven into the body of the bomb upon its impact with any hard substance. It seems curious to read of the devices sometimes quite complicated, and at all times the result of the greatest care and thought, used for dropping these bombs. In the trenches men pitched explosive missiles about with little more care than if they had been so many baseballs. but only seldom was a bomb from aloft actually delivered by hand. In the case of the heavier bombs used by the dirigibles this is understandable. They could not be handled by a single man without the aid of mechanical devices. Some are dropped from a cradle which is tilted into a vertical position after the shell has been inserted. Others are fired from a tube not unlike the torpedo tube of a submarine, but which imparts only slight initial velocity to the missile. Its chief force is derived from gravity, and to be assured of its explosion the aviator must discharge it from a height proportionate to its size. In the airplane the aviator's methods are more simple. Sometimes the bombs are carried in a rack beneath the body of the machine, and released by means of a lever at the side. A more primitive method often in use is merely to attach the bomb to a string and lower it to a point at which the aviator is certain that in falling it will not touch any part of the craft, and then cut the string. Half a dozen devices by which the aviator can hold the bomb at arm's length and drop it with the certainty of a perpendicular fall are in use in the different air navies. It will be evident to the most casual consideration that with any one of these devices employed by an aviator in a machine going at a speed of 60 miles an hour or more the matter of hitting the target is one in which luck has a very great share. There is good reason for the pains taken by the aviators to see that their bombs fall swift and true, and clear of all the outlying parts of their machines. The grenadier in the trenches has a clear field for his explosive missile, and he may toss it about with what appears to be desperate carelessness. Although instances have been known in which a bomb thrower, throwing back his arm preparatory to launching his canned volcano, has struck the back of his own trench with disastrous results. But the aviator must be even more careful. His bombs must not hit any of the wires below his machine in falling, else there will be a dire fall for him. And above all they must not get entangled in stays or braces. In such case landing will bring a most unpleasant surprise. A striking case was that of a bomber who had been out over the German trenches. He had a two-man machine, had made a successful flight, and had dropped effectively, as he supposed, all his bombs. Returning in serene consciousness of a day's duty well done, he was about to spiral down to the landing place when his passenger looked over the side of the car to see if everything was in good order. Emphatically, it was not. To his horror he discovered that two of the bombs had not fallen, but had caught in the running gear of his machine. To attempt a landing with the bombs in this position would have been suicidal. The bombs would have instantly exploded and annihilated both machine and aviators. But to get out of the car, climb down on the wires, and try to unhook the bombs seemed more desperate still. Stabilizers and other devices, now in common use, had not then been invented, and to go out on the wing of a biplane, or to disturb its delicate balance, was unheard of. Nevertheless, it was a moment for desperate remedies. The pilot clung to his controls and sought to meet the shifting strains, while the passenger climbed out on the wing and then upon the running gear. To trust yourself 2,000 feet in mid-air with your feet on one piano wire and one hand clutching another, while with the other hand you grope blindly for a bomb charged with high explosive, is an experience for which few men would yearn. But in this case it was successful. The bombs fell, nobody cared where, and the two imperiled aviators came to ground safely. A form of offensive weapon which for some reason seems peculiarly horrible to the human mind is the fléchette. These are steel darts a little larger than a heavy lead pencil, and with the upper two-thirds of the stem deeply grooved, so that the greater weight of the lower part will cause them to fall perpendicularly. These are used in attacks upon dense bodies of troops. Particularly have they proved effective in assailing cavalry, for the nature of the wounds they produce invariably maddens the horses who suffer from them and causes confusion that will often bring grave disaster to a transport or artillery train. Though very light, these arrows when dropped from any considerable height inflict most extraordinary wounds. They have been known to penetrate a soldier's steel helmet, to pass through his body and that of the horse he bestrode, and bury themselves in the earth. In the airplane they are carried in boxes of 100 each, placed over an orifice in the floor. A touch of the aviator's foot and all are discharged. The speed of the machine causes them to fall at first in a somewhat confused fashion. with the result that before all have finally assumed their perpendicular position they have been scattered over a very considerable extent of air. Once fairly pointed downward they fall with unerring directness points downwards to their mark. It is a curious fact that not long after these arrows first made their appearance in the French machines they were imitated by the Germans, but the German darts had stamped upon them the words "Made in Germany, but invented by the French." One of the duties of the fighting airmen is to destroy the observation balloons which float in great numbers over both the lines, tugging lazily at the ropes by which they are held captive, while the observers perched in their baskets communicate the results of their observations by telephone to staff officers at a considerable distance. These balloons are usually anchored far enough back of their own lines to be safe from the ordinary artillery fire of their enemies. They were therefore fair game for the mosquitoes of the air. But they were not readily destroyed by such artillery as could be mounted on an ordinary airplane. Bullets from the machine guns were too small to make any rents in the envelope that would affect its stability. Even if incendiary, they could not carry a sufficiently heavy charge to affect so large a body. The skin of the sausages, as the balloons were commonly called from their shape, was too soft to offer sufficient resistance to explode a shell of any size. The war was pretty well under way before the precise weapon needed for their destruction was discovered. This proved to be a large rocket, of which 8 were carried on an airplane, 4 on each side. They were discharged by powerful springs and a mechanism started which ignited them as soon as they had left the airplane behind. The head of each rocket was of pointed steel, very sharp and heavy enough to pierce the balloon's skin. Winslow was fortunate enough to be present when the first test of this weapon was made. In his book, With the French Flying Corps, he thus tells the story. Swinging lazily above the field was a captive balloon. At one end of Le Bourget was a line of waiting airplanes. "This is the second. They have already brought down one balloon," remarked the man at my elbow. The hum of a motor caused me to look up. A wide-winged double motor caudron had left the ground and was mounting gracefully above us. Up and up it went, describing a great circle, until it faced the balloon. Everyone caught his breath. The caudron was rushing straight at the balloon, diving for the attack. "Now!" cried the crowd. There was a loud crack, a flash, and 8 long rockets darted forth, leaving behind a fiery trail. The aviator's aim, however, was wide, and to the disappointment of everyone the darts fell harmlessly to the ground. Another motor roared far down the field, and a tiny appareil de chasse shot upward like a swallow. "A Nieuport!" shouted the crowd as one voice. Eager to atone for his captain's failure, and impatient at his delay in getting out of the way, the tiny biplane tossed and tumbled about in the air like a clown in the circus ring. "Look! He's looping! He falls! He slips! No! He rights again!" cried 100 voices as the skillful pilot kept our nerves on edge. Suddenly he darted into position and for a second hovered uncertain. Then with a dive like that of a dragon fly he rushed down to the attack. Again a sheet of flame and a shower of sparks. This time the balloon sagged. The flames crept slowly around its silken envelope. "Touché!" cried the multitude. Then the balloon burst and fell to the ground, a mass of flames. High above the little Nieuport saucily continued its pranks as though contemptuous of such easy prey. It may be properly noted at this point that the captive balloons or kite balloons have proved of the greatest value for observations in this war. Lacking, of course, the mobility of the swiftly moving airplanes, they have the advantage over the latter of being at all times in direct communication by telephone with the ground and being able to carry quite heavy scientific instruments for the more accurate mapping out of such territory as comes within their sphere of observation. They are not easy to destroy by artillery fire, for the continual swaying of the balloon before the wind perplexes gunners in their aim. At a height of 600 feet, a normal observation post, the horizon is nearly 30 miles from the observer. In flat countries like Flanders, or at sea where the balloon may be sent up from the deck of a ship, this gives an outlook of the greatest advantage to the army or fleet relying upon the balloon for its observations of the enemy's dispositions. Most of the British and French observation balloons have been of the old-fashioned spherical form which officers in those services find sufficiently effective. The Germans, however, claimed that a balloon might be devised which would not be so very unstable in gusty weather. Out of this belief grew the Parseval-Ziegfeld balloon, which from its form took the name of the sausage. In fact, its appearance, far from being terrifying, suggests not only that particular edible, but a large dill pickle floating awkwardly in the air. In order to keep the balloon always pointed into the teeth of the wind, there was attached to one end of it a large surrounding bag hanging from the lower half of the main envelope. One end of this, the end facing forward, is left open, and into this the wind blows, steadying the whole structure after the fashion of the tail of a kite. The effect is somewhat grotesque, as anyone who has studied the numerous pictures of balloons of this type employed during the war must have observed. It looks not unlike some form of tumor growing from a healthy structure. Captive or kite balloons are especially effective as coast guards. Posted 50 miles apart along the threatened coast, they can keep a steady watch over the sea for more than 25 miles toward the horizon. With their telephonic connections they can notify airplanes in waiting, or for that matter swift destroyers, of any suspicious sight in the distance and secure an immediate investigation which will perhaps result in the defeat of some attempted raid. Requiring little power for raising and lowering them, and few men for their operation, they form a method of standing sentry guard at a nation's front door which can probably be equaled by no other device. The United States, at the moment of the preparation of this book, is virtually without any balloons of this type, the first one of any pretensions having been tested in the summer of 1917. As late as the third year of the war, it could not be said that the possibilities of aerial offense had been thoroughly developed by any nation. The Germans indeed had done more than any of the belligerents in this direction with their raids on the British coast and on London, but, as already pointed out, these raids as serious attacks on strategic positions were mere failures. Advocates of the increased employment of aircraft in this fashion insist that the military value to Germany of the raids lay not so much in the possibility of doing damage of military importance, but rather in the fact that the possibility of repeated and more effective raids compelled Great Britain to keep at home a force of 30,000 to 50,000 men constantly on guard, who but for this menace would have been employed on the battlefields of France. In this argument there is a measure of plausibility. Indeed, between January, 1915, and June 13, 1917, the Germans made 23 disastrous raids upon England, killing more than 700 persons and injuring nearly twice as many. The amount of damage to property has never been reported, nor is it possible to estimate the extent of injury inflicted upon the works of a military character. The extreme secrecy with which Great Britain, in common with the other belligerents, has enveloped operations of this character makes it impossible at this early day to estimate the military value of these exploits. Merely to inflict anguish and death upon a great number of civilians, and those largely women and children, is obviously of no military service. But if such suffering is inflicted in the course of an attack which promises the destruction or even the crippling of works of military character like arsenals, munition plants, or naval stores, it must be accepted as an incident of legitimate warfare. The limited information obtainable in wartime seems to indicate that the German raids had no legitimate objective in view, but were undertaken for the mere purpose of frightfulness. The methods of defense employed in Great Britain, where all attacks must come from the sea, were mainly naval. What might be called the outer or flying defenses consisted of fast armed fighting seaplanes and dirigibles, stationed on the coast and ready on the receipt of a wireless warning from scouts, either aerial or naval, that an enemy air flotilla was approaching the coast. They could at once fly forth and give it battle. A thorough defense of the British territory demanded that the enemy should be driven back before reaching the land. Once over British territory, the projectiles discharged, whether by friend or foe, did equal harm to the people on the ground below. Accordingly, every endeavor was made to meet and beat the raiders before they had passed the barrier of sea. Beside the flying defenses there were the floating defenses, Anti-aircraft guns were mounted on different types of ships stationed far out from the shore and ever on the watch, but these latter were of comparatively little avail, for flying over the Channel or the North Sea the invaders naturally flew at a greater height. They had no targets there to seek, steered by their compasses, and were entirely indifferent to the prospect beneath them. Moreover, anti-aircraft guns, hard to train effectively from an immovable mount, were particularly untrustworthy when fired from the deck of a rolling and tossing ship in the turbulent Channel. Third in the list of defences of the British coast, or of any other coast which may at any time be threatened with an aerial raid, are defensive stations, equipped not only with anti-aircraft guns and searchlights, but with batteries of strange new scientific instruments like the listening towers, equipped with huge microphones to magnify the sound of the motors of approaching aircraft so that they would be heard long before they could be seen, range finders, and other devices for the purpose of gauging the distance and fixing the direction of an approaching enemy. End of Some Methods of the War in the Air, Part 2. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. Some Methods of the War in the Air, Part 3. Some brief attention may here be given to the various types of anti-aircraft guns. These differ very materially in type and weight in the different belligerent armies and navies. They have but one quality in common, namely that they are most disappointing in the results attained. Mr. F. W. Lancaster, the foremost British authority on aircraft, says on the subject: "Anti-aircraft flying is very inaccurate, hence number of guns are employed to compensate. That is to say that one or two guns can be little relied upon to put a flyer hors du combat. The method adopted is to have large batteries which fairly fill the portion of the air through which the adventurous airman is making his way with shells fired rather at the section than at the swiftly moving target. Archibald, the British airmen call, for some mysterious reason, the anti-aircraft guns employed by their enemies, sometimes referring to a big howitzer which made its appearance late in the war as Cuthbert. The names sound a little effeminate, redolent somehow of high teas and the dancing floor, rather than the field of battle. Perhaps this was why the British soldiers adopted them as an expression of contempt for the enemy's batteries. But contempt was hardly justifiable in face of the difficulty of the problem. A gun, firing a 20-pound shrapnel shell, is not pointed on an object with the celerity with which a practised revolver shot can throw his weapon into position. The gunner on the ground, seeing an airplane flying 5,000 feet above him, almost a mile up in the air, hurries to get his piece into position for a shot. But while he is aiming, the flyer, if a high-speed machine, will be changing its position at a rate of perhaps 120 miles an hour. Nor does it fly straight ahead. The gunner cannot point his weapon some distance in advance, as he would were he a sportsman intent on cutting off a flight of wild geese. The aviator makes quick turns, zigzags, employs every artifice to defeat the aim of his enemy below. Small wonder that in the majority of cases they have been successful. The attitude of the airman toward the Archies is one of calm contempt. The German mind being distinctly scientific, invented early in the war a method of fixing the range and position of an enemy airplane which would be most effective if the target were not continually in erratic motion. The method was to arrange anti-aircraft guns in a triangle, all in telephonic connection with a central observer. When a flyer enters the territory which these guns are guarding, the gunner at one of the apexes of the triangle fires a shell which gives out a red cloud of smoke. Perhaps it falls short. The central observer notes the result and orders a second gun to fire. Instantly a gunner at another apex fires again, this time a shell giving forth black smoke. This shell discharged with the warning given by the earlier one is likely to come nearer the target, but at any rate marks another point at which it has been missed. Between the two a third gunner instantly corrects his aim by the results of the first two shots. His shell gives out a yellow smoke. The observer then figures from the positions of the three guns the lines of a triangular cone at the apex of which the target should be. Sometimes science wins, often enough for the Germans to cling to the system, but more often the shrewd aviator defeats science by his swift and eccentric changes of his line of flight. At the beginning of the war Germany was very much better equipped with anti-aircraft guns than any of her enemies. This was due to the remarkable foresight of the great munition makers, Krupp and Ehrhardt, who began experimenting with anti-aircraft guns before the aircraft themselves were much more than experiments. The problem was no easy one. The gun had to be light, mobile, and often mounted on an automobile so as to be swiftly transferred from place to place in pursuit of raiders. It was vital that it should be so mounted as to be speedily trained to any position vertical or horizontal. As a result, the type determined upon was mounted on a pedestal fixed to the chassis of an automobile or to the deck of a ship in case it was to be used in naval warfare. The heaviest gun manufactured in Germany was of 4 1/4 inch caliber, throwing a shell of 40 pounds weight. This could be mounted directly over the rear axle of a heavy motor truck. To protect the structure of the car from the shock of the recoil, these guns are of course equipped with hydraulic or other appliances for taking it up. They are manufactured also in a 3-inch size. Germany, France, and England vied with each other in devising armoured motor cars equipped with guns of this type, the British using the makes of Vickers and Hotchkiss, and the French their favourite Creusot. The trucks are always armoured, the guns mounted in turrets so that the effect is not unlike that of a small battleship dashing madly down a country road and firing repeatedly at some object directly overhead. But the record has not shown that the success of these picturesque and ponderous engines of war has been great. They cannot manoeuvre with enough swiftness to keep up with the gyrations of shots from below. Indeed, they so thoroughly demonstrated their inefficiency that before the war had passed its 3rd year they were either abandoned or their guns employed only when the car was stationary. Shots fired at full speed were seldom effective. The real measure of the effectiveness of an anti-aircraft gun may be judged by the comparative immunity that attended the aviators engaged on the 2 early British raids on Friedrichshafen, the seat of the great Zeppelin works on Lake Constance, and the German naval base at Cuxhaven. The first was undertaken by 3 machines. From Belfort in France the aviators turned into Germany and flew for 120 miles across hostile territory. The flight was made by day, though indeed the adventurous aviators were favoured by a slight mist. Small single-seated Avro machines were used, loaded heavily with bombs as well as with the large amount of fuel necessary for a flight which before its completion would extend over 250 miles. Not only at the frontier, but at many fortified positions over which they passed, they must have exposed themselves to the fire of artillery. But until they actually reached the neighbourhood of the Zeppelin works they encountered no fire whatsoever. There the attack on them was savage and well maintained. On the roofs of the gigantic factory, on neighbouring hillocks and points of vantage there were anti-aircraft guns busily discharging shrapnel at the invaders. It is claimed by the British that fearing this attack the Germans had called from the front in Flanders their best marksmen. For at that time the comparative worthlessness of the Zeppelin had not been demonstrated and the protection of the works was regarded as a prime duty of the army. The invading machines flew low above the factory roofs. The adventurers had come far on an errand which they knew would awaken the utmost enthusiasm among their fellows at home, and they were determined to so perform their task that no charge of having left anything undone could possibly lie. Commander Briggs, the first of the aviators to reach the scene, flew as low as 100 feet above the roofs, dropping his bombs with deadly accuracy. But he paid for his temerity with the loss of his machine and his liberty. A bullet pierced his petrol tank, and there was nothing for him to do save to glide to earth and surrender. The 2 aviators who accompanied him, although their machines were repeatedly hit, were nevertheless able to drop all their bombs and to fly safely back to Belfort, whence they had taken their departure some hours before. The measure of actual damage done in the raid has never been precisely known. Germany always denied that it was serious. while the British ascribed to it the greatest importance, a clash of opinion common in the war, and which will for some years greatly perplex the student of its history. The second raid, that upon Cuxhaven, was made by seaplanes so far as the air fighting was concerned, but in it not only destroyers but submarines also took part. It presented the unique phenomenon of a battle fought at once above, upon, and below the surface of the sea. It is with the aerial feature of the battle alone that we have to do. Christmas morning, 1915. 7 seaplanes were quietly lowered to the surface of the water of the North Sea from their mother ships a little before daybreak. The spot was within a few miles of Cuxhaven and the mouth of the River Elbe. As the aircraft rose from the surface of the water and out of the light mist that lay upon it, they could see the harbor which they threatened, a small group of German warships. Almost at the same moment their presence was detected. The alarms of the bugles rang out from the hitherto quiet craft, and in a moment, with the smoke pouring from their funnels, destroyers and torpedo boats moved out to meet the attack. 2 Zeppelins rose high in the air, surrounded by a number of the smaller planes eager for the conflict. The latter proceeded at once to the attack upon the raiding air fleet, while the destroyers, the heavier Zeppelins, and a number of submarines sped out to sea to attack the British ships. The mist, which grew thicker, turned the combat from a battle into a mere disorderly raid, but out of it the seaplanes emerged unhurt. All made their way safely back to the fleet, after having dropped their bombs with a degree of damage never precisely known. The weakness of the seaplane is that on returning to its parent ship it cannot usually light upon her deck, even though a landing platform has been provided. It must, as a rule, drop to the surface of the ocean, and if this be at all rough, the machine very speedily goes to pieces. This was the case with 4 of the 7 seaplanes which took part on the raid on Cuxhaven. All, however, delivered their pilots safely to the awaiting fleet, and none fell a victim to the German anti-aircraft guns. In May of 1917 the British Royal Navy Air Service undertook the mapping of the coast of Belgium north from Newport, the most northerly seaport held by the British, to the southern boundary of Holland. This section of coast was held by the Germans, and in it were included the 2 submarine bases of Zeebrugge and Ostend. At the latter point the long line of German trenches extending to the boundary of Switzerland rested its right flank on the sea. The whole coast north of that was lined with German batteries, snugly concealed in the rolling sand dunes and masked by the waving grasses of a barren coast. From British ships 30 miles out at sea, for the waters there are shallow and large vessels can only at great peril approach the shore, the seaplanes were launched. Just south of Newport a land base was established as a rendezvous for both air and seaplanes when their day's work was done. From fleet and station the aerial observers took their way daily to the enemy's coast. Every mile of it was photographed. The hidden batteries were detected and the inexorable record of their presence imprinted on the films. The work in progress at Ostend and Zeebrugge, the active construction of basins, locks, and quays, the progress of the great mole building at the latter port, the activities of submarines and destroyers within the harbor, the locations of guns, and the positions of barracks were all indelibly set down. These films, developed at leisure, were made into coherent wholes, placed in projecting machines, and displayed like moving pictures in the wardrooms of the ships hovering off shore, so that the naval forces preparing for the assault had a very accurate idea of the nature of the defenses they were about to encounter. This was not done, of course, without considerable savage fighting in midair. The Germans had no idea of allowing their defenses and the works of their submarine bases to be pictured for the guidance of their foes. Their anti-aircraft guns barked from dawn to dark whenever a British plane was seen within range. Their own aerial fighters were continually busy, and along that desolate wave-washed coast many a lost lad in leather clothing and goggles, crumpled up in the ruins of his machine after a fall of thousands of feet, lay as a memorial to the prowess of the defenders of the coast and the audacity of those who sought to invade it. But during the long weeks of this extended reconnaissance hardly a spadeful of dirt could be moved, a square yard of concrete placed in position, or a submarine or torpedo boat maneuvered without its record being entered upon the detailed charts the British were so painstakingly preparing against the day of assault. When peace shall finally permit the publication of the records of the war, now held secret for military reasons, such maps as those prepared by the British Air Service on the Belgian coast will prove most convincing evidence of the military value of the aerial scouts. What the lads engaged in making these records had to brave in the way of physical danger is strikingly shown by the description of a combat included in one of the coldly matter-of-fact official reports. The battle was fought at about 12,000 feet above Mother Earth. We quote the official description accompanied by some explanatory comments added by one who was an eyewitness and who conversed with the triumphant young airman on his return to the safety of the soil. While exposing 6 plates, says the official report of this youthful recording angel, I observed 5 HAs cruising. HA stands for hostile aeroplane. Not having seen the escort since returning inland, the pilot prepared to return. The enemy separated, one taking up a position above the tail and one ahead. The other 3 glided toward us on the port side, firing as they came. The 2 diving machines fired over 100 rounds, hitting the pilot in the shoulder. As a matter of fact, the bullet entered his shoulder from above, behind, breaking his left collar bone, and emerged just above his heart, tearing a jagged rent down his breast. Both his feet, furthermore, were pierced by bullets, but the observer is not concerned with petty detail. The observer held his fire until HA, diving on tail, was within 5 yards. Here it might be mentioned that the machines were hurtling through space at a speed in the region of 100 miles an hour. The pilot of HA, having swooped to within speaking distance, pushed up his goggles and laughed triumphantly as he took sight for the shot that was to end the fight. But the observer had his own idea how the fight should end. I then shot 1 tray into the enemy's pilot's face, he says, with curt relish, and watched him side-slip and go spinning earthward in a train of smoke. He then turned his attention to his own pilot. The British machine was barely under control, but as the observer rose in his seat to investigate the foremost gun was fired, and the aggressor ahead went out of control and dived nose first in helpless spirals. Suspecting that his mate was badly wounded in spite of this achievement, the observer swung 1 leg over the side of the fuselage and climbed onto the wing, figure for a minute the air pressure on his body during this gymnastic feat, until he was beside the pilot, faint and drenched with blood, who had nevertheless got his machine back into complete control. "Go back, you ass," he said through white lips in response to inquiries how he felt. So the ass got back the way he came, and looked around for the remainder of the HAs. These, however, appeared to have lost stomach for further fighting, and fled. The riddled machine returned home at 100 knots, while the observer, having nothing better to do, continued to take photographs. The pilot, though wounded, made a perfect landing. Thus the report concludes. When the time came for the assault upon Zeebrugge, the value of these painstaking preparations was made evident. The attack was made from sea and air alike. Out in the North Sea, the great British battleships steamed in as near the coast as the shallowness of the water would permit. From the forward deck of each rose grandly a seaplane until the air was darkened by their wings, and they looked like a monstrous flock of the gulls which passengers on ocean-going liners watch wheeling and soaring around the ship as it plows its way through the ocean. These gulls, though, were birds of prey. They were planes of the larger type, biplanes or triplanes carrying 2 men, usually equipped with 2 motors and heavily laden with high explosive bombs. As they made their way toward the land they were accompanied by a fleet of high draft monitors especially built for the service, each mounting 2 heavy guns and able to maneuver in shallow water. With them advancing a swarm of swift, low-flying, dark-painted destroyers ready to watch out for enemy torpedo boats or submarines. They mounted anti-aircraft guns, too, and were prepared to defend the monitors against assaults from the heavens above as well as from the sinister attack of the underwater boats. Up from the land base at Newport came a great fleet of airplanes to coöperate with their naval brethren. Soon upon the German works, sheltering squadrons of the sinister undersea boats, there rained a hell of exploding projectiles from the sea and sky. Every gunner had absolute knowledge of the precise position and range of the target to which he was assigned. The great guns of the monitors roared steadily, and their 12 and 14-inch projectiles rent in pieces the bomb proofs of the Germans, driving the Boches to cover and reducing their works to mere heaps of battered concrete. Back and forth above flew seaplanes and airplanes, giving battle to the aircraft which the Germans sent up in the forlorn hope of heading off that attack and dropping their bombs on points carefully mapped long in advance. It is true that the aim of the aviators was necessarily inaccurate. That is the chief weakness of a bombardment from the sky. But what was lacking in individual accuracy was made up by the numbers of the bombing craft. One might miss a lock or a shelter, but 20 concentrating their fire on the same target could not all fail. This has become the accepted principle of aerial offensive warfare. The inaccuracy of the individual must be corrected by the multiplication of the number of the assailants. The attack on Zeebrugge was wholly successful, though the Germans assiduously strove to conceal the damage done. The later observations of the ruined port by British airmen left no doubt that as a submarine base it had been put out of commission for months to come. The success of the attack led to serious discussion, in which a determination has not yet been reached of the feasibility of a similar assault upon Heligoland, Kiel, or Cuxhaven, the three great naval bases in which the German fleet has lurked in avoidance of battle with the British fleet. Many able naval strategists declared that it was time for the British to abandon the policy of a mere blockade and carry out the somewhat rash promise made by Winston Churchill when First Lord of the Admiralty, to dig the rats out of their holes. Such an attack, it was urged, should be made mainly from the air, as the land batteries and sunken mines made the waters adjacent to these harbors almost impassable to attacking ships. Rear Admiral Fiske, of the United States Navy, strongly urging such an attack, wrote in an open letter: "The German Naval General Staff realizes the value of concentration of power and mobility in as large units as possible. The torpedo plane embodies a greater concentration of power and mobility than does any other mechanism. For its cost, the torpedo plane is the most powerful and mobile weapon which exists at the present day. An attack by Allied torpedo planes, armed with guns to defend themselves from fighting airplanes, would be a powerful menace to the German fleet, and, if made in sufficient numbers, would give the Allies such unrestricted command of the North Sea, even of the shallow parts near the German coast, that German submarines would be prevented from coming from a German port, the submarine menace abolished, and all chance of German success wiped out. I beg also to point out that an inspection of the map of Europe shows that in the air raids over land the strategical advantage lies with Germany, because her most important towns, like Berlin, are farther inland than the most important towns of the Allies, like London, so that aeroplanes of the Allies, in order to reach Berlin, would have to fly over greater distances, while exposed to the fire of other aeroplanes, than do aeroplanes of the Germans in going to London for raids on naval vessels. However, the strategical advantage over water lies with the British, because their control of the deep parts of the North Sea enables them to establish a temporary aeronautical base of mother ships sufficiently close to the German fleet to enable the British to launch a torpedo plane attack from it on the German fleets in Kiel and Wilhelmshaven, while the Germans could not possibly establish an aeronautical base sufficiently close to the British fleet. This gives the Allies the greatest advantage of the offensive. It would seem possible, provided a distinct effort is made, for the Allies to send a large number of aeroplane mother ships to a point, say 50 miles west of Heligoland, and for a large force of fighting aeroplanes and torpedo planes to start from this place about 2 hours before dawn, reach Kiel Bay and Wilhelmshaven about dawn, attack the German fleets there, and sink the German ships. The distance from Heligoland to Kiel is about 90 land miles, and to Wilhelmshaven about 45. The torpedo planes referred to are an invention of Admiral Fiske's which, in accordance with what seems to be a fixed and fatal precedent in the United States, has been ignored by our own authorities, but eagerly adopted by the naval services of practically all the belligerents. One weakness of the aerial attack upon ships of war is that the bombs dropped from the air, even if they strike the target, strike upon the protective deck, which in most warships above the gunboat class is strong enough to resist, or at least to minimize, the effect of any bomb capable of being carried by an airplane. The real vulnerable part of a ship of war is the thin skin of its hull below water and below the armor belt. This is the point at which the torpedo strikes. Admiral Fiske's device permits an aeroplane to carry 2 torpedoes of the regular Whitehead class and to launch them with such an impetus and at such an angle that they will take the water and continue their course thereunder exactly as though launched from a naval torpedo tube. His idea was adopted both by Great Britain and Germany. British torpedo planes thus equipped sank 4 Turkish ships in the Sea of Marmora, a field of action which no British ship could have reached after the disastrous failure to force the Dardanelles. The Germans, by employment of the same device, sank at least 2 Russian ships in the Baltic and 1 British vessel in the North Sea. The blindness of the United States naval authorities to the merits of this invention was a matter arousing at once curiosity and indignation among observers during the early days of our entrance upon the war. End of Some Methods of the War in the Air, Part 3. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. Incidents of the War in the Air, Part 1. In time, no doubt, volumes will be written on the work of the airmen in the Great War. Except the submarine, no such novel and effective device was introduced into the conduct of this colossal struggle as the scouting airplane. The development of the service was steady from the first day when the Belgian flyers proved their worth at Liège. From mere observation trips there sprang up the air duels. From the duels developed skirmishes, and from these in time pitched battles in which several hundred machines would be engaged on each side. To this extent of development aerial tactics had proceeded by midsummer of 1917. Their further development must be left to some future chronicler to record. It must be noted, however, that at that early day the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States, pleading for a larger measure of preparation for the perils of war, asserted that the time was not far distant when this country would have to prepare to repel invading fleets of aircraft from European shores. This may have been an exaggeration. At that moment no aircraft had crossed the Atlantic and no effort to make the passage had been made save those of Wellman and Vanneman. When the guns began to roar on the Belgian frontier, there was floating on Keuka Lake, New York, a huge hydro airplane with which it was planned to make the transatlantic voyage. The project had been financed by Mr. Rodman Wanamaker, of Philadelphia, and the tests of the ship under the supervision of a young British Army officer who was to make the voyage were progressing most promisingly. But the event that plunged the world into war put a sudden end to experiments like this for the commercial development of the airplane. There is every reason to believe, however, that such a flight is practicable and that it will ultimately be made not long after the world shall have returned to peace and sanity. Airmen are not, as a rule, of a romantic or literary temperament. Pursuing what seems to the onlooker to be the most adventurous and exhilarating of all forms of military service, they have been chary of telling their experiences and singularly set upon treating them as all in the day's work and eliminating all that is picturesque from their narratives. Sergeant James R. McConnell, one of the Americans in the French Flying Corps, afterwards killed, tells of a day's service in his most readable book, Flying for France, in a way that gives some idea of the daily routine of an operator of an avion de chasse. He is starting just as the sky at dawn is showing a faint pink toward the eastern horizon, for the aviator's work is best done in early morning when, as a rule, the sky is clear and the wind light. Drawing forward out of line, you put on full power, race across the grass, and take the air. The ground drops as the hood slants up before you, and you seem to be going more and more slowly as you rise. At a great height you hardly realize you are moving. You glance at the clock to note the time of your departure, and at the oil gauge to see its throb. The altimeter registers 650 feet. You turn and look back at the field below and see others leaving. In 3 minutes you are at about 4,000 feet. You have been making wide circles over the field and watching the other machines. At 4,500 feet you throttle down and wait on that level for your companions to catch up. Soon the escadrille is bunched and off for the lines. You begin climbing again, gulping to clear your ears in the changing pressure. Surveying the other machines, you recognize the pilot of each by the marks on its side, or by the way he flies. The country below has changed into a flat surface of vari-colored figures. Woods are irregular blocks of dark green, like daubs of ink spilled on a table. Fields are geometrical designs of different shades of green and brown, forming in composite an ultra-cubist painting. Roads are thin white lines, each with its distinctive windings and crossings, from which you determine your location. The higher you are, the easier it is to read. In about 10 minutes you see the Meuse sparkling in the morning light, and on either side the long line of sausage-shaped observation balloons far below you. Red-roofed Verdun springs into view just beyond. There are spots in it where no red shows, and you know what has happened there. In the green pasture land bordering the town, round flecks of brown indicate the shell holes. You cross the Meuse. Immediately east and north of Verdun there lies a broad brown band. From the Woevre plain it runs westward to the S bend in the Meuse, and on the left bank of that famous stream continues on into the Argonne forest. Peaceful fields and farms and villages adorned that landscape a few months ago, when there was no battle of Verdun. Now there is only that sinister brown belt, a strip of murdered nature. It seems to belong to another world. Every sign of humanity has been swept away. The woods and roads have vanished like chalk wiped from a blackboard. Of the villages nothing remains but grey smears where stone walls have tumbled together. The great forts of Douaumont and Vaux are outlined faintly, like the tracings of a finger in wet sand. One cannot distinguish any one shell crater as one can on the pock-marked fields on either side. On the brown band the indentations are so closely interlocked that they blend into a confused mass of troubled earth. Of the trenches only broken, half-obliterated links are visible. Columns of muddy smoke spurt up continually as high explosives tear deeper into this ulcered area. During heavy bombardment and attacks I have seen shells falling like rain. The countless towers of smoke remind one of Gustave Doré's picture of the fiery tombs of the arch-heretics in Dante's Hell. A smoky pall covers the sector under fire, rising so high that at a height of 1,000 feet one is enveloped in its mist-like fumes. Now and then monster projectiles hurtling through the air close by leave one's plane rocking violently in their wake. Airplanes have been cut in two by them. For us the battle passes in silence, the noise of one's motor deadening all other sounds. In the green patches behind the brown belt myriads of tiny flashes tell where the guns are hidden, and those flashes and the smoke of bursting shells are all we see of the fighting. It is a weird combination of stillness and havoc, the Verdun conflict viewed from the sky. Far below us the observation and range-finding planes circle over the trenches like gliding gulls. At a feeble altitude they follow the attacking infantrymen and flash back wireless reports of the engagement. Only through them can communication be maintained when, under the barrier fire, wires from the front lines are cut. Sometimes it falls to our lot to guard these machines from Germans eager to swoop down on their backs. Sailing about high above a busy flock of them makes one feel like an old mother hen protecting her chicks. The pilot of an avion de chasse must not concern himself with the ground, which to him is useful only for learning his whereabouts. The earth is all important to the men in the observation, artillery regulating, and bombardment machines, but the fighting aviator has an entirely different sphere. His domain is the blue heavens, the glistening rolls of clouds below the fleecy banks towering above the vague aerial horizon, and he must watch it as carefully as a navigator watches the storm-tossed sea. On days when the clouds form almost a solid flooring, one feels very much at sea, and wonders if one is in the Navy instead of aviation. The diminutive Nieuports skirt the white expanse like torpedo boats in an Arctic sea, and sometimes, far across the cloud waves, one sights an enemy escadrille, moving as a fleet. Principally, our work consists of keeping German airmen away from our lines, and in attacking them when opportunity offers. We traverse the brown band and enter enemy territory to the accompaniment of an anti-aircraft cannonade. Most of the shots are wild, however, and we pay little attention to them. When the shrapnel comes uncomfortably close, one shifts position slightly to evade the range. One glances up to see if there is another machine higher than one's own. Low and far within the German lines are several enemy planes, a dull white in appearance, resembling sandflies against the mottled earth. High above them one glimpses the mosquito-like forms of two Fokkers. Away off to one side, white shrapnel puffs are vaguely visible, perhaps directed against a German crossing the lines. We approach the enemy machines ahead, only to find them slanting at a rapid rate into their own country. High above them lurks a protection plane. The man doing the sealing work, as it is called, will look after him for us. Getting started is the hardest part of an attack. Once you have begun diving, you're all right. The pilot just ahead turns tail up like a trout dropping back to water and swoops down in irregular curves and circles. You follow at an angle so steep your feet seem to be holding you back in your seat. Now the black Maltese crosses on the German's wings stand out clearly. You think of him as some sort of a big bug. Then you hear the rapid tut-tut-tut of his machine gun. The man that dived ahead of you becomes mixed up with the topmost German. He is so close it looks as if he had hit the enemy machine. You hear the staccato barking of his mitrailleuse and see him pass from under the German's tail. The rattle of the gun that is aimed at you leaves you undisturbed. Only when the bullets pierce the wings a few feet off do you become uncomfortable. You see the gunner crouched down behind his weapon, but you aim at where the pilot ought to be. There are two men aboard the German craft, and press on the release hard. Your mitrailleuse hammers out a stream of bullets as you pass over and dive, nose down, to get out of range. Then hopefully you redress and look back at the foe. He ought to be dropping earthward at several miles a minute. As a matter of fact, however, he is sailing serenely on. They have an annoying habit of doing that, these Boches. Zeppelins, as well as the stationary kite balloons and the swiftly flying airplanes, often tempted the fighting aviators to attack. One of the most successful of the British champions of the air, though his own life was ended in the second year of the war, was Sub-Lieutenant R.A.J. Warneford of the British Flying Corps. In his brief period of service, Warneford won more laurels than any of the British aviators of the time. He was absolutely fearless, with a marvelous control of the fast Vickers Scout which he employed, and fertile in every resource of the chase and of the flight. In an interview widely printed at the time, Lieutenant Warneford thus told the story of his casual meeting of a German Zeppelin high in air between Ghent and Brussels and its prompt and systematic destruction of the great balloon. The story, as told in his own language, reads like the recountal of an everyday event. That to meet an enemy more than a mile above the earth and demolish him was anything extraordinary does not seem to have occurred to the aviator. I proceeded on my journey at an increased height, he says. It was just 3 o'clock in the morning, when all of a sudden I perceived on the horizon about midway between Ghent and Brussels a Zeppelin flying fast at an altitude of about 6,000 feet. I immediately flew toward it, and when I was almost over the monster, I descended about 15 meters, and flung 6 bombs at it. The sixth struck the envelope of the ship fair and square in the middle. There was instantly a terrible explosion. The displacement of the air round about me was so great that a tornado seemed to have been produced. My machine tossed upward and then flung absolutely upside down. I was forced to loop the loop in spite of myself. I thought for a moment that the end of everything had come. In the whirl I had the pleasure of seeing my victim falling to the earth in a cloud of flames and smoke. Then, by some miracle, my machine righted herself and I came to earth in the enemy's country. I was not long on the ground, you may be sure. I speedily put myself and my machine into working order again, then I set my engine going. This time the fortunate aviator returned safely to his own territory. He had then served only 4 months, had attained the age of 23, and even in so brief a service had received the Cross of the Legion of Honor from France and the Victoria Cross from the British. Only 1 week after this courageous exploit he was killed while on a pleasure flight, and with him a young American journalist, Henry Beach Needham, to whom he was showing the battlefield. During the early years of the war, all of the governments were peculiarly secretive concerning all matters relative to their aviation services. This was probably due to the fact that the Flying Corps was a brand new branch of the service. No nation was adequately equipped with flyers. Each was afraid to let its enemies know how insufficient were its air guards, or what measures were being taken to bring the aerial fleet up to the necessary point of efficiency. Investigators were frowned upon, and the aviators themselves were discouraged from much conversation about their work. About the beginning of 1916, the British suddenly awoke to the fact that even in war publicity has its value. It was necessary to arouse the enthusiastic support of the people for recruiting or for the conscription which ultimately was ordered. To do this, graphic descriptions of what was doing at the front in the various branches of the service seemed necessary. The best writers in England were mobilized for this work. Kipling wrote of the submarines, Conan Doyle of the fighting on the fields of France. The Royal Flying Corps gave out a detailed story, the authorship of which was not stated, but which describes most picturesquely the day of a flying man. In the United States it appeared in the Sun of New York, and sections of it are reprinted here. The following bombing will be carried out by No. Squadron at night, 10 p.m., 12 midnight, and 2 a.m. At each of these times 3 machines, each carrying 8 20-pound bombs, will bomb respectively P, C, H. Thus the operation order read one evening in France. Just an ordinary order, too, for bombing is carried out day and night incessantly. Bombing by night is usually carried out on towns and villages known to be resting places of the German troops, and it is part of the work of the Royal Flying Corps to see that the Hun never rests. Fritz, after a hard spell in the trenches, is withdrawn to some shell-torn village behind his lines to rest. He enters the ruined house that forms his billet, and with a sigh of contentment at reaching such luxury after the miseries of trench life, prepares to sleep in peace. He dreams of home, and then out of the night comes a terror of the air. A bomb falls on his billet, exploding with a terrific report and doing more damage to the already ruined walls. Possibly a few of his comrades are wounded or killed. Other explosions take place close by, and the whole village is in turmoil. Fritz does not sleep again. His nerves are jangled, and all possibility of sleep is gone. The next day he is in a worse condition than after a night in the trenches. This continues night after night. The damage to German morale is enormous. From the aerial point of view things are different. A pilot warned for night flying takes it as he takes everything else, with apparent unconcern. He realizes that he will have an uninteresting ride in the dark. The danger from "Archie" will be small, for an airplane is a difficult target to keep under observation with a searchlight, and the danger from hostile aircraft will be smaller still. Over the trenches the star shells of the infantry may be seen. Occasionally the flash of a badly concealed gun glints in the darkness, or the exploding bombs of a trench raiding party cause tiny sparks to glimmer far below. Probably the enemy, hearing the sound of engines, will turn on his searchlights and sweep the sky with long pencils of light. The pilot may be picked up for a second, and a trifle later the angry bang 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 of "Archie" may be heard, firing excitedly at the place where the airplane ought to be but is not. The pilot has probably dipped and changed his course since he was in the rays of the searchlight. He may be caught again for an instant, and the performance is repeated. Before long the vicinity of the target is reached, and he prepares to drop his bombs, usually 8 in number. A little before he is over the spot the first bombs will be released, for the trajectory of the bomb follows the course of the machine if the latter keeps on a straight course, and when it explodes the airplane is still overhead. Down, far below, will be seen a tiny burst of flame, possibly a large fire blazes up, and the pilot knows that his work is good. He then turns and repeats his performance until all his bombs are exhausted, when he turns for home. End of Incidents of the War in the Air, Part 1. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. Incidents of the War in the Air, Part 2. Bombs are usually dropped from a low altitude at night in order to be sure of getting the target. If during the performance any local searchlights are turned on, Archie gets busy and a merry game of hide and seek in and out of the beams takes place. If the airplane is very low, and bombs are sometimes dropped from a height of only a few hundred feet, it is highly probable that the bursting shells do more damage than the airplane's bombs, and it is almost impossible to wing an airplane by night. Over the lines the pilot probably meets more searchlights, dodges them, and gradually descends. Below him he sees the aerodromes of the surrounding squadrons lighted up for landing purposes. Should he be in doubt as to which is his own, he fires a certain combination of signal lights and is answered from below. He then lands, hands his machine over to the mechanics, and turns in. So much for night bombing. By day it is different. Though at night it is the billets which usually form the target, by day bombing is carried out for the purpose of damaging specific objects. Railroads, dumps of stores and ammunition, and enemy aerodromes are the favorite targets. The raiding machines fly in formation and are surrounded by other machines used solely for protective purposes. Generally, a raid is carried out by machines from two squadrons, the bomb carriers belonging to a corps wing and the escorting machines to an army wing. All the machines meet at a prearranged rendezvous well on our side of the line at a certain time and a given altitude. There they maneuver into their correct formation. A flight commander leads the raid and his machine is distinguished by streamers tied to it. Once over the target, the fighters scatter and patrol the neighborhood while the bombers discharge their missiles on the objective. Usually, unless anti-aircraft fire is very heavy, they descend a few thousand feet to make sure of the target, and when their work is completed, rise again to the level of the escort. Results can usually be fairly judged by day. An ammunition dump quickly shows if it is hit, and stores soon burst into flame. Railway stations or junctions show clearly damage to buildings or overturned trucks, but the damage to the track itself is hard to estimate. Aerodromes may be bombed for the purpose of destroying enemy machines in their hangars or merely in order to spoil the landing by blowing holes all over the place. It is with great delight that a pilot remarks in his report that a hostile machine, surrounded by mechanics, was about to ascend, but that instead he had descended to within a few hundred feet and obtained a direct hit, with the result that the enemy machine, including the surrounding men, seemed to be severely damaged. One officer on a bomb raid saw his chance in this way, descended to 400 feet under intense rifle fire, successfully bombed the enemy machine which was just emerging from its hangar, and then tried to make off. Unfortunately, at this moment his engine petered out, possibly on account of the enemy's fire, and he had to descend. By skillful planning he managed to descend about 3/4 of a mile away in full view of the enemy. Instead of giving up the ghost and at once firing his machine, this officer jumped out and, utterly unperturbed by the German fire or by the Huns making across country to take him prisoner, commenced to inspect the engine. Luckily he found the cause of the trouble at once, put it right, it was only a trifling mishap, adjusted the controls, and swung the propeller. The engine started, he jumped in, with the nearest Hun only 100 yards off, and opening the throttle, raced over the ground and into the air pursued by a futile fusillade of bullets. His engine held out and he safely regained his aerodrome, after having been reported missing by his comrades. For this escapade he received the Military Cross, a well-earned reward. When all the bombs have been dropped and the formation resumed, the machines head for home. It is on the homeward journey that events may be expected, for time enough has elapsed for the Hun to detail a squadron to intercept our returning machines and pick off any stragglers that may fall behind. It is a favorite Boche maneuver to detail some of his slow machines to entice our fighters away from the main body, and when this has been accomplished, to attack the remainder with Fokkers, which dive from aloft onto the bombing machines. This trick is now well known, and the fighters rarely leave their charges until the latter are in comparative safety. Sometimes a Hun of more sporting character than his brothers will wait alone for the returning convoy, hiding himself thousands of feet up in the clouds until he sees his moment. Then, singling out a machine, he will dive at it, pouring out a stream of bullets as he falls. Sometimes he achieves his object, and a British machine falls to earth. But whatever the result, the Hun does not alter his tactics. He dives clean through the whole block of machines, down many thousands of feet, only flattening out when close to the ground. The whole affair is so swift, just one lightning dive, that long before a fighter can reach the Hun, the latter is away thousands of feet below and heading for home and safety. Every Fokker pilot knows that once his surprise dive is over, he has no chance against another machine. The build of the Fokker only allows this one method of attack, and he does not stop to argue about it. His offensive dive becomes a defensive one. That is the sole difference. Sometimes a large squadron of German machines, composed of various types of airplanes, intercepts a returning formation. If it attacks, a grand aerial battle ensues. The British fighting machines spread out in a screen to allow the bombing machines a chance to escape and then attack the Huns as they arrive. In one place, one British airplane will be defending itself from 2 or 3 German machines. Close by, 2 or 3 of our buses will be occupied in sending a Hun to his death. Elsewhere, more equal combats rage, and the whole sky becomes an aerial battlefield, where machines perform marvelous evolutions, putting the best trick flying of pre-war days very much in the shade. No sooner has a pilot accounted for his foe by killing him, forcing him to descend, or making him think discretion the better part of valor, than he turns to the help of a hard-pressed brother, surprising the enemy by an attack from the rear, or otherwise creating a diversion. A single shot in the petrol tank proves fatal. Loss of pressure ensues, the engine fails, and the pilot is forced to descend. He can usually land safely, but should he be in enemy territory, he must fire his machine and prepare for a holiday in Germany. Should he be fortunate enough to plane over our lines, little damage is done, the tank can be repaired, and the machine made serviceable again. But for the time being he is out of the fight. Sometimes the escaping petrol may ignite, and the pilot and observer perish in the flames. The most terrible fate of all. The aerial battle ends in one of 2 ways. One side is outmaneuvered, outnumbered, and has lost several machines and flies to safety, or, the more usual ending, both sides exhaust their ammunition, only a limited quantity perforce being carried, and the fight is of necessity broken off. Meanwhile, the bombing machines have probably crossed the line in safety, and their duty is finished. Should they be attacked by a stray machine, they are armed and quite capable of guarding themselves against any attack except one in force. During these bomb raids, photographs of the target are frequently obtained, or should the staff require any district crossed on the journey and taken, they are generally secured by bombing machines. It is wonderful what minute details may be seen in a photograph taken at a height of from 8 to 12,000 feet, and our prints, which are far superior to those taken by the Hun, have revealed many useful points which would otherwise have remained unknown. When it is remembered that a single machine crossing the line is heavily shelled, it may be conceived what an immense concentration of Archies is made on the raiders on their return. It is remarkable what feeble results are obtained, considering the intensity of the bombardment, but rarely is a machine brought down, though casualties naturally occur occasionally. Lieutenant C., in company with other machines, had successfully bombed his target and had meanwhile been heavily shelled, with the result that his engine was not giving its full number of revolutions, and he lagged a little behind the rest of the formation. No hostile aircraft appeared, and all went well until he was about to cross the lines, when a terrific bombardment was opened on him. He dodged and turned to the best of his ability, but a well-aimed shell burst just above him, and a piece of the Archie hit him on the head, not seriously wounding him, but knocking him unconscious. The machine, deprived of the guiding hand, immediately got into a dive and commenced a rapid descent from 10,000 feet, carrying the unconscious pilot with it, to be dashed to pieces on the ground. Whether the rush of air, the sudden increase of pressure, or the passing off of the effect of the blow caused the disabled man to come to his senses is not known, but when the machine was only a few hundred feet from the ground, Lieutenant C. recovered his senses sufficiently to realize his position, and managed to pull the machine up and make a landing. He then lapsed into unconsciousness again. Had he remained in his state of collapse half a minute longer, he would inevitably have been killed. Another curious case of wounding was that of Lieutenant H., who was also returning from a bomb raid. When passing through the heavily shelled zone, his machine was hit by a shell, which passed through the floor by the pilot's seat and out at the top without exploding. Lieutenant H. thought it must have been very close to his leg, but he was so fully occupied with maneuvering to dodge other shells that he had no time to think of it. He crossed the line and began to plane down when he was aware of a feeling of faintness, but pulling himself together he landed his machine, taxied up to the sheds, and attempted to get out. It was only then that he realized that his leg was shot almost completely off above the knee. The lower part was merely hanging by a piece of skin. Incredibly as it may seem, the shell which hit his machine also tore through the leg, luckily without exploding. Unknown to Lieutenant H., probably the force of the blow and excitement of the moment caused it to pass unnoticed, and the torn nature of the wound helped to close the arteries and prevent his bleeding to death. He recovered, and though no longer flying, is still engaged in doing his duty for the duration of the war. The courage and dash of the American aviators, serving with the French army, led the Allies to expect great things of our flying corps, which should be organized immediately after our declaration of war. About the time of that declaration, Major L. W. B. Rees of the British Flying Corps came to the United States for the purpose of giving to our authorities the benefit of British experience in raising and equipping aerial fleets, and in the development of the most efficient tactics. Major Rees in an official statement set forth many facts of general interest concerning the various flying services of the belligerent armies. The British, he said, fly on 3 levels with 3 different kinds of machines. Nearest the ground, about 6,000 feet up, are the artillery directors, who hover about cutting big figure 8s above the enemy trenches and flash back directions by wireless to the British artillerists. These observers are, of course, exposed to attack from anti-aircraft guns, the effective range of which had by the middle of war become as great as 10,000 feet. Yet, as has already been noted, the amount of execution done by these weapons was surprisingly small. The observers are protected from attack from above, first by the heavy fighting planes, flying at 10,000 feet, carrying 2 men to the plane, and able to keep the air for 4 hours at a time at a speed of 110 miles an hour. They are supposed to use every possible vigilance to keep the enemy fighters away from the slower and busy observing machines. In this they are seconded by the lighter one-man fighting machines, which cruise about at a height of 15,000 feet at a speed of 130 miles an hour, and able to make a straight upward dash at the rate of 10,000 feet in 10 minutes. The aviators of these latter machines came to describe their task as ceiling work, suggesting that they operated at the very top of the world's great room. They are able to keep the air only about 2 hours at a time. Americans, perhaps, gave exaggerated importance to the work of the Lafayette Escadrille, which was manned wholly by American boys, and which, while in service from the very beginning of the war, was the first section of the French army permitted to display the flag of the United States in battle after our declaration of war. It was made up, in the main, of young Americans of good family and independent means, most of them being college students who had laid down their books for the more exciting life of an airman. They paid heavily in the toll of death for their adventure and for the conviction which led them to take the side of democracy and right in the struggle against autocracy and barbarism months, even years, before their nation finally determined to join with them. In the first 2½ years of the war, 7 of the aviators in this comparatively small body lost their lives. Harvard College was particularly well represented in the American Flying Corps, although this is a proper and pertinent place to say that the sympathy shown for the Allied cause by the young collegians of the United States was a magnificent evidence of the lofty righteousness of their convictions and the spirit of democracy with which they looked out upon the world. When the leash was taken off by the declaration of war by the United States, the college boys flocked to training camps and enlistment headquarters in a way that bade fair to leave those institutions of learning without students for some years to come. But to hark back to Harvard, it had in the Lafayette Escadrille 5 men in 1916. 3 of these, Kiffin Rockwell, Norman Prince, and Victor Chapman, were killed in that year. A letter published to Harvard volunteers in Europe tells of the way these young gladiators started the day's work. Rockwell called me up at 3. Fine day, get up. We hung around at Billy's, Lieutenant Thaw, and took chocolate made by his ordnance. Hall and the lieutenant were guards on the field. But Thaw, Rockwell, and I thought we would take a tour chez la Boche. Being the first time the méchanaux were not there and the machine-gun rolls not ready. However, it looked misty in the Vosges, so we were not hurried. "Rendezvous over the field at 1,000 meters," shouted Kiffin. I nodded, for the motor was turning and we sped over the field and up. In my little cockpit from which my shoulders just protrude, I have several diversions besides flying. The compass, of course, and the map I keep tucked in a tiny closet over the reservoir before my knees, a small clock, and one altimeter. But most important is the contour, showing revolutions of the motor which one is constantly regarding as he moves the manettes of gasoline and gas back and forth. To husband one's fuel and tease the motor to round 11 takes attention, for the carburetor changes with the weather and the altitude. The earth seemed hidden under a fine web such as the Lady of Shalott wove, soft purple in the west, changing to shimmering white in the east. Under me, on the left, the Vosges, like rounded sand dunes, cushioned up with velvety light and dark masses, really forests. But to the south, standing firmly above the purple cloth like icebergs, shone the Alps. My, they look steep and jagged. The sharp blue shadows on their western slopes emphasize the effect. One mighty group standing aloof to the west, Mont Blanc perhaps. Ah, there are quantities of worm-eaten fields, my friends, the trenches. And that town with the canal going through it must be M. Right beside the capote of my engine, showing through the white cloth a silver snake, the Rhine. What, not 5:15, and I left the field at 5. 3,200 meters. Let's go north and have a look at the map. While thus engaged, a black puff of smoke appeared behind my tail, and I had the impression of hearing a piece of iron hiss by. Must have got my range first shot, I surmised, and, making a steep bank, peaked heavily. There, I have lost them now. The whole art of avoiding shells is to pay no attention till they get your range and then dodge away, change altitude, and generally avoid going in a straight line. In point of fact, I could see bunches of exploding shells up over my right shoulder, not a kilometer off. They continued to shell that section for some time, the little balls of smoke thinning out and merging as they crossed the lines. In the earlier days of the war, when the American aviators were still few, their deeds were widely recounted in their home country, and their deaths were deplored as though a personal loss to many of their countrymen. Later they went faster and were lost in the daily reports. Among those who had early fixed his personality in the minds of those who followed the fortunes of the little band of Americans flying in France was Kiffin Rockwell, mentioned in an earlier paragraph, and one of the first to join the American escadrille. Rockwell was in the war from sincere conviction of the righteousness of the Allies' cause. "I pay my part for Lafayette and Rochambeau," he said proudly, when asked what he was doing in a French uniform flying for France. And pay he did, though not before making the Germans pay heavily for their part. Once, flying alone over Thann, he came upon a German scout. Without hesitation, the battle was on. Rockwell's machine was the higher, had the better position. As aerial tactics demanded, he dived for the foe, opening fire as soon as he came within 30 or 40 yards. At his fourth shot, the enemy pilot fell forward in his seat and his machine fell heavily to earth. He lighted behind the German lines, much to the victor's disgust, for it was counted a higher achievement to bring your foe to earth in your own territory. But Rockwell was able to pursue his victim far enough to see the wreck burst into flames. Though often wounded, Rockwell scorned danger. He would go into action so bandaged that he seemed fitter to go to an hospital. He was always on the attack, shoved his gun into the enemy's face, as his fellows in the escadrille expressed it. So in September 1916 he went out after a big German machine he saw flying in French territory. He had but little difficulty in climbing above it, and then dashed down in his usual impetuous manner, his machine gun blazing as he came on. But the German was of heavier metal, mounting two machine guns. Just as to onlookers it seemed that the two machines would crash together, the wings of one side of Rockwell's plane suddenly collapsed and he fell like a stone between the lines. The Germans turned their guns on the pile of wreckage where he lay, but French gunners ran out and brought his body in. His breast was all blown to pieces with an explosive bullet. Criminal, of course, barbarous and uncivilized, but an everyday practice of the Germans. Rockwell was given an impressive funeral. All the British pilots and 500 of their men marched, and the bier was followed by a battalion of French troops. Over and around the little French graveyard, aviators flew, dropping flowers. In later days, less ceremony attended the last scene of an American aviator's career. Another American aviator, also a Harvard man, who met death in the air was Victor Chapman of New York, a youth of unusual charm, high ideals, and indomitable courage. At the very outbreak of the war he enlisted in the French Foreign Legion, a rough entourage for a college-bred man. Into the Foreign Legion drifted everything that was doubtful, and many that were criminal. No questions were asked of those who sought its hospitable ranks, and readers of Ouida's novel, Under Two Flags, will recall that it enveloped in its convenient obscurity British lordlings and the lowest of Catalonian thieves. But in time of actual war its personnel was less mixed, and Chapman's letters showed him serving there contentedly as pointer of a mitrailleuse. But not for long. Most of the spirited young Americans who entered the French army aspired to serve in the aviation corps, and Chapman soon was transferred to that field. There he developed into a most daring flyer. On one occasion, with a bad scalp wound, after a brush with 4 German machines, he made his landing with his machine so badly wrecked that he had to hold together the broken ends of a severed control with one hand while he steered with the other. Instead of laying up for the day, he had his mechanician repair his machine, while a surgeon repaired him. Then, patched up together, man and machine took the air again in search for the Boche. In June 1916, though still suffering from a wound in the head, he started in his machine to carry some oranges to a comrade lying desperately wounded in a hospital some miles away. On the way he saw in the distance behind the German lines 2 French airmen set upon by an overwhelming force of Germans. Instantly he was off to the assistance of his friends, plunging into so unequal a fight that even his coming left the other Americans outnumbered. But he had scarce a chance to strike a blow. Some chance shot from a German gun put him out of action. All that the other 2 Americans, Lufbery and Prince, knew was that they saw a French machine come flying to their aid, and suddenly tip and fall away to earth. Until nightfall came and Chapman failed to return, none was sure that he was the victim. The part played by young Americans as volunteers for France before the United States entered upon the war was gallant and stimulating to national pride. It showed to the world and to our own countrymen, who needed the lesson as much as any, that We had among our youth scores who, moved by high ideals, stood ready to risk their lives for a sentiment, stood ready to brave the myriad discomforts of the trenches, the bursting shrapnel, the mutilating liquid fire, the torturing gas, that German autocracy should be balked of its purpose of dominating the world. And the service of these boys aided far more than they knew. The fact that our countrymen in numbers were flying for France kept ever before the American people the vision of that war in the air of which poets and philosophers had dreamed for ages. It brought home to our people the importance of aviation before our statesmen could begin to see it. It set our boys to reading of aircraft, building model planes, haunting the few aviation fields which at the time our country possessed. And it finally so filled the consciousness of our people with conviction of the supreme importance of aviation as an arm of the national armed service that long before the declaration of war the government was embarrassed by flood of volunteers seeking to be enrolled in the flying forces of the nation. End of Incidents of the War in the Air, Part 2. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The United States at War, Part 1. The interest of the United States upon the war was a signal for a most active agitation of the question of overwhelming the enemy with illimitable fleets of aircraft. Though the agitation was most vociferous in this country whence it was hoped the enormous new fleets of aircraft would come, it was fomented and earnestly pressed by our Allies. France sent a deputation of her leading flyers over to supervise the instruction of our new pilots. England contributed experts to advise as to the construction of our machines. The most comprehensive plans were urged upon Congress and the administration for the creation of a navy of the air. A bill for an initial appropriation of $640 million for aircraft purposes alone was passed and one for a Department of Aeronautics to be established. Coordinate with those of War and the Navy, its secretary holding a seat in the cabinet, was introduced in Congress. Many of the most eminent retired officers of the Navy joined in their support. Retired officers only because officers in active service were estopped from political agitation. There was every possible reason for this great interest in the United States in wartime aviation. The nation had long been shamefaced because the development of the heavier-than-air machines, having their origin undoubtedly in the inventive genius of Professor Langley and the Wrights, had been taken away from us by the more alert governments of France and Germany. The people were ready to buy back something of our lost prestige by building the greatest of air fleets at the moment when it should exercise the most determinative influence upon the war. But more. We entered upon the war in our chronic state of unpreparedness. We were without an army, and without equipment for one. To raise, equip, and drill an army of 1,000,000, the least number that would have any appreciable effect upon the outcome of the war, would take months. When completed, we would have added only to the numerical superiority of the Allies on the Western Front. The quality of a novel and decisive contribution to the war would be lacking. So far it was with our Navy. The British Navy was amply adequate to deal with the German fleet should the latter ever leave its prudent retreat behind Helgoland and in the bases of Kiel and Wilhelmshaven. True, it was not capable of crushing out altogether the submarine menace, but it did hold the German underwater boats down to a fixed average of ships destroyed, which was far less than half of what the Germans had anticipated. In this work our ships, especially our destroyers, took a notable part. The argument for a monster fleet of fighting aircraft thus came to the people of the United States in a moment of depression and perplexity. By land, the Germans had dug themselves in, holding all of Belgium and the thousands of square miles of France they had won in their first dash to the Marne. What they had won swiftly and cheaply could only be regained slowly and at heavy cost. True, the Allies were, day by day, driving them back from their position, But the cost was disheartening and the progress but slow. By sea, the Germans refused to bring their fleet to battle with their foes, but from every harbor of Belgium and from Wilhelmshaven and Kiel they sent out their sinister submarines to prey upon the commerce of the world, neutral as well as belligerent. Against them the navies of the world were impotent. To the threat that by them Germany would starve England into cowering surrender, the only answer was a despairing effort to build new ships faster than the submarines could sink those afloat, even though 500,000 tons a month were sent to the bottom in wasteful destruction. Faced by these disheartening conditions, wondering what they might do that could be done quickly and aid materially in bringing the war to a triumphant conclusion, the American people listened eagerly to the appeals and arguments of the advocates of a monster aerial fleet. "Listen," said these advocates, "we show you a way to spring full panoplied into the war, and to make your force felt with your first stroke. We are not preaching dreadnoughts that take 4 years to build. We are not asking for 1,000,000 men taking nearly a year to gather, equip, drill, and transport to France in imminent danger of destruction by the enemy's submarines every mile of the way. We ask you for a cheap, simple device of wood, wire, and cloth, with an engine to drive it. All its parts are standardized. In a few weeks the nation can be equipped to turn out 2,000 of them weekly. We want within the year 100,000 of them. We do not ask for 1,000,000 men. We want 10,000 bright, active, hardy, plucky American boys between 20 and 25 years of age. We want to give them 4 months' intensive training before sending them into the air above the enemy's lines. In time we shall want 25,000 to 35,000, but the smaller number will well do to open the campaign. And what will they effect? Do you know that today the eyes of an army are its airplanes? Cavalry has disappeared practically. If a general wishes to pick out a weak point in his enemy's lines to assault, he sends out airmen to find it. If he is annoyed by the fire of some distant unseen battery over the hills and far away, he sends a man in an airplane who brings back its location, its distance, and perhaps a photograph of it in action. If he suspects that his foe is abandoning his trenches or getting ready for an attack, the ready airman brings in the facts. And of course the enemy's airmen serve their side in the same manner. They spy out what their foe is doing, and so far as their power permits, prevent him from seeing what they are doing. Now suppose one side has an enormous preponderance of aircraft, 6 to 1, let us say. It is not believed, for example, that at this moment Germany has more than 10,000 aircraft on the whole western front. Let us imagine that through the enterprise of the United States our allies were provided with 25,000 on one sector which we intended to make the scene of an attack on the foe, say the neighborhood of Arras and Lille. For days, weeks perhaps, we would be drawing troops toward this sector from every part of the line. Through the reports of spies the enemy's suspicions would be aroused. It is the business of an efficient general to be suspicious. He would send out his airplanes to report on the activities of the other side. Few would come back. None would bring a useful report. For every German plane that showed above the lines 3 Allied planes would be ready to attack and destroy it or beat it back. The air would be full of Allied airmen, the great bombing planes flying low and inundating the trenches with bombs, and the troops on march with the deadly fléchettes. Over every German battery would soar the observation plane, indicating by tinsel or smoke bombs the location of the guns, or even telegraphing it back by wireless to the Allied batteries safe in positions which the blinded enemy would never hope to find. Above all, in myriads would be soaring the swift fighting scouts, the Blériot, Nieuport, Morin, or perhaps some new American machine today unknown. Let the wing of a Boche but show above the smoke and they would be upon him in hordes, beating him to the ground, enveloping him in flames, annihilating him before he had a chance to observe, much less to report. What, think you, would be the result on that sector of the battle line? Why, the foe would be cut to pieces, demolished, obliterated, blinded. He would be unrelentingly punished by an adversary, all eyes. Writhing under the concentrated fire of 1,000 guns, he could make no response, for his own guns could not find the attacking batteries. Did he think to flee? His retreating columns would be marked down by the relentless scouts of the air, and the deadly curtain of fire from well-coached batteries miles away would sweep every road with death. If, in desperation, he sought to attack, he would do so ignorant whether he were not hurling his regiments against the strongest part of the Allied line, and with full knowledge of the fact that though he was blinded, they had complete information of his strength and disposition. The argument impressed itself strongly upon the mind of the country. There appeared, indeed, no public sentiment hostile to it, nor any organized opposition to the proposition for an enormous appropriation for purposes of aviation. The customary inertia of Congress delayed the actual appropriation for some months, but the President espoused its cause, and the Secretaries both of War and the Navy warmly recommended it, although they united in opposing the proposition to establish a distinct Department of Aeronautics with a seat in the Cabinet. Being human, neither one desired to let his share of this great new gift of power slip out of his hands. Leading in the fight for this legislation was Rear Admiral Robert E. Peary, U.S.N., retired, the discoverer of the North Pole. Admiral Peary, from the very outbreak of the war, concentrated his time and his abilities to pushing the development of aeronautics in the United States. He was continually before congressional committees urging the fullest appropriations for this purpose. In his first statement before the Senate Committee, he declared that in the immediate future the air service will be more important than the Army and Navy combined, and supported that statement by reference to utterances made by such British authorities as Mr. Balfour, Lord Charles Beresford, Lord Northcliffe, and Lord Montague. In an article published shortly after his appearance before the Senate Committee, the Admiral summarized in a popular way his views as to the possibility of meeting the submarine menace with aircraft, and what the United States might do in that respect. He wrote: "We are receiving agreeable reports as to the efficiency of the American destroyer flotilla now operating against submarines in the North Sea. An unknown naval officer, according to the newspapers of May 30th, calls for the immediate construction of from 100 to 200 additional American destroyers. By all means let's have this force, when it can be made ready, but it would take at least 2 years to construct, equip, and deliver such a heavy additional naval tonnage, while 200 fighting seaplanes, with a full complement of machine guns, bombs, microphones, and aerial cameras, could be put in active service in the North Sea within 6 months. Seaplanes, small dirigibles on the order of the English blimp type, and kite balloons have already shown themselves to be more effective in detecting submarines than are submarine chasers or armed liners. Not only have the British, French, German, and Turkish forces destroyed trawlers, patrol boats, and transports by aircraft, but successful experiments in airplane submarine hunting have also been made in this country. In September, 1916, our first aerial coast patrol unit, in acting as an auxiliary to the Mosquito Squadron in the annual manoeuvres of the Atlantic Fleet, detected objects smaller than the latest type of German submarines from 15 to 20 feet below the surface. A more complete aerial submarine hunt took place on March 26th of this year. This was the real thing, because the flyers were looking for German U-boats. Inasmuch as the Navy Department is still waiting before establishing its first and only aeronautical base on the Atlantic seaboard, the honor of having conducted the first aerial hunt of the enemy submarines in American history went to the civilian aviators who are soon to be a part of the Aerial Reserve Squadron at Governor's Island, and to the civilian instructors and aerial reservists connected with the Army Aviation School at Mineola, Long Island. These hawks of the air darted up and down the coast in search of the enemy, often flying as far as 11 miles out to sea. The inlets and bays were searched, vessels plotted, compass direction and time when located were given. No enemy submarines were found. It developed that the supposed submarines were 2 patrol motor boats returning from a trial trip. Nevertheless, the incident is illuminating, and the official statement of the Navy Department closed with the words: "This incident emphasizes the need of hydroaeroplanes for naval scouting purposes." It is also interesting to note what happened when Lawrence Sperry went out to sea one day last summer in his hydroplane and failed to return. 2 seaplanes and 3 naval destroyers were sent in search of him. In 40 minutes the seaplanes returned with the news that they had located Sperry floating safely on the water. At the end of the day, after several hours of search, the destroyers came back without having seen Sperry at all. Those who may still believe that we Americans cannot build aircraft, and that all the exploits we read so much about in the newspapers, taking place on the other side, are being done in foreign aircraft, will be surprised to know that a large number of the big flying boats now in use in the English Navy, harbor, and coast defense work are Curtiss machines, designed and built in this country by Americans, with American material and American engines. Great Britain wants all the machines of this type that it can get, and sees no reason why we cannot do the same thing in protecting our own Atlantic seaboard. I quote from C. G. Gray, editor of the London Aeroplane: "Curiously enough, these big flying boats originated in America, and if America is seriously perturbed about the fate of American shipping and American citizens traveling by sea in the vicinity of Europe, it should not be a difficult matter for America to rig up in a very small space of time quite a fleet of seaplane carriers suitable for the handling of these big seaplanes. If each seaplane ship were armed with guns having a range of 5 to 10 miles, and if the gunners were practised in cooperating with airplane spotters, such ships ought to be the very best possible insurance for American lives and goods on the high seas." I quote from the Associated Press report from Paris on May 14th to show the relative importance of airplanes in submarine attacks. "During the last 3 months French patrol boats have had 12 engagements with submarines. French hydroaeroplanes have fought them 13 times, and there have been 16 engagements between armed merchantmen and submarines." Henry Woodhouse, one of the most distinguished authorities on aeronautics in the United States, in his standard Textbook on Naval Aeronautics, published by the Century Company, has assembled the following data on submarine and aeroplane combats. On May 4, 1915, the German Admiralty reported an engagement between a German dirigible and several British submarines in the North Sea. The submarines fired on the dirigible without success, whereas bombs from the dirigible sank one submarine. On May 31, 1915, the German Admiralty announced the sinking of a Russian submarine by bombs dropped by German naval aviators near Gotland. On July 1, 1915, the Austrian submarine U-11 was destroyed in the Adriatic by a French aeroplane, which swooped suddenly and dropped 3 bombs directly on the deck of the submarine. The craft was destroyed and the entire crew of 25 were lost. On July 27, 1915, a German submarine in the Dardanelles was about to launch a torpedo at a British transport filled with troops and ammunition when British aviators gave the alarm to the transport and immediately began dropping bombs at the submarine, which had to submerge and escape hurriedly without launching its torpedo. On August 19, 1915, the Turkish War Office stated that an Allied submarine had been sunk in the Dardanelles by a Turkish aeroplane. On August 26th, the Secretary of the British Admiralty announced that Squadron Commander Arthur W. Bigsworth, in a single-handed attack, bombed and destroyed a German submarine off Ostend. Lieutenant Viney received the Victoria Cross, and Lieutenant de Cinquet was recommended for the Legion of Honor for having flown over a German submarine and destroyed it with bombs off the Belgian coast on November 18, 1915. Early in 1916, an Austrian seaplane sank the French submarine Foucault in the southern Adriatic. Lieutenant Calezeny was the pilot, and the observer was Lieutenant von Klinberg. After crippling the submarine, they then performed the remarkable feat of calling another Austrian airplane and rescuing the entire French crew, 2 officers and 27 men, in spite of the fact that a high sea was running at the time. It will be noted that Admiral Peary lays great stress on the supreme value of aircraft as foes of the submarine. This was due to the fact that at about the time of his appearance before the Senate Committee the world was fairly panic-stricken by the vigor and effect of the German submarine campaign and its possible bearing upon the outcome of the war. Of that campaign I shall have more to say in the section of this book dealing with submarines, but the subject of the undersea boat in war became at this time inextricably interwoven with that of the aerial fleets, and the sudden development of the latter, together with the marked interest taken in it by our people, cannot be understood without some description of the way in which the two became related. From the very beginning of the war the Germans had prosecuted a desultory submarine warfare on the shipping of Great Britain and had extended it gradually until neutral shipping also was largely involved. All the established principles of international law, or principles that had been supposed to be established, were set at naught. In bygone days enemy merchant ships were subject to destruction only after their crew had been given an opportunity to take to the boats. Neutral ships bearing neutral goods, even if bound to an enemy port, were liable to destruction only if found upon visit to be carrying goods that were contraband of war. The list of contraband had been from time immemorial rigidly limited, and confined almost wholly to munitions of war or to raw material used in their construction. But international law went by the board early in the war. Each belligerent was able to ascribe plausible reasons for its amendment out of recognizable form. Great Britain established blockades 200 miles away from the blockaded ports because the submarines made the old practice of watching at the entrance of the port too perilous. The list of contraband of war was extended by both belligerents until it comprehended almost every useful article grown, mined, or manufactured. But the amendment to international law which acted as new fuel for the flames of war, which aroused the utmost world wide indignation, and which finally dragged the United States into the conflict, was that by which Germany sought to relieve her submarine commanders of the duty of visiting and searching a vessel, or of giving its people time to provide for their safety, before sinking it. The German argument was that the submarine was unknown when the code of international law, then in force, was formulated. It was a peculiarly delicate naval weapon. Its strength lay in its ability to keep itself concealed while delivering its attack. If exposed on the surface, a shot from a small calibered gun striking in a vital point would instantly send it to the bottom. If rammed, it was lost. Should a submarine rise to the surface, send an officer aboard a ship it had halted, and await the result of his search, it would be exposed all the time to destruction at the hands of enemy vessels coming up to her aid. Indeed, if the merchantman happened to carry one gun, a single shot might put the assailant out of business. Accordingly, the practice grew up among the Germans of launching their torpedoes without a word of warning at their helpless victim. The wound inflicted by a torpedo is such that the ship will go down in but a few minutes, carrying with it most of the people aboard. The most glaring, inexcusable, and criminal instance of this sort of warfare was the sinking without warning of the great passenger liner Lusitania, by which more than 1,100 people were drowned, 114 of them American citizens. Against this policy, or piracy, the United States protested, and people of this country waxed very weary as month after month through the years 1915 and 1916 Germany met the protests with polite letters of evasion and excuse, continuing the while the very practice complained of. But late in January, 1917, her government announced that there would be no longer any pretense of complying with international law, but that with the coming month a campaign of unlimited submarine ruthlessness would begin and ships sunk without warning and irrespective of their nationality if they appeared in certain prohibited zones. Within 24 hours the United States sent the German ambassador from the country, and within 2 months we were at war. At once the submarine was seen to be the great problem confronting us. Its attack was not so much upon the United States, for we are a self-contained nation able to raise all that we need within our own borders for our own support, but England is a nation that has to be fed from without. Seldom are her stores of food great enough to avert starvation for more than 6 weeks should the steady flow of supply ships from America and Australia to her ports be interrupted. This interruption the Germans proposed to effect by means of their underwater boats. Von Tirpitz and other leaders in the German administration promised the people that within 6 weeks England would be starved and begging for peace at any price. The output of submarines from German navy yards was greatly increased. Their activity became terrifying. The Germans estimated that if they could sink 1,000,000 tons of shipping monthly they would put England out of action in 2 or 3 months. For some weeks the destruction accomplished by their boats narrowly approached this estimate, but gradually fell off. At the same time there was no period in 1917 up to the time of Admiral Peary's statement, or indeed up to that of the preparation of this book, which it was not felt that the cause of the Allies was in danger because of the swarms of German submarines. End of The United States at War, Part 1. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. The United States at War, Part 2. It was that feeling, coupled with the widespread belief that aircraft furnished the best means of combating the submarine, that caused an irresistible demand in the United States for the construction of colossal fleets of these flying crafts. Congress enacted in midsummer the law appropriating $640 million for the construction of aircraft and the maintenance of the aerial service. The Secretaries of War and the Navy each appealed for heavy additional appropriations for aerial service. The arguments which have already been set forth as supporting the use of aircraft in military service were paralleled by those who urge its unlimited use in naval service. Consider, said they, the primary need for attacking these vipers of the sea in their nests. Once out on the broad Atlantic, their chances of roaming about undetected by destroyers or other patrol boats are almost unlimited. But we know where they come from Kiel, Antwerp, Wilhelmshaven, Ostend, and Zeebrugge. Catch them there and you will destroy them as boys destroy hornets by smoking out their nests. But against this the Germans have provided by blocking every avenue of approach save one. The channels are obstructed and mined and guarded from the shore by heavy batteries. No hostile ships dare run that gauntlet. Even the much boasted British Navy in the 3 years of the war has not ventured to attack a single naval base. You could not even seek out the submarines thus sheltered by other submarines, because running below the surface our boats could not detect either mines or nets and would be doomed to destruction. The enemy boats come out on the surface, protected by the batteries and naval craft. But the air cannot be blocked by any fixed defenses. Give us more and more powerful aircraft than the Germans possess, and we will darken the sky above the German bases with the wings of our airplanes and rain explosive shells upon the submarines that have taken shelter there until none survive. The one essential is that our flyers shall be in overwhelming numbers. We must be able not only to take care of any flying force that the Germans may send against us, but also to have enough of our aircraft not engaged in the aerial battle to devote their entire attention to the destruction of the enemy forces below. From every country allied with us came approval of this policy. At the time the debate was pending in Congress, our allies, one after another, were sending to us official commissions to consult upon the conduct of the war, to give us the benefit of their long and bitter experience in it, and to assist in any way our preparations for taking a decisive part in that combat. The subject of the part to be played by aircraft was one frequently discussed with them. With the French commission came 2 members of the staff of General Joffre, Major Tulasny, and Lieutenant de la Grange, experts in aviation service. A formal interview given out by these gentlemen expressed so clearly the point of view on aviation and its possibilities held in France, where it has reached its highest development, that some extracts from it will be of interest here. At the beginning of the war, the Germans were the only ones who had realized the great importance of aviation from a military point of view, said these officers. France had looked upon aviation as a sport, Germany as a powerful weapon in war. This is illustrated by the fact that even in August, 1914, German artillery fire was directed by airplanes. It was only after the retreat from Belgium and the Battle of the Marne that the Allies realized the great importance of aviation. Between August 15th and 25th, the French General Staff thought that the greater part of the German army was concentrated in Alsace and that only a few army corps were coming through Belgium. It was only through the reports of the aviators that they realized that this was a mistake and that almost the whole of the German army was invading Belgium. Immediately after the Battle of the Marne, the greatest efforts were made in France to develop the aviation corps in every possible way. The English army, then in process of formation, profited by the experience of the French. Since that time the Allied as well as the German aviation corps has grown constantly. A modern army is incomplete if it has not a strong aviation corps. All the different services are obliged to turn to the aviation corps for help in their work. An army without airplanes is like a soldier without eyes. An army which has the superiority in aviation over its adversary will have the following advantages. It will have constantly the latest information on the movements of the enemy. In this way no concentration of troops will be ignored and no surprise attack will be possible. The attack against the enemy positions will be rendered easier because all the details of these positions will be thoroughly known beforehand. The artillery fire will be much more accurate. Many enemy machines will be brought down by the superior fighting machines, and the result will be to strengthen the morale both of the aviators and of the army. The next question put to the French experts was, "Why do we need to make a great effort to obtain the superiority in the air?" They answered with much interesting detail. "Because the Germans have understood the importance of aviation from a military point of view and have concentrated all their forces to develop this service. Owing to the large number of scientists and technicians they possess, they are able constantly to perfect motors and planes. Owing to their great industrial organization, they are able to produce an enormous number of the best machines. The German aviation service is now fully as strong as that of the Allies as far as numbers are concerned. The superiority in the air can only remain in the hands of the Allies because of the spirit of self-sacrifice of their aviators and their greater skill. Germany feels that the decisive phase of the war is imminent, and the efforts she will make next year will be infinitely greater than any she has made before. She will try in every way to regain the supremacy of the air. Realizing what a formidable enemy America can be in the air, she will strengthen her aviation forces in consequence. The aeroplane is by far the most powerful of all the modern weapons. If the Allies have the supremacy of the air, the German artillery will lose its accuracy of aim. It is impossible, because of the long range, for modern guns to fire without the help of airplanes. The accuracy of artillery fire depends entirely on its being directed by an airplane. This was clearly illustrated during the Battle of the Somme in 1916. The French at that time had concentrated such a large number of fighting machines that no German machine was allowed to fly over the lines. On the other hand, the Allies' reconnaissance machines were so numerous that each French battery could have its fire directed by an airplane. The destruction of the enemy positions was in consequence carried out very effectively and very rapidly, while the Germans were obliged to fire blindly and scatter their shells over large areas. Incapable as they were of locating our battery emplacements and the positions of our troops. Unluckily, a few weeks later the Germans had called from the different parts of the line a good many of their squadrons and were able to carry out their work under better conditions. We need such a superiority that it will be impossible for any German airplane to fly anywhere near the lines. Every German kite balloon, every airplane, would immediately be attacked by a number of Allied machines. In this way the German aviation will not only be dominated but will be entirely crushed. If we can prevent the Germans from seeing through their airplanes what we are preparing, we will be very near the end of the war. It will require a huge effort to carry out this plan. Neither the English nor the French are able to do so by their own means. As far as France is concerned, she is able to keep on building machines rapidly enough to increase her aviation corps at about the same rate as Germany is increasing hers. If she wanted to double or triple her production of machines she could do so, but she would have to call back from the trenches a certain number of skilled workmen, and this would weaken her fighting power. She needs in the trenches all the men who are able to carry a rifle. If the Allies are to have the absolute supremacy of the air, which we have been describing, it will be the privilege of America to give it to them. We want 3 or 4 or even 5 Allied machines for one German. America only has the possibilities of production which would allow her to build an enormous number of machines in a very short time. The airplane is a great engine of destruction. It tells the artillery where to fire. It drops bombs. It gives the enemy all the information he needs to plan murderous attacks. Drive the German airplanes down, and you will save the lives of thousands of men in our trenches. As Ulysses in the cavern put out the eye of the Cyclops, so the eyes of the beast must be put out before you can attempt to kill it. Major Toulaine and Lieutenant de la Grange then outlined what the aviation program of the United States should be, saying, "American industry must be enabled to begin building at once. No time must be lost in experiments. America must profit by the experience of the Allies. She must choose the best planes and build thousands of them. She must build reconnaissance machines which she will need for her army. She must build a large number of fighting machines because it is these machines that will destroy German planes. She must also build squadrons of powerful bombing machines which will go behind the German lines to destroy the railway junctions and bomb the enemy cantonments, so as to give the soldiers no rest even when they have left the trenches. Bombing done by a few machines gives poor results. The same cannot be said of this operation carried out by a large number of machines which can go to the same places and bomb continually. Besides the number of men that are actually killed in these raids, great disturbance is caused in the enemy's communication lines, thereby hindering the operations. For example, since the British Admiralty has increased the number of its bombing squadrons in northern France and has decided to attack constantly the two harbors of Ostend and Zeebrugge and the locks, bridges, and canals leading to them, they have greatly interfered with the activity of these two German bases. It is certain that shortly, owing to this, these two ports will no more be used by German torpedo boats and submarines. What the English Royal Naval Air Service has been able to accomplish with 100 machines, the Flying Corps of the United States with 1,000 machines must be able to carry out on other parts of the front. The work of the bombing machines is rendered difficult now by the fact that the actual lines are far from Germany. But it is hoped that soon fighting will be carried on near the enemy frontier, and then a wonderful field will be opened to the bombing machines. All the big ammunition factories which are in the Rhine and Ruhr valleys, like Krupp's, will be wonderful targets for the American bombing machines. If these machines are of the proper type, that is to say, sufficiently fast and well armed and able to carry a great weight of bombs, nothing will prevent them from destroying any of these important factories. As Germany at the present time is only able to continue the war because of her great stock of war material, the destruction of her sources of production would be the end of her resistance. For this also the Allies must turn to America. Such a large number of machines is required to produce results that America must be relied on to manufacture them. Every man in this country must know that it is in the power of the United States, no matter what can be done in other fields, to bring the war to an end simply by concentrating all its energies on producing an enormous amount of material for aviation, and to enlist a corresponding number of pilots. But this will not be done without great effort. In order to be ready for the great 1918 offensive, work must be begun at once. The extreme secrecy which in this war has characterized the operation of the governments, our own most of all, makes it impossible to state the amount of progress made in 1917 in the construction of our aerial fleet. During the debate in Congress, orators were very outspoken in their prophecies that we should outnumber the Kaiser's flying fleet 2 or 3 to 1. The press of the nation was so very explicit in its descriptions of the way in which we were to blind the Germans and drive them from the air, that it is no wonder the Kaiser's government took alarm and set about building additional aircraft with feverish zeal. In this it was imitated by France and England. It seemed all at once about the middle of 1917 that the whole belligerent world suddenly recognized the air as a final battlefield and began preparations for its conquest. All statistical estimates in wartime are subject to doubt as to their accuracy, and particularly those having to do in any way with the activities of an enemy country. But competent estimators, or at any rate shrewd guessers, think that Germany's facilities for constructing airplanes equal those of France and England together. If then all three nations build to the very limit of their abilities, there will be a tie, which the contribution of aircraft from the United States will settle overwhelmingly in favor of the Allies. How great that contribution may be cannot be foretold with certainty at this moment. The building of aircraft was a decidedly infant industry in this country when war began. In the 8 years prior to 1916, the government had given orders for just 59 aircraft, scarcely enough to justify manufacturers in keeping their shops open. Orders from foreign governments took her place as national honor and national safety demanded among the Entente Allies. Mr. Howard E. Coffin, chairman of the aircraft section of the Council of National Defense, was able to report 8 companies capable of turning out about 14,000 machines in 6 months, a better showing than British manufacturers could have made when Great Britain first entered the war. A feature in the situation which impressed both Congress and the American people was the exposure by various military experts of the defenseless condition of New York City against an air raid by a hostile foreign power. At the moment, of course, there was no danger. The only hostile foreign power with any considerable naval or aerial force was Germany, and her fleet was securely bottled up in her own harbors by the overpowering fleet of Great Britain. Yet, if one could imagine the British fleet reduced to inefficiency, let us say by a futile, suicidal attack upon Kiel or Heligoland, which would leave it crippled and free the Germans, or if we could conceive that the German threat to reduce Great Britain to subjection by the submarine campaign proved effective, the peril of New York would then be very real and very immediate. For, although the harbor defenses are declared by military authorities to be practically impregnable against attack by sea, they would not be effective against an attack from the air. A hostile fleet carrying a number of seaplanes could go round to out of range of our shore batteries and loose their flyers, who could within less than an hour be dropping bombs on the most congested section of Manhattan Island. It is true that our own navy would have to be evaded in such case, but the attack might be made from points more distant from New York and at which no scouts would ever dream of looking for an enemy. The development in later months of the big, heavily armed cruising machines makes the menace to any seaport city like New York still greater. The Germans have built great biplanes with 2 fuselages, or bodies, armored, carrying 2 machine guns and 1 automatic rifle to each body. They have twin engines of 340 horsepower and carry a crew of 6 men. They are able in an emergency to keep the air for not less than 3 days. It is obvious that a small fleet of such machines launched from the deck of a hostile squadron, let us say in the neighborhood of Block Island, could menace equally Boston or New York, or by flying up the Sound could work ruin and desolation upon all the defenseless cities bordering that body of water. Nor are the Germans alone in possessing machines of this type. The giant Sikorsky machines of Russia, mentioned in an earlier chapter, have during the war been developed into types capable of carrying crews of 25 men with guns and ammunition. The French, after having brought down one of the big German machines with the double bodies, instantly began building aircraft of their own of an even superior type. Some of these are driven by 4 motors and carry 11 persons, besides guns and ammunition. The Caproni machines of Italy are even bigger, capable of carrying 9 guns and 35 men. The Congressional Committee was much impressed by consideration of what might be done by a small fleet of aircraft of this type launched from a hostile squadron off the Capes of Chesapeake Bay and operating against Washington. It is not likely that any foreign foe advancing by land could repeat the exploit of the British who burned the capital in 1812, but in our present defenseless state a dozen aircraft of the largest type might reduce the national capital to ruins. If an enemy well provided with aerial force possesses such power of offense, an equal power of defense is given to the nation at all well provided with flying craft. In imitation, or perhaps rather in modification, of the English plan for guarding the coasts of Great Britain, a well matured system of defending the American coasts has been worked out and submitted to the national authorities. It involves the division of the coasts of the United States into 13 aeronautical districts, each with aeronautical stations established at suitable points and all in communication with each other. 8 of these districts would be laid out on the Atlantic coast, extending from the northern boundary of Maine to the Rio Grande River. Just what the purpose and value of these districts would be may be explained by taking the case not of a typical one, but of the most important one of all, the 3rd District, including the coastline from New London, Connecticut, to Barnegat Inlet, New Jersey. This, of course, includes New York and adjacent commercial centers and the entrance to Long Island Sound, with its long line of thriving cities and the ports of the places from which come our chief supplies of munitions of war. It includes the part of the United States which an enemy would most covet, the part which at once would furnish the richest plunder, and possession of which by a foe would most cripple this nation. Today it is defended by stationary guns in land fortresses, and in time of attack would be further guarded by a fringe of cruising naval vessels. Apparently, up to the middle of 1917, the government thought no aerial watch was needed. But if we were to follow the methods which all the belligerent nations of Europe are employing on their sea coasts, we would establish in this district 10 aeronautical stations. This would be no match for the British system, which has one such station to every 20 miles of coast. Ours would be farther apart, but as the Sound could be guarded at its entrance, the stations need only be maintained along the south shore of Long Island and down the Jersey coast. Each station would be provided with patrol, fighting, and observation airplanes. It would have the mechanical equipment of microphones, searchlights, and other devices for detecting the approach of an enemy now employed successfully abroad. Its patrolling airplanes would cruise constantly far out to sea, not less than 80 miles, keeping ever in touch with their station. As the horizon visible from a soaring airplane is not less than 50 miles distant from the observer, this would mean that no enemy fleet could approach within 130 miles of our coast without detection and report. The Montauk Point Station would be charged with guarding the entrance to Long Island Sound and the waters of Nantucket Shoals and Block Island Sound, where the German submarine U-53 did its deadly work in 1916. The Sandy Hook Station would of course be the most important of all, guarding New York seagoing commerce and protecting the ship channel by a constant patrol of aircraft over it. The modern airplane has a speed of from 80 to 160 miles an hour, the latter rate being attained only by the light scouts. Thus it is apparent that if an alarm were raised at any one of these stations between New London and Barnegat, 3 hours at most would suffice to bring the fighting equipment of all the stations to the point threatened. There would be thus concentrated a fleet of several hundred swift scouts, heavy fighting machines, the torpedo planes of the type designed by Admiral Fiske, hydroaeroplanes capable of carrying heavy guns, and in brief every form of aerial fighter. Moreover, by use of the wireless, every ship of the Navy within a radius of several hundred miles would be notified of the menace. They could not reach the scene of action so swiftly as the flying men, but the former would be able to hold the foe in action until the heavier ships should arrive. The enormous advantage of such a system of guarding our coasts needs no further explanation. It is not even experimental, for France, on her limited coast, has 150 such stations. England, which started the war with 18, had 114 in 1917, and was still building. We at that time had none, although the extent of our sea coast and the great multiplicity of practicable harbors make us more vulnerable than any other nation. End of The United States at War, Part 2. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 10, Part 1 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. Some Features of Aerial Warfare, Part 1. As devices to translate German hate for England into deeds of bloody malignancy and cowardly murder, the German aircraft have ranked supreme. The ruthless submarine war has indeed done something toward working off this peculiar passion, but it lacked the spectacular qualities which German wrath demanded. as the war proceeded, and it became apparent that the participation of Great Britain, at first wholly unexpected by the Kaiser's advisers, was certain to defeat the German aims, the authorities carefully inculcated in the minds of the people the most malignant hatred for that power. As Lissauer's famous hymn of hate had it, "French and Russians it matters not, a blow for a blow and a shot for a shot. We have one foe and one alone, England." By way of at once gratifying this hatred and still further stimulating it, the German military authorities began early in the war a series of air raids upon English towns. They were of more than doubtful military value. They damaged no military or naval works. They aroused the savage ire of the British people, who saw their children slain in schools and their wounded in hospitals by bombs dropped from the sky, and straightway rushed off to enlist against so callous and barbaric a foe. But the raids served their political purpose by making the German people believe that the British were suffering all the horrors of war on their own soil, while the iron line of trenches drawn across France by the German troops kept the invader and war's agonies far from the soil of the fatherland. The first German air raids were by Zeppelins on little English seaside towns, Scarborough, Hartlepool, and Harwich. Except in so far as they inflicted mutilation and death upon many non-combatants, mostly women and children, and misery upon their relatives and friends, they were without effect. But early in 1915 began a systematic series of raids upon London, which by October of 1917 had totaled 34, with a toll of 865 persons killed and 2,500 wounded. It seems fair to say that for these raids there was more plausible excuse than for those on the peaceful little seaside bathing resorts and fishing villages. London is full of military and naval centers, arsenals and navy yards, executive offices and centers of warlike activity. An incendiary bomb dropped into the Bank of England or the Admiralty might paralyze the finances of the empire or throw the naval organization into a state of anarchy. But as a matter of fact, the German bombs did nothing of the sort. They fell in the congested districts of London, the crowded warrens of the poor. They spread wounds and death among peaceable theater audiences. One dropped on a bus loaded with passengers homeward bound, and obliterated it and them from the face of the earth. But no building of the least military importance sustained any injury. It is true, however, that the persistent raiding has compelled England to withhold from the fighting lines in France several thousand men and several hundred guns in order to be in readiness to meet air raids in which Germany has never employed more than 50 machines at most 200 men, including both aviators and mechanics. It is entirely probable that the failure of the Germans to strike targets of military importance and the slaughter they wrought among peaceful civilians were due to no intent or purpose on their part. Hitting a chosen target from the air is no matter of certainty. The bomb intended for the railway station is quite as likely to hit the adjacent public school or hospital. If the world ever recurs to that moderate degree of sanity and civilization which shall permit wars, but strive to regulate them in the interest of humanity, this untrustworthiness of the aircraft's aim will compel some form of international regulation, just as the vulnerability of the submarine will force the amendment of the doctrine of visitation and search. But neither problem can be logically and reasonably solved in the middle of a war. And so, while the German violation of existing international law had the uncomfortable result for Germany of bringing the United States into the war, the barbarous raids upon London caused the British at last to turn aside from their commendable abstention from air raids on unfortified and non-military towns and prepare for reprisals in kind. From the beginning of the war, the British had abstained from bombing peaceful and non-military towns. They had not indeed been weak in the employment of their air forces. General Smuts, speaking in October 1917, said that the British had, in the month previous, dropped 207 tons of bombs behind the lines of the enemy. But the targets were airdromes, military camps, arsenals, and munitions camps, not hospitals or kindergartens. The time had now come when this purely military campaign no longer satisfied an enraged British people who demanded the enforcement of the Mosaic law of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, against a people whom General Smuts described as an enemy who apparently recognizes no laws, human or divine, who knows no pity or restraint, who sung Te Deums over the sinking of the Lusitania, and to whom the maiming and slaughter of women and children appear legitimate means of warfare. And Premier Lloyd George, speaking to an audience of poor people in one of the congested districts which had suffered sorely from the aerial activities of the Hun, said, "We will give it all back to them, and we will give it soon. We shall bomb Germany with compound interest." But whether undertaken as part of a general program of frightfulness or as reprisals for cruel and indefensible outrages, air raids upon defenseless towns, killing peaceable citizens in their beds and children in their kindergartens, are not incidents to add glory to aviation. The mind turns with relief from such examples of the cruel misuse of aircraft to the hosts of individual instances in which the airman and his machine remind one of the doughty Sir Knight and his charger in the most gallant days of chivalry. There were hosts of such incidents, men who fought gallantly and who always fought fair, men who hung about the outskirts of an aerial battle waiting for some individual champion of their own choosing to show himself and join in battle to death in the high ranges of the sky. Some of these have been mentioned in this book already. To discuss all who even as early as 1917 had made their names memorable would require a volume in itself. A few may well be mentioned below. There, for example, was Captain Georges Guynemer, king of the French aces. An ace is an aviator who has brought down 5 enemy aircraft. Guynemer had 53 to his credit. Still a youth, only 23 years of age at the time of his death, and only flying for 21 months, he had lived out several lifetimes in the mad excitement of combat in midair. Within 3 weeks after getting his aviator's license, he had become an ace. Before his first year's service had expired, he was decorated and promoted for gallantry in rushing to the aid of a comrade attacked by 5 enemy machines. He entered the combat at the height of 10,000 feet, and inside of 2 minutes had dropped 2 of the enemy. The others fled. He pursued hotly, keeping up a steady fire with his machine gun. One Boche wavered and fell, but just then an enemy shell from an Archie far below exploded under Guynemer, tearing away one wing of his machine. Let him tell the rest of that story. "I felt myself dropping," he said later. "It was 10,000 feet to the earth, and, like a flash, I saw my funeral with my saddened comrades marching behind the gun carriage to the cemetery. But I pulled and pushed every lever I had, but nothing would check my terrific descent. 5,000 feet from the earth, the wrecked machine began to turn somersaults, but I was strapped into the seat. I do not know what it was, but something happened and I felt the speed descent lessen. But suddenly there was a tremendous crash, and when I recovered my senses I had been taken from the wreckage and was all right." 2 records Guynemer made which have not yet been surpassed. The first, the one described above of dropping 3 Fokkers in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and rounding off the adventure by himself dropping 10,000 feet. The second was in shooting down 4 enemy machines in one day. His methods were of the simplest. He was always alone in his machine, which was the lightest available. He would rather carry more gasoline and ammunition than take along a gunner. The machine gun was mounted on the plane above his head, pointing dead ahead, and aimed by aiming the whole airplane. Once started, the gun continued firing automatically, and Guynemer's task was to follow his enemy pitilessly, keeping that lead-spitting muzzle steadily bearing upon him. In September 1917 he went up to attack 5 enemy machines. No odds, however appalling, seemed to terrify him, but was caught in a fleet of nearly 40 Boches and fell to earth in the enemy's country. One of the last of the air duels to be fought under the practices which made early air service so vividly recall the age of chivalry was that in which Captain Immelman, the Falcon of the German army, met Captain Ball of the British Royal Flying Corps. Immelman had a record of 51 British airplanes downed. Captain Ball was desirous of wiping out this record and the audacious German at the same time, and so flying over the German lines he dropped this letter: "Captain Immelman, I challenge you to a man-to-man fight to take place this afternoon at 2 o'clock. I will meet you over the German lines. Have your anti-aircraft guns withhold their fire while we decide which is the better man. The British guns will be silent. Ball. Presently thereafter this answer was dropped from a German airplane. Captain Ball, your challenge is accepted. The guns will not interfere. I will meet you promptly at 2. Immelman. The word spread far and wide along the trenches on both sides. Tacitly all firing stopped as though the bugles had sung truce. Men left cover and clambered up on the top to watch the duel. Punctually both flyers rose from their lines and made their way down no man's land. Let an eyewitness tell the story. From our trenches there were wild cheers for Ball. The Germans yelled just as vigorously for Immelman. The cheers from the trenches continued. The Germans increased in volume. Ours changed into cries of alarm. Ball, thousands of feet above us and only a speck in the sky, was doing the craziest things imaginable. He was below Immelman and was apparently making no effort to get above him, thus gaining the advantage of position. Rather, he was swinging around this way and that, attempting, it seemed, to postpone the inevitable. We saw the German's machine dip over preparatory to starting the nose dive. "He's gone now," sobbed a young soldier at my side, for he knew Immelman's gun would start its raking fire once it was being driven straight down. Then, in a fraction of a second, the tables were turned. Before Immelman's plane could get into firing position, Ball drove his machine into a loop, getting above his adversary and cutting loose with his gun and smashing Immelman's by a hail of bullets as he swept by. Immelman's airplane burst into flames and dropped. Ball, from above, followed for a few hundred feet and then straightened out and raced for home. He settled down, rose again, hurried back, and released a huge wreath of flowers, almost directly over the spot where Immelman's charred body was being lifted from a tangled mass of metal. 4 days later, Ball, too, was killed. But the Germans, too, had their champion airmen, mighty flyers, skillful at control and with the machine gun, in whose triumphs they took the same pride that our boys in France did in those of Chapman, Rockwell, or Thaw, the British in Warneford, or the French in Guynemer. Chief of these was Captain Bolke, who came to his death in the latter part of 1917. After putting to his credit over 60 Allied planes brought down, a German account of one of his duels as watched from the trenches will be of interest. For quite a long time an Englishman had been making circles before our eyes, calmly and deliberately. My men on duty clenched their fists in impotent wrath. The dog! Shooting would do no good. Then suddenly from the rear a harsh, deep singing and buzzing cuts the air. It sounds like a German flyer, but he is not yet visible. Only the buzz of an approaching motor is heard in the clouds in the direction of the Englishman. More than 100 eyes scan the horizon. There, far away and high among the clouds, is a small black hummingbird, a German battle aeroplane. Its course is laid directly for the hostile biplane, and it flies like an arrow shot with a clear eye and steady hand. My men crawl out of the shelters. I adjust my field glasses. A lump rises in our throats as if we are awaiting something new and wonderful. So far the other does not seem to have noticed or recognized the black flyer that already is poised as a hawk above him. All at once there is a mighty swoop through the air like the drop of a bird of prey, and in no time the black flyer is immediately over the Englishman and the air is filled with the furious crackling of a machine gun, followed by the rapid ta-ta-ta of 2 or 3 more, all operated at the highest speed just as during a charge. The Englishman drops a little, makes a circle, and tries to escape toward the rear. The other circles and attacks him in front, and again we hear the exciting ta-ta-ta. Now the Englishman tries to slip from under his opponent, but the German makes a circle and the effort fails. Then the enemy describes a great circle and attempts to rise above the German. The latter ascends in sharp half circles and again swoops down upon the biplane, driving it toward the German trenches. Will the Englishman yield so soon? Scattered shouts of joy are already heard in our ranks. Suddenly he drops 100 yards and more through the air and makes a skillful loop toward the rear. Our warrior of the air swoops after him, tackles him once more, and again we hear the wild, defiant rattle of the machine guns over our heads. Now they are quite close to our trenches. The French infantry and artillery begin firing in a last desperate hope. Neither of them is touched. Sticking close above and behind him, the German drives the Englishman along some 600 yards over our heads and then just above the housetops of St. A. Once more we hear a distant ta-ta-ta, a little slower and more scattered, and then, as they drop, both disappear from our view. Scarcely 5 minutes pass before the telephone brings up the news. Lieutenant Boelke has just brought down his 7th flyer. Methods of air fighting were succinctly described in a hearing before the Senate Committee on Military Affairs in June 1917. The officers testifying were young Americans of the Lafayette Escadrille of the French Army. To the civilian the testimony is interesting for the clear idea it gives of military aviation. The extracts following are from the official record. Adjutant Prince: Senator, there are about 4 kinds of machines used abroad on the Western Front today. The machines that Adjutant Rumsey and myself are looking after are called the battle machines. Then there are the photography machines, machines that go up to enable the taking of photographs of the German batteries, go back of the lines and take views of the country behind their lines and find out what their next line of attack will be, or, if they retreat from the present line, then everything in that way. Probably we have, where we are, in my group alone, 150 photographers who do nothing all day long except develop pictures. And you can get pictures of any part of the country that you want. When the Germans retreated from the old line where they used to be, by Peronne and Chaulnes, we had absolute pictures of all the Hindenburg line from where they are now, right down to the St. Quentin, down to the line the French are on. We had photographs of it all. Senator Kirby: When they started on the retreat? Adjutant Prince: Yes, sir. So we knew exactly where their stand would be made. Then, besides that, those photograph machines do a lot of scouting. They have a pilot and a photographer aboard. He has not only a camera, but quite often he has a Lewis gun with him in order to ward off any hostile airmen if they should get through the battle planes that are above him. In other words, should get through us in order to fight him. They do a great deal of the scouting because they fly at a lower level. The battle planes go up to protect photography machines, or to go man hunting, as it is called. In other words, to fight the Germans. We fly all day, like today, as high as we can go, or as high as the French go as a rule, about 5,500 meters, about 17,000 to 18,000 feet. Adjutant Rumsey: I think 5,500 meters is about 19,000 feet. Some go up 6,000 meters, which makes about 20,000 feet. Adjutant Prince: We go up there and we have a certain sector of the front to look after. If we are only man hunting, we go backward and forward like a policeman to prevent the Germans from getting over our own lines. We usually fly by 4s if we can, and the 4 go out together so as not to be alone. We are usually fighting inside of the German lines, because the morale of the French and English is better than that of the Germans today. And every fight I have had, I have never been lucky enough to have one inside of my own lines. They have all been inside of the German lines. Senator Kirby: What is the equipment of a battle plane such as you use? Adjutant Prince: I use the 180 horsepower machine. It is called a SPAD, which has a Spanish motor. But a great many of the motors today are being built here in America. Senator Kirby: How many men do you carry? Adjutant Prince: We go up alone in these machines. We did have 2 guns. We had the Lewis gun on our upper wing and the Vickers down below, that shoots through the propeller as the propeller turns around. Then we gave up the Lewis above. It added more weight and we did not need it so much. The trouble with the Lewis gun is that it has only 97 cartridges, while the Vickers has 500, and you can do just as much damage with the Vickers as you could with them both. Senator Sutherland: You drive and fight at the same time? Adjutant Prince: Yes, sir. Adjutant Rumsey: The machine gun is fixed. Adjutant Prince: It is absolutely fixed on the machine, and if I should want to adjust it to shoot you, I would adjust my machine on you. The witness then took up the nature and work of some of the heavier machines. He testified, Adjutant Prince. Then comes the artillery regulating machine. That machine goes up, and it may be a Farman or a bimotor or some other kind of heavier machine, a machine that goes slowly. They go over a certain spot. They have a driver, who is a pilot like ourselves. Then they have an artillery officer on board, whose sole duty it is to send back word, mostly by Marconi, to his battery where the shots are landing. He will say, "Too far, too short, right or left," and he stays there over this battery until the work done by the French guns has been absolutely controlled, and above him he has some of these battle planes keeping him from being attacked from above by German airmen. Of course they may be shot at by anti-aircraft guns, which you cannot help. That is artillery regulating. The Chairman. Are you always attacking from above? Adjutant Prince. By airplanes, yes, sir. It is always much safer to attack from above. Then you have the bomb-dropping machines, which carry a lot of weight. They go out sometimes in the daytime, but mostly at night. And they have these new sights by which they can stay up quite high in the air and still know the spot they are going at. They know the wind speed, they know their height, and they can figure out by this new arrangement they have exactly when the time is to let go their bombs. Senator Kirby. Something in the nature of a rangefinder? Adjutant Prince. A sort of rangefinder. Adjutant Rumsey. It is a sort of telescope that looks down between your legs, and you have to regulate yourself, observing your speed, and when you see the spot you have to touch a button and off go these things. Adjutant Rumsey. In a raid my brother went on there were 68 machines that left, the French heavy machines, the English heavy machines, and then the English sort of half fighting machine and half bombing machine. They call it a Sopwith, and it is a very good machine. They went over there, and the first ones over were the Frenchmen, and they dropped bombs on these Mauser works, and the only thing that the English saw was a big cloud of smoke and dust, and they could not see the works, so they just dropped into them. Out of that raid the fighting machines got 8 Germans and dropped them, and the Germans got 8 Frenchmen. So out of 68 they lost 8, but we also got 8 Germans and dropped 6 tons of this stuff, which is 20 times as strong as the melinite. We do not know what the name of the powder is. The fighting machines on that trip only carried gasoline for 2 hours, and the other ones carried it for something like 6 hours, so we escorted them out for an hour, came back to our lines, filled up with gasoline, went out and met them and brought them back over the danger zone. Adjutant Prince. Near the trenches is where the danger zone is, because there the German fighting machines are located. Senator Kirby. How far was it from your battlefront that you went? Adjutant Rumsey. I think it was about 500 miles, 250 there and 250 back. It was between 200 and 250 miles there. Senator Kirby. Beyond the battlefront? Adjutant Rumsey. Yes, or to be more accurate, I think it was nearer 200 than 250. The Chairman. What do you think of the function of the airplane as a determining factor? Adjutant Prince. There is no doubt that if we could send over in huge waves a great number of these bomb-dropping machines and simply lay the country waste, for instance the big cities like Strasbourg, Freiburg and others, not only would the damage done be great, but I guess the popular opinion in Germany, everything being laid waste, would work very strongly in the minds of the public toward having peace. I do not think you could destroy an army, because you could not see them, but you could go to different stations. You could go to Strasbourg, to Brussels, and places like that. The Chairman. Then sending them over in enormous numbers would also put out of business their airplanes, and they would be helpless, would they not? Adjutant Prince. Absolutely. You not only have on the front a large number of bomb-dropping machines, but a large number of fighting machines. When the Somme battle was started in the morning, the Germans knew naturally that the French and British were going to start the Somme drive, and they had up these Drachens, these observation balloons, and the first 18 minutes that the battle started, the French and the English, I think, got 21 saucisses. In other words, over the next 5 days there was not a single German who came anywhere near the lines, where the French and English could go ahead as they felt like. Admiral Peary. Have you any idea as to how many airplanes there are along that western front on the German side? Adjutant Prince: There must be about 3,000 on that line in actual commission. Admiral Peary: That means, then, about 10,000 in all, at least? Adjutant Prince: I should think so. I should say the French have about 2,000 and the English possibly 1,000, or we have almost 2,500. Adjutant Rumsey: If they have 3,000, we have 4,000, that is, right on the line. Adjutant Prince: We have about 1,000 more than they have, and we are up all the time. The day before I left the front I was called to go out 5 times, and I went out 5 times and spent 2 hours every time I went out. End of Some Features of Aerial Warfare, Part 1. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. Some Features of Aerial Warfare, Part 2. It would be gratifying to author and to reader alike if it were possible to give some account of the progress in aerial equipment made by the United States since its declaration of war. But at the present moment, February, 1918, the government is chary of furnishing information concerning the advance made in the creation of an aerial fleet. Perhaps precise information, if available, would be discouraging to the many who believe that the war will be won in the air. For it is known in a broad general way that the activities of the administration have been centered upon the construction of training camps and aviation stations. Orders for the actual construction of airplanes have been limited, so that a chorus of criticism arose from manufacturers who declared that they might have to close their works for lack of employment. The apparent check was discouraging to American airmen, and to our allies, who had expected marvelous things from the United States in the way of swift and wholesale preparation for winning battles in the air. The response of the government to all criticism was that it was laying broad foundations in order that construction once begun would proceed with unabated activity, and that when aircraft began to be turned out by the thousands a week, there would be aviators and trained mechanics aplenty to handle them. In this situation, the advocates of a special cabinet department of aeronautics found new reason to criticize the administration and Congress for having ignored or antagonized their appeals. For responsibility for the delay and indifference, if indifference there was, rested equally upon the Secretary of the Navy and the Secretary of War. Each had his measure of control over the enormous sum voted in a lump for aviation. Each had the further millions especially voted to his department to account for. But no single individual could be officially asked what had been done with the almost $1 billion voted for aeronautics in 1917. But if the authorities seemed to lag, the inventors were busy. Mention has already been made of the new Liberty motor, which report had it was the fruit of the imprisonment of 2 mechanical experts in a hotel room, with orders that they should not be freed until they had produced a motor which met all criticisms upon those now in use. Their product is said to have met this test, and the happy result caused a general wish that the Secretaries of War and of the Navy might be similarly incarcerated and only liberated upon producing plans for the immediate creation of an aerial fleet suited to the nation's needs. If, however, the Liberty motor shall prove the complete success which at the moment the government believes it to be, it will be such a spur to the development of the airplane in peace and war as could not otherwise be applied. For the motor is the true life of the airplane, its heart, lungs, and nerve center. The few people who still doubt the wide adoption of aircraft for peaceful purposes after the war base their skepticism on the treachery of motors still in use. They repudiate all comparisons with automobiles. They say, "It is perfectly true that a man can run his car repeatedly from New York to Boston without motor trouble, but the trouble is inevitable sooner or later. When it comes to an automobile it is trifling. The driver gets out and makes his repairs by the roadside. But if it comes to the aviator, it brings the possibility of death with it every time. If his motor stops, he must descend. But to alight he must find a long, level field, with at least 200 yards in which to run off his momentum. If, when he discovers the failure of his motor, he is flying at the height of a mile, he must find his landing place within a space of 8 miles, for in gliding to earth the ratio of forward movement to height is as 8 to 1. But how often in rugged and densely populated New England or Pennsylvania is there a vacant level field half a mile in length? The aviator who made a practice of daily flight between New York and Boston would inevitably meet death in the end. The criticism is a shrewd and searching one, but it is based on the airplane and the motor of to day without allowance for the development and improvement which are proceeding apace. It contemplates a craft which has but one motor, but the more modern machines have sufficient lifting power to carry 2 motors, and can be navigated successfully with one of these out of service. Experiments, furthermore, are being made with a device after the type of the helicopter which, with the steady lightening of the aircraft motor, may be installed on airplanes with a special motor for its operation. This device, it is believed, will enable the airplane so equipped to stop dead in its course with both propellers out of action, to hover over a given spot, or to rise or to descend gently in a perpendicular line without the necessity of soaring. It is obvious that if this device proves successful, the chief force of the objections to aerial navigation, outlined above, will be nullified. The menace of infrequent landing places will quickly remedy itself on busy lines of aerial traffic. The average railroad doing business in a densely populated section has stations once every 8 or 10 miles, which, with their sidings, buildings, water tanks, etc., cost far more than the field half a mile long with a few hangars that the flyers will need as a place of refuge. Indeed, although for its size and apparent simplicity of construction an airplane is phenomenally costly, in the grand total of cost an aerial line would cost a tithe of the ordinary railway. It has neither right-of-way, roadbed, rails, nor telegraph system to maintain, and if the average flyer seems to cost amazingly, it still foots up less than 1/5 the cost of a modern locomotive, though its period of service is much shorter. Just at the present time aircraft costs are high, based on artificial conditions in the market. Their construction is a new industry, its processes not yet standardized, its materials still experimental in many ways and not yet systematically produced. A light sporting monoplane, which superficially seems to have about $250 worth of materials in it, exclusive of the engine, will cost about $3,000. A fighting biplane will touch $10,000. Yet the latter seems to the lay observer to contain no costly materials to justify so great a charge. The wings are a light wooden framework, usually of spruce, across which a fine grade of linen cloth is stretched. The materials are simple enough, but every bit of wood, every screw, every strand of wire is selected with the utmost care, and the workmanship of their assemblage is as painstaking as the setting of the most precious stones. "Remember the least negligence may cost a life," is a sign frequently seen hanging over the work benches in an airplane factory. When stretched over the framework, the cloth of the wings is treated to a dressing down of a preparation of collodion, which in the jargon of the shop is called "dope." This substance has a peculiar effect upon the cloth, causing it to shrink and thus making it more taut and rigid than it could be by the most careful stretching. Though the layman would not suspect it, this wash alone costs about $150 a machine. The seaplanes, too, or hydro-airplanes, as purists call them, present a curious illustration of unexpected and, it would seem, unexplainable expense. Where the flyer over land has 2 bicycle wheels on which to land, the flyer over the sea has 2 flat-bottomed boats, or pontoons. These cost from $1,000 to $1,200 and look as though they should cost not over $100. But the necessity of combining maximum strength with minimum weight sends the price soaring as the machine itself soars. Moreover, there is not yet the demand for either air or sea planes that would result in the division of labor, standardization of parts, and other manufacturing economies which reduce the cost of products. To the high cost of aircraft their comparative fragility is added as a reason for their unfitness for commercial uses. The engine cost from $2,000 to $5,000 each, are very delicate, and usually must be taken out of the plane and overhauled after about 100 hours of active service. The strain on them is prodigious, for it is estimated that the number of revolutions of an airplane's engine during an hour's flight is equal to the number of revolutions of an automobile's wheels during active service of a whole month. It is believed that the superior lightness and durability of the Liberty motor will obviate some of these objections to the commercial availability of aircraft in times of peace. And it is certain that with the cessation of the war, the retirement of the governments of the world from the purchasing field, and the reduction of the demand for aircraft to such as are needed for pleasure and industrial uses, the prices which we have cited will be cut in half. In such event, what will be the future of aircraft? What their part in the social and industrial organization of the world? 10 or a dozen years ago, Rudyard Kipling entertained the English reading public of the world with a vivacious sketch of aerial navigation in the year 2000 A.D. He used the license of a poet in avoiding too precise descriptions of what is to come, dealing rather with broad and picturesque generalizations. Now the year 2000 is still far enough away for pretty much anything to be invented, and to become commonplace before that era arrives. Airships of the sort Mr. Kipling pictured may by that period have come and gone, have been relegated to the museums along with the stage coaches of yesterday and the locomotives of to day. For that matter, before that millennial period shall arrive, men may have learned to dispense with material transportation altogether, and be able to project their consciousness or even their astral bodies to any desired point on psychic waves. If a poet is going to prophesy, he might as well be audacious and even revolutionary in his predictions. Mr. Kipling tried so hard to be reasonable that he made himself recognizably wrong so far as the present tendency of aircraft development would indicate. With the Night Mail is the story of a trip by night across the Atlantic from England to America. It is made in a monster dirigible, though the present tendency is to reject the dirigible for the swifter, less costly and more airworthy (leave seaworthy to the plodding ships on old ocean's breast) airplanes. If, however, we condone this glaring improbability, we find Mr. Kipling's tale full of action and imaginary incident that give it an air of truth. His ship is not docked on the ground at the tempest's mercy, but is moored high in air to the top of a tall tower, up which passengers and freight are conveyed in elevators. His lighthouses send their beams straight up into the sky, instead of projecting them horizontally, as do those which now guard our coasts. Just why lighthouses are needed, however, he does not explain. There are no reefs on which a packet of the air may run, no lee shores which they must avoid. On overland voyages, guiding lights by night may be useful, as great white direction strips laid out on the ground are even now suggested as guides for daylight flying. But the main reliance of the airman must be his compass. Crossing the broad oceans no lighted path is possible, and even in a voyage from New York to Chicago or from London to Rome, good airmanship will dictate flight at a height that will make reliance upon natural objects as a guide perilous. The airman has the advantage over the sailor in that he may lay his course on leaving his port, or flying field, and pursue it straight as an arrow to his destination. No rocks or other obstacles bar his path, nor tortuous channels must be navigated. All that can divert him from his chosen course is a steady wind on the beam, and that is instantly detected by his instruments and allowance made for it. On the other hand, the sailor has a certain advantage over the airman in that his more leisurely progress allows time for the rectification of errors in course arising from contrary currents or winds. An error of a point, or even two, amounts to but little in a day's steaming of perhaps 400 miles. It can readily be remedied, unless the ship is too near shore. But when the whole 3,000 miles of Atlantic are covered in 20 hours in the air, the course must be right from the start, and exactly adhered to, else the passenger for New York may set down in Florida. It is not improbable that even before the war is over, the crossing of the Atlantic by plane will be accomplished. Certainly it will be one of the first tasks undertaken by airmen on the return of peace. But it is probable that the adaptation of aircraft to commercial uses will be begun with undertakings of smaller proportions. Already the United States maintains an aerial mail route to Alaska, while Italy has military mail routes served by airplanes in the Alps. These have been undertaken because of the physical obstacles to travel on the surface, presented in those rugged neighborhoods. But in the more densely populated regions of the United States, considerations of financial profit will almost certainly result in the early establishment of mail and passenger air service. Air service will cut down the time between any two given points at least one half, and ultimately two-thirds. Letters could be sent from New York to Boston, or even to Buffalo, and an answer received the same day. The carrying plane could take on each trip 5 tons of mail. Philadelphia would be brought within 45 minutes of New York, Washington within 2 hours instead of the present 5. Is there any doubt of the creation of an aerial passenger service under such conditions? Already a Caproni triplane will carry 35 passengers besides guns, say 50 passengers if all other load be excluded, and has flown with a lighter load from Newport News to New York. It is easily imaginable that by 1920 the airplane capable of carrying 80 persons, or the normal number now accommodated on an interurban trolley car, will be an accomplished fact. The lines that will thus spring up will need no rails, no right-of-way, no expensive power plant. Their physical property will be confined to the airplanes themselves and to the fields from which the craft rise and on which they alight, with the necessary hangars. These indeed will involve heavy expenditure. For a busy line, with frequent sailings, a high-speed machine's field will need to be in the neighborhood of a mile square. A plane swooping down for its landing is not to be held up at the switch, like a train, while room is made for it. It is an imperative guest, and cannot be gainsaid. Accordingly, the fields must be large enough to accommodate scores of planes at once and give each new arrival a long straight course on which to run off its momentum. It is obvious, therefore, that the Union stations for aircraft routes cannot be in the hearts of our cities, as are the railroad stations of to day, but must be fairly well out in the suburbs. A form of machine which the professional airmen say has yet to be developed is the small monoplane, carrying 2 passengers at most, and of low speed, not more than 20 miles an hour at most. In this age of speed mania, the idea of deliberately planning a conveyance or vehicle that shall not exceed a low limit seems out of accord with public desire. But the low-speed airplane has the advantage of needing no extended field in which to alight. It reaches the ground with but little momentum to be taken up, and can be brought up standing on the roof of a house or the deck of a ship. Small machines of this sort are likely to serve as the runabouts of the air, to succeed the trim little automobile roadsters as pleasure craft. The beginning of the 4th year of the war brought a notable change in aerial tactics. For 3 years everything had been sacrificed to speed. Such aerial duels as have been described were encouraged by the fact that aircraft were reduced to the proportions needful for carrying 1 man and a machine gun. The gallant flyers went up in the air and killed each other. That was about all there was to it. While as scouts, range finders, guides for the artillery, they exerted some influence on the course of the war, as a fighting arm in its earlier years, they were without efficiency. The bombing forays were harassing, but little more, because the craft engaged were of too small capacity to carry enough bombs to work really serious damage, while the ever-increasing range of the Archies compels the airmen to deliver their fire from so great a height as to make accurate aim impossible. But Kiel, Wilhelmshaven, and Zeebrugge are likely to change all this. The constant contemplation of these nests for the sanctuary of pestiferous submarines, effectively guarded against attack by either land or water, has stirred up the determination of the Allies to seek their destruction from above. Heavy bombing planes are being built in all the Allied workshops for this purpose, and furthermore to give effect to the British determination to take vengeance upon Germany for her raids upon London. It is reported that the United States, by agreement with its Allies, is to specialize in building the light, swift scout planes, but in other shops the heavy triplane, the dreadnought of the air, is expected to be the feature of 1918. With it will come an entirely novel strategic use of aircraft in war, and with it, too, which is perhaps the more permanently important, will come the development of aircraft of the sort that will be readily adaptable to the purposes of peace when the war shall end. End of Some Features of Aerial Warfare, Part 2. Recording by William Tomcho. Chapter 11, Part 1 of Aircraft and Submarines by Willis J. Abbott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by William Tomcho. Beginnings of Submarine Invention, Part 1. In September 1914, the British fleet in the North Sea had settled down to the monotonous task of holding the coasts of Germany and the channels leading to them in a state of blockade. The work was dismal enough. The ships tossing from day to day on the always unquiet waters of the North Sea were crowded with jackies, all of whom prayed each day that the German would come from hiding and give battle. Not far from the Hook of Holland, engaged in this monotonous work, were 3 cruisers of about 12,000 tons, each carrying 755 men and officers. They were the Cressy, Aviator, and Hogue. Not vessels of the first rank, but still important factors in the British blockade. They were well within the torpedo belt, and it may be believed that unceasing vigilance was observed on every ship. Nevertheless, without warning, the other 2 suddenly saw the Aviator overwhelmed by a flash of fire, a pillar of smoke, and a great geyser of water that rose from the sea and fell heavily upon her deck. Instantly followed a thundering explosion as the magazines of the doomed ship went off. Within a very few minutes, too little time to use their guns against the enemy had they been able to see him, or to lower their boats, the Aviator sank, leaving the crew floundering in the water. In the distance lay the German submarine U-9, one of the earliest of her class in service. From her conning tower Captain Weddigen had viewed the tragedy. Now seeing the 2 sister ships speeding to the rescue, he quickly submerged. It may be noted that as a result of what followed, orders were given by the British Admiralty that in the event of the destruction of a ship by a submarine, others in the same squadron should not come to the rescue of the victim, but scatter as widely as possible to avoid a like fate. In this instance, the Hogue and the Cressy hurried to the spot whence the Aviator had vanished and began lowering their boats. Hardly had they begun the work of mercy when a torpedo from the now unseen foe struck the Hogue, and in 20 minutes she too had vanished. While she was sinking, the Cressy, with all guns ready for action, and her gunners scanning the sea in every direction for this deadly enemy, suddenly felt the shock of a torpedo, and her magazines, having been set off, followed her sister ships to the ocean's bed. In little more than half an hour, 36,000 tons of up-to-date British fighting machinery and more than 1,200 gallant bluejackets had been sent to the depths of the North Sea by a little boat of 450 tons, carrying a crew of 26 men. The world stood aghast. With the feeling of horror at the swift death of so many caused by so few, there was mingled a feeling of amazement at the scientific perfection of the submarine, its power, and its deadly work. Men said it was the end of dreadnoughts, battleships, and cruisers, but the history of the war has shown singularly few of these destroyed by submarines since the first novelty of the attack wore off. The world at the moment seemed to think that the submarine was an entirely new idea and invention, but like almost everything else it was merely the ultimate reduction of practical use of an idea that had been germinating in the mind of man from the earliest days of history. We need not trouble ourselves with the speculations of Alexander the Great, Aristotle, and Pliny concerning underwater activities. Their active minds gave consideration to the problem, but mainly as to the employment of divers. Not until the first part of the 16th century do we find any very specific reference to actual underwater boats. That appears in a book of travels by Olaus Magnus, Archbishop of Uppsala in Sweden. Notwithstanding the gentleman's reverend quality, one must question somewhat the veracity of the chapter which he heads, "Of the leather ships made of hides used by the pirates of Greenland." He professed to have seen 2 of these ships, more probably boats, hanging in a cathedral church in Greenland. With these singular vessels, according to his veracious reports, the people of that country could navigate under water and attack stranger ships from beneath. For the inhabitants of that country were wont to get small profits by the spoils of others, he wrote. By these and the like treacherous arts, who by their thieving wit and by boring a hole privately in the sides of the ships beneath, as I said, have let in the water and presently caused them to sink. Leaving the tale of the Archbishop where we think it must belong in the realm of fiction, we may note that it was not until the beginning of the 17th century that the first submarine boat was actually built and navigated. A Hollander, Cornelius Drebbel, or Van Drebbel, born in 1572 in the town of Alkmaar, had come to London during the reign of James I, who became his patron and friend. Drebbel seems to have been a serious student of science, and in many ways far ahead of his times. Moreover, he had the talent of getting next to royalty. In 1620 he first conceived the idea of building a submarine. Fairly detailed descriptions of his boats he built 3 from 1620 to 1624 and of their actual use have been handed down to us by men whose accuracy and truthfulness cannot be doubted. The Honorable Robert Boyle, a scientist of unquestioned seriousness, tells in his New Experiments, physico-mechanical touching the spring of the air and its effects, about Drebbel's work in the quaint language of his time. But yet, on occasion of this opinion of Paracelsus, perhaps it will not be impertinent if, before I proceed, I acquaint your lordship with the conceit of that deservedly famous mechanician and chemist, Cornelius Drebbel, who, among other strange things that he performed, is affirmed by more than a few credible persons to have contrived for the late learned King James a vessel to go under water, of which trial was made in the Thames, with admired success, the vessel carrying 12 rowers, besides passengers, one which is yet alive, and related it to an excellent mathematician that informed me of it. Now that for which I mention this story is, that having had the curiosity and opportunity to make particular inquiries among the relations of Drebbel, and especially of an ingenious physician that married his daughter, concerning the grounds upon which he conceived it feasible to make men unaccustomed to continue so long under water without suffocation, or, as the lately mentioned person that went in the vessel affirms, without inconvenience. I was answered that Drebbel conceived that it is not the whole body of the air, but a certain quintessence, as chemists speak, or spirituous part of it, that makes it fit for respiration, which being spent, the remaining grosser body, or carcase, if I may so call it, of the air is unable to cherish the vital flame residing in the heart, so that, for aught I could gather, besides the mechanical contrivances of his vessel, he had a chemical liquor, which he accounted the chief secret of his submarine navigation. For when, from time to time, he conceived that the finer and purer part of the air was consumed, or overclogged by the respiration and steam of those that went in his ship, he would be unstopping a vessel full of this liquor, speedily restore to the troubled air such a proportion of vital parts as would make it again, for a good while, fit for respiration, whether by dissipating or precipitating the grosser exhalations, or by some other intelligible way. I must not now stay to examine, contenting myself to add that having had the opportunity to do some service to those of his relations that were most intimate with him, and having made it my business to learn what this strange liquor might be, they constantly affirmed that Drebbel would never disclose the liquor unto any, nor so much as tell the nature whereof he had made it, to above one person, who himself assured me what it was. This most curious narrative suggests that in some way Drebbel, who died in London in 1634, had discovered the art of compressing oxygen and conceived the idea of making it serviceable for freshening the air in a boat or other place contaminated by the respiration of a number of men for a long time. Indeed, the reference made to the substance by which Drebbel purified the atmosphere in his submarine as a liquor suggests that he may possibly have hit upon the secret of liquid air, which late in the 19th century caused such a stir in the United States. Of his possession of some such secret there can be no doubt whatsoever, for Samuel Pepys refers in his famous diary to a lawsuit brought in the king's courts by the heirs of Drebbel to secure the secret for their own use. What was the outcome of the suit, or the subsequent history of Drebbel's invention, history does not record. Throughout the next 150 years, a large number of inventors and near inventors occupied themselves with the problem of the submarine. Some of these men went no further than to draw plans and to write out descriptions of what appeared to them to be feasible submarine boats. Others took one step further, by taking out patents, but only very few of the submarine engineers of this period had either the means or the courage to test their inventions in the only practicable way, by building an experimental boat and using it. In spite of this apparent lack of faith on the part of the men who worked on the submarine problem, it would not be fair to condemn them as fakers. Experimental workers, in those times, had to face many difficulties which were removed in later times. The study of science and the examination of the forces of nature were not only not as popular as they became later, but frequently were looked upon as blasphemous, savoring of sorcery, or as a sign of an unbalanced mind. England and France supplied most of the men who occupied themselves with the submarine problem between 1610 and 1760. Of the Englishmen, the following left records of one kind or another concerning their labors in this direction. Richard Norwood, in 1632, was granted a patent for a contrivance which was apparently little more than a diving apparatus. In 1648, Bishop Wilkins published a book, Mathematical Magic, which was full of rather grotesque projects, and which contained one chapter on the possibility of framing an ark for submarine navigation. In 1691, patents were granted on engines connected with submarine navigation to John Holland, curious forerunner of a name destined to be famous 200 years later, and on a submarine boat to Sir Stephen Evance. In France, two priests, Fathers Mersenne and Fournier, published in 1634 a small book called Questions théologiques, physiques, morales et mathématiques, which contained a detailed description of a submarine boat. They suggested that the hull of submarines ought to be of metal and not of wood, and that their shape ought to be as nearly fish-like as possible. Nearly 300 years have hardly altered these opinions. Ancient French records also tell us that 6 years later, in 1640, the King of France had granted a patent to Jean Barry, permitting him during the next 12 years to fish at the bottom of the sea with his boat. Unluckily, Barry's fish stories have expired with his permit. In 1654, a French designer, Desson, is said to have built at Rotterdam a submarine boat. Little is known concerning this vessel, except that it was reported to have been 72 feet long, 12 feet high, and 8 feet broad, and to have been propelled by a paddle wheel instead of oars. Borelli, about whom very little seems to be known, is credited with having invented in 1680 a submarine boat, whose descent and ascent were regulated by a series of leather bottles placed in the hull of the boat with their mouths open to the surrounding water. The English magazine, Graphic, published a picture which is considered the oldest known illustration of any submarine boat. This picture matches in all details the description of Borelli's boat, but it is credited to a man called Simmons. 27 years later, in 1774, another Englishman, J. Day, built a small submarine boat, and after fairly extensive experiments, descended in his boat in Plymouth Harbor. This descent is of special interest because we have a more detailed record of it than of any previous submarine exploit, and because Day is the first submarine inventor who lost his life in the attempt to prove the feasibility of his invention. The Annual Register of 1774 gives a narration in detail of Day's experiments and death, and inasmuch as this is the first ungarbled report of a submarine descent, it may be quoted at length. Authentic account of a late unfortunate transaction with respect to a diving machine at Plymouth. Mr. Day, the sole projector of the scheme, and, as matters have turned out, the unhappy sacrifice to his own ingenuity, employed his thoughts for some years past in planning a method of sinking a vessel under water, with a man in it who should live therein for a certain time, and then, by his own means only, bring himself up to the surface. After much study he conceived that his plan could be reduced into practice. He communicated his idea in the part of the country where he lived, and had the most sanguine hopes of success. He went so far as to try his project in the Broads near Yarmouth. He fitted a Norwich market boat for his purpose, sunk himself 30 feet under water, where he continued during the space of 24 hours, and executed his design to his own entire satisfaction. Elated with this success, he then wanted to avail himself of his invention. He conversed with his friends, convinced them that he had brought his undertaking to a certainty, but how to reap the advantage of it was the difficulty that remained. The person in whom he confided suggested to him that, if he acquainted the sporting gentlemen with the discovery and the certainty of the performance, considerable bets would take place, as soon as the project would be mentioned in company. The sporting calendar was immediately looked into, and the name of Blake soon occurred. That gentleman was fixed upon as the person to whom Mr. Day ought to address himself. Accordingly, Mr. Blake, in the month of November last, received the following letter: Sir, I found out an affair by which many thousands may be won. It is of a paradoxical nature, but can be performed with ease. Therefore, sir, if you choose to be informed of it, and give me £100 of every 1,000 you shall win by it, I will very readily wait upon you and inform you of it. I am myself but a poor mechanic, and not able to make anything by it without your assistance. Yours, etc., J. Day. Mr. Blake had no conception of Mr. Day's design, nor was he sure that the letter was serious. To clear the matter up, he returned for answer that, if Mr. Day would come to town and explain himself, Mr. Blake would consider of the proposal. If he approved of it, Mr. Day should have the recompense he desired. If, on the other hand, the plan should be rejected, Mr. Blake would make him a present to defray the expenses of his journey. In a short time after Mr. Day came to town, Mr. Blake saw him and desired to know what secret he was possessed of. The man replied that he could sink a ship 100 feet deep in the sea with himself in it, and remain therein for the space of 24 hours, without communication with anything above, and at the expiration of that time rise up again in the vessel. The proposal, in all its parts, was new to Mr. Blake. He took down the particulars, and, after considering the matter, desired some kind of proof of practicability. The man added that if Mr. Blake would furnish him with the materials necessary, he would give him an ocular demonstration. A model of the vessel with which he was to perform the experiment was then required, and in 3 or 4 weeks accomplished, so as to give a perfect idea of the principle upon which the scheme was to be executed, and in time a very plausible promise of success, not to Mr. Blake only, but many other gentlemen who were consulted upon the occasion. The consequence was that Mr. Blake, agreeably to the man's desire, advanced money for the construction of a vessel fit for that purpose. Mr. Day, thus assisted, went to Plymouth with his model, and set a man in that place to work upon it. The pressure of the water at 100 feet deep was a circumstance of which Mr. Blake was advised, and, touching that article, he gave the strongest precautions to Mr. Day, telling him, at any expense, to fortify the chamber in which he was to subsist, against the weight of such a body of water. Mr. Day set off in great spirits for Plymouth, and seemed so confident that Mr. Blake made a bet that the project would succeed, reducing, however, the depth of water from 100 yards to 100 feet, and the time from 24 to 12 hours. By the terms of the wager, the experiment was to be made within 3 months from the date, but so much time was necessary for due preparation that on the appointed day things were not in readiness, and Mr. Blake lost the bet. In some short time afterwards the vessel was finished, and Mr. Day still continued eager for the carrying of his plan into execution. He was uneasy at the idea of dropping the scheme, and wished for an opportunity to convince Mr. Blake that he could perform what he had undertaken. He wrote from Plymouth that everything was in readiness, and should be executed the moment Mr. Blake arrived. Induced by this promise, Mr. Blake set out for Plymouth. Upon his arrival a trial was made in Cat water, where Mr. Day lay, during the flow of tide, 6 hours, and 6 more during the tide of ebb, confined all the time in the room appropriated for his use. A day for the final determination was fixed. The vessel was towed to the place agreed upon. Mr. Day provided himself with whatever he thought necessary. He went into the vessel, let the water into her, and with great composure retired to the room constructed for him, and shut up the valve. The ship went gradually down in 22 fathoms of water at 2 o'clock on Tuesday, June 28th, in the afternoon, being to return at 2 the next morning. He had 3 buoys or messengers, which he could send to the surface at option to announce his situation below, but none appearing, Mr. Blake, who was near at hand in a barge, began to entertain some suspicion. He kept a strict lookout, and at the time appointed, neither the buoys nor the vessel coming up, he applied to the Orpheus frigate, which lay just off the barge, for assistance. The captain, with the most ready benevolence, supplied them with everything in his power to seek for the ship. Mr. Blake, in this alarming situation, was not content with the help of the Orpheus only. He made immediate application to Lord Sandwich, who happened to be at Plymouth, for further relief. His lordship, with great humanity, ordered a number of hands from the dockyard, who went with the utmost alacrity and tried every effort to regain the ship, but unhappily without effect. Thus ended this unfortunate affair. Mr. Blake had not experience enough to judge of all possible contingencies, and he had now only to lament the credulity with which he listened to a projector. Fond of his own scheme, but certainly not possessed of skill enough to guard against the variety of accidents to which he was liable. The poor man has unfortunately shortened his days. He was not, however, tempted or influenced by anybody. He confided in his own judgment, and put his life to the hazard upon his own mistaken notions. End of Beginnings of Submarine Invention, Part 1. Recording by William Tomcho.